before Kusente even existed, two streaking lights danced amongst the stars. They were simply having fun, but like every other activity they tried, it eventually grew old. One could only dance along the waves of gravity caused by a star so many times. Even diving into one of those burning balls of gas to see how long they could survive the heat and pressure grew old. It was all relative, of course. Immortality had once seemed like a gift, but now it felt like a curse, and they were only a few eons into what could conceivably persist forever. It helped when they found other ascended beings, but most of them were young by their standards and a bit boorish in their narrow perspectives. Others, who were ancient beyond measure, were non-responsive and treated them like noisy children. Still, these two friends crossed galaxies trying to find amusement. Maybe they really were children, since entertainment was their primary concern. Oh, sure, they'd stop and find a new race of mortals to nurture. That might occupy them for a few centuries, but then one or the other of them would grow bored. All too often, those games ended up with broken pieces. Caldecott looked down on the smoking ruins of yet another world. When they played together, it always ended like that. One of them would get angry and go a bit too far. It was their competitiveness. That was when he came up with his idea. He spoke to his friend. They had a name, but it was so old that Caldecott had actually forgotten it. It wasn't like Caldecott was his original name either. It was just something he'd seen on one of the mortal worlds that had entertained him for a time. Supposedly, being a god, or rather, an ascended being, would have come with a perfect memory. But time passed even for immortals. Even great cliffs were eventually worn away by the beating of the tide. It was no different for them. So, he settled on Alluri as the name to call his friend. They would answer because they'd understand the reference, even if the only other beings who would were gasping their last on that smoking heap of world that was below him. Alluri, we need to try something different. And what is your great plan this time? We seem to keep breaking things. Alluri would have shrugged, but since she didn't currently have a corporeal form, there were no shoulders to move. It was probably just a vestigial gesture from eons ago. They're our toys. If we want to break them, so what? You're just saying that because you get too worked up when something doesn't go your way. And they are sapient beings. Perhaps it is wrong to be so callous with them. Alluri scoffed. Wrong. Pish-posh. They are like... what were those things called? Oh yeah, they're like fruit flies to us. They can't even conceive of the span of our existence or the way we see things. Perhaps that is part of the problem. But I have an idea. We keep arguing about if new ascended beings can be created, or if they are simply random expressions of the universe. To be honest, it is more that I like to see you lose than that I care about this. Caldecott laughed. He knew that already. It was the reason for his latest idea. This time, I think we should try things differently. Rather than us sharing one playset, we should each create our own. Then we can meet up in a few thousand years and see what the results are. What would the rules be? First off, no interference. That would be the most important rule. You mean we have to set up our worlds and then not interfere? Alluri asked. Oh, hardly. What would be the fun of that? I mean, if that is how you want to handle your world, so be it. But that wasn't the point I was trying to make. What I'm saying is that neither of us can do anything to influence the other's experiment. We are trying to see which of us can produce an ascended being first, or if it can even be done. Consider it a bet. So, the usual wager? Of course. Then I have a condition of my own, Alluri added. Caldecott didn't respond, but Alluri dragged out the pause just long enough to become annoying. She giggled to herself. It was truly the little pleasure like annoying her friend which mattered the most. If we are going to do this, Then I insist that we use proxies. Get some of the uninitiated ascended to act as the creators. That way, you can see what forces are in play.
Agreed. May the best, well, whatever we are, may the best of us win.
Chapter 1. You Aren't Supposed to Be Here. Tim sighed. The caravan was slower than he'd ever imagined. He had known it would be slow. It was just that he didn't know anything could move this slow. They hadn't even made 20 miles of progress in the past 2 days. Now the sun was long up, and they weren't moving yet for their 3rd day. Worse, more people were joining them. Initially, he had only wanted to take a group of sojourners, but Caesar and his generals had insisted on a military presence. It would be dangerous for the flats, Tim knew that. The monsters he had encountered before in the untamed lands were nothing to sneeze at. Now, he would have to worry about protecting them. Actually, he needed to try and not call them flats, even in his own mind. They were fellow humans, they just didn't have the blessings of a sojourner. The differences between the two were so great as to make it seem like they weren't even the same type of beings. Sojourners were magical beings who couldn't be killed unless all of their HP were depleted. Even chopping off their heads wasn't enough. Oh, sure, it would kill them eventually as their HP drained away, but it wouldn't be instantaneous like with a flat, or rather, a normal. Come to think of it, that might be a pretty bad way to go. Like, would your head still be sitting there looking around, trying to speak, but unable to without lungs for breath? And truthfully, once you removed all of those physical advantages, they really were the same. Flat or sojourner, he had discovered they all had hopes, fear, friends, and family. Family. That part didn't seem to apply to him. He was a man alone. Since Cal Dakota had brought him here, without his consent he might add, Tim had struggled with those feelings of loneliness. Not even the other sojourners could keep up with his power now that he was free from the law of fours. And they all acted strangely around him. They knew he could do things beyond their power, and it probably made them jealous. Then again, he was partially to blame for how they looked at him. He had been rather intense or rough around the edges lately. He was walking around with the severed body parts of the woman who he had hoped to eventually call a girlfriend. They were packed away inside his soul pouch with the hope that someday he would be able to resurrect her. No one seemed to know if that was possible. Oh, resurrections were possible. That was one of the more extreme powers of the spiritualist class. It was more that there were limits. Normally, they were performed very soon after the death, and normally, the body hadn't been hacked to pieces by an evil SOB. Tim was pulled from his musings when one of the night captains came riding up next to him. Tim didn't need a horse. His superhuman hardiness let him run all day, and combined with his flexibility, made him as fast as a horse, or darn close.
"What is it, Captain Tanner?"
The man was uncomfortable. Whatever he had to say wasn't going to make Tim happy. That much was obvious. It's really 2 things, sir." Tim shook his head.
How many times do I have to tell you to stop calling me sir? I'm not an officer in your army. Tim is just fine. Or my mother used to call me Timothy when she was mad at me. I knew it was really bad when she'd use my whole name, Timothy Williamstein.
The captain looked at him for a moment. He paused and then seemed to muster the courage for whatever it was that he had on his mind. His next words weren't about problems, though. "I'll call you Tim as soon as you start calling me Jacob. I figure if we're really buddies hanging out, that would suffice. But otherwise, titles and honorifics help provide structure for the men. That can make all the difference during hard times." Tim nodded. He was willing to concede the point, even if it annoyed him.
I suppose hard times are unavoidable where we're going. So, what are these 2 issues, Captain?
First, we've had 3 more groups arrive wanting to join the caravan. One is a blacksmith and several apprentices. He claims you know him. His group was traveling to the capital to meet with you, something about an investment. He said his name was Stephen, although truthfully his wife spoke most of the time. She was a rather fierce woman. Tim chuckled, remembering the first time he had met them.
You said they had a bunch of apprentices with them.
Yeah, I gathered that was a sore spot. His wife insisted that he hire them and even brought along some enchanters. I can say that having a blacksmith with us would be good for morale. Other than a lack of food, nothing kills an army's morale faster than broken gear, Jacob said.
Fair enough. I'll find some time to meet with Stephen, but not until we get this caravan moving. At this rate, we are going to stop for lunch before we even start the day. What about the other groups?
One was a group of sojourners. Most of them were iron rank, but there were a few golds and mithril, according to what they told us. You said not to turn away sojourners, but the thing is that they are Esmarians.
Tim shrugged. Everyone has a right to fight to save the world.
Is that what you truly believe we're doing, sir?
Without a doubt. Can't say there won't be another threat, but if we don't deal with the buildup in the abyss, it's going to explode. And if I'm right, there are worse things than dungeon monsters buried in its depths.
Tim's grim tone made Captain Tanner sweat, but he maintained his bearing and kept his unease to himself. Tim added,
Ask Alyn to meet with the Asmarians. The decision about whether they stay is hers to make. I'll meet with them if she approves of them.
Okay. I'll turn the third group away. The men aren't going to be happy because he had casks of ale with him and slave girls to provide other forms of entertainment.
Tim started to growl under his breath.
He might not be a bestial currently, but that feral instinct still rose up. Captain Tanner held up his hand. Don't worry, I'm only reporting it to you. I followed your orders strictly. No slaves are allowed as part of the caravan.
Tim felt himself calm down. He simply nodded to show his approval. He didn't trust himself to say anything else. They stood there in silence, the captain on his horse and Tim next to him, while they both contemplated what Tim's decision about slaves meant for the future. Tim didn't know what the man thought, but most seemed to accept slavery as just a way of life. The simple fact that Captain Tanner didn't fight him about it was a mark in the man's favor, as far as Tim was concerned. Was there another issue?
Oh, yes. This is actually the reason we haven't moved yet today. The scouts reported sighting some strange monsters a few miles ahead. I've taken the liberty of dispatching one of the Sojourner teams to deal with them. I believe it was the Silver Eagle's turn this time.
Tim shook his head and grinned. If there were monsters to fight, he wanted in on that action. You might have led with this.
They told me to stall a bit so that they could take care of it without bothering you. Did I do wrong, sir?
They just wanted to steal all the fun. Get everyone ready to move. As soon as I deal with these monsters, we need to get these wheels moving. Now, where did you say the scouts sighted them?
Tim only waited long enough to get a basic idea where to look on the map. It looked like they weren't on the main road, but rather were near one of the villages ahead. Maybe it was just some Mimar stragglers, but the scouts should recognize Mimar. Once he had the information he needed, Tim left the captain in charge of the camp and ran for it. He missed the wings he'd had when he was a bestial. Just escaping the meetings in the capital had been a challenge. He hadn't had much time to think about what else to do, but flying again would be fun. Now, though, with the slow pace of the caravan, he was beginning to wonder if he shouldn't try to make another controlled change. Flying would give him so much mobility. For now, running at a pace which would have left an Olympic sprinter drooling would have to suffice. Tim ran through his skills and gear. He hadn't been in a fight since the battle with Magnor. Even remembering that made him glower. Focus. He needed to focus. He went through the skills he currently had active, focusing on the combat ones first. He was already far ahead of most Sojourners who only had 5 or maybe 6 slots for skills. Extra options let him kill more functions in a party. Actually, that was a bitter thought. More to the point, he could operate as his own party without having to rely on anyone. Chains of Celestial Light. Rarity. Rare. Prerequisites. Sojourner. Spiritualist. Level 16. Mana. 16 mana and 3 mana per minute. Description. Thick chains of solid light extend out from your body and bind your target. They can hold a creature with hardiness equal to or less than 2 times your sagacity. They may also drain the creature of 1% of physical stats for each point of acuity or inflict damage of 1.5 times acuity every minute. Range, 4 feet per sagacity. Cooldown, 30 seconds. This was his control spell for holding weaker opponents and draining more powerful ones. He hadn't looked at the description since getting his new hat, the one that enhanced his electrical and light-based magic while making him look like a villain from a Kurt Russell movie. The increase in damage was nice, but the reduction in mana cost and cooldown was what was most important. Only having to wait 30 seconds to use it again would be killer, and the cost now was negligible. Master Power Strike and Penetrating Cleave were his go-to attacks for when something absolutely, positively had to die right away. Power Strike sacrificed accuracy but added 300% extra damage. With his level of hardiness, that was impressive enough. Against a number of smaller opponents, Cleave was a great way to literally mow down the opposition. Penetrating Cleave was simply an evolved version of that common skill. What made it so special was that it could be used against not only multiple targets, but also could be used to strike at a single target which had particularly thick armor. The battle with Magnor had convinced him of the need for something like this. Valorous Battlecry and Blood's Potent Rage were his buffing abilities. The first buffed him, but more so his allies. Its effect was truly staggering. The ability was a rare one to begin with, but then with his inflated stats, it made the ability amongst the most powerful in his arsenal. It had a relatively low-level requirement, but many of those who might have wanted to use it wouldn't be able to meet the sagacity requirement. Valorous Battlecry. Rarity. Rare. Prerequisites. Sojourner. Tank or damage deal tree. Level 8. Sagacity, 20. Mana, 15. Description. Shout out and raise the morale and fighting prowess of your allies. Range, 4 feet times sagacity. Duration, 15 seconds times sagacity. All allies within the area of effect have 75% resistance to fear effects. All those same allies receive 20% of your hardiness and flexibility as buffs for the duration. Temporary HP gained this way are lost first. As it stood now, the skill gave more hardiness to his allies than they had. The iron body trait he had ripped from Magnor's corpse was responsible for that, along with the boosts he had from consumption. The only real downside was the short duration. In contrast, the next ability was one that helped him personally. Unfortunately, the boosts he got from it didn't seem to increase the stats given by his shout, but that would have just been broken. Blood's Potent Rage. Rarity. Unique. Prerequisites. Berserker. Trait Crucible of Consumption. Level 19. Mana. 10 plus 5 per minute. Description. You push yourself into a rage. The longer you are in battle, the greater the benefits. If, at any point, there are no enemies who are not disabled within 100 feet of you, then the ability will fade after 1 minute. As long as you are in battle, you gain 1 hardiness per 16 seconds cumulatively with a maximum of 50% of your starting total hardiness. You also lose acuity at the rate of 1 point per minute until you reach 50% of your starting acuity. Your pain resistance is immediately boosted by 50% and increases by 1% per minute up to a maximum of 90% pain resistance. While raging, you are immune to any non-divine magic or ability that causes a mental status. Just looking at the ability made him smile. It really was broken. With it, he could get well over 200 hardiness. Then he looked at a couple of his abilities that had become mainstays. Nature's Greater Heal was a rare spell, but essentially was only an upgraded version of the lesser version. Nature's Greater Heal. Rarity. Rare. Prerequisites. Sojourner. Sagacity, 22. Level, 17. Mana, 20. Description. Heals target for 16 health per second for 1 second per sagacity. Can be stacked on target up to 1 time per 4 acuity of caster. Range, 30 feet per 4 sagacity. Cast time, 1 second. Cooldown, 1 second. Electrical Arc, of course, was simply there because, with his hat, it provided him with decent spell damage output. Since it had 4 different modes, it could be anything from a stun to an AoE, which he could use even if his allies were fighting in close, since it would only target enemies. His true crowd control spell was another unique one. Tim had spent far too much time with the skill rod watching Burke frown at him as he kept trying to get skills to evolve. Here, it had paid off. Taunt of Frenzy. Rarity. Unique. Prerequisites. Sojourner. Tank class tree. Level 16. Mana. 15. Description. This ability works by shouting a taunt at your foes. There is some division about whether the quality of the taunt matters for how effective this ability will be, but the first-gen, Ugland, who first came up with the ability, was often overheard saying that the taunts needed to be entertaining. The taunt will affect all enemies with a sagacity less than the user who are within 2 feet per sagacity. Those affected will seek to attack the user with all their might. They will not hold back, but will race toward the user and feverishly try to kill them. If they are blocked even by their own allies from reaching the user, they will try to strike down anyone in their way. Duration: 10 seconds per sagacity. He still had his unique identification skill in his first slot. Despite the fact it didn't add any combat ability, the information it provided him had been invaluable. Or rather, what had been invaluable was the information that he had obtained from Master Assess, and now Tim's auger was even more potent. The cool thing was that despite it being a unique skill, he had been able to pass it on to 3 of his scouts so far. The skill was fascinating because not only did the scout get the information on what they were identifying with this skill, but Tim also got a copy of it in his logs. He'd been forced to minimize all of that as the scouts had a field day identifying everything. But it dawned on him that he could search through his logs and see if one of the equipped scouts had been the one to find the new threat. He scanned up and down the list, ranging from identifying various herbs to checking out the new girl. Unfortunately, there was no message identifying a new monster, so he had to assume the scouts to whom he'd given the skills were not amongst the ones who found this supposed threat. But as he was going through the list, he found something completely unexpected. It threw him off so much that he almost tripped over his own feet and face-planted. Only his inflated flexibility stat provided him with the reflexes and agility necessary to stay upright. Tim was both pissed that the scout had been using this powerful skill to scope out girls, and thankful for this new information. Cecilia. Age: 18. Race: human. Height: 5 feet 3 inches. Weight: 106 pounds. Affiliation: Patronite. Hair: blonde. Eyes: blue. Class: merchant. Level 2. HP: 10. Hardiness: 6. Flexibility: 9. Acuity: 10. Sagacity: 7. Personality: optimistic, emotional, brave, faithful. Romantic interest: Sojourner Timothy Stein. Infatuation level: 6. Measurements and other information available with 1 more minute of scanning. The level of detail in this information was beyond anything he'd ever gotten with Master Assess, but it felt like a violation of a person's privacy to just go around using it. He had passed this skill on to those scouts as a tool to keep the caravan safe, not so they could perv on girls. All Tim could do was shake his head. Now they'd have to turn the caravan around while he took Cecilia back to her father. Atticus would be worried sick. He mumbled to himself, "What were you thinking, Cecilia? You aren't supposed to be here." He could only shake his head as he ran. It was a problem he'd have to deal with once he got back. Now, it was monster-killing time. At least he hoped it was. He needed to blow off some steam. Chapter 2. Ouch. As Tim got close to the spot that Captain Tanner had shown him on the map, he heard some feral growling. The blind patron's mask increased all his perceptions by 50%, but the real advantage was that his familiar Mischief was perched on his lap, sharing his much keener auditory and olfactory senses with Tim. "You hear that?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tim regretted them.
Duh. I knew you were only useful for carrying me around. Remember, you're hearing them because of my ears, not those ugly chunks of cauliflower on the sides of that round balloon you call your head.
Tim sputtered. Everyone in the caravan bowed to his will on everything and walked around him on eggshells most of the time. It was annoying, but when mischief got going, it was almost enough to make him miss all that bowing and scraping. Almost.
Shush. You didn't even know what a balloon was before we bonded.
Right. And now I'm a mouse of culture and refinement.
Somehow I don't think knowing about balloons counts as refinement, but whatever. Do you have any guess what we're hearing?
It definitely doesn't sound like Mimar, and their, peculiar odor is missing from the air. I can hear the sounds of something big crashing around, but the only odd scent I'm picking up is that smell I associate with freshly fallen snow.
Tim nodded. He wasn't as good as Mischief was at deciphering smells, but he had to agree with that. They were downwind from the sounds they'd heard, so if there was a large animal or monster there, he should have been picking up their scent. Instead, all he got was that smell from when you open the freezer. Not knowing what he was looking at, Tim slowed down. Then he heard the sounds of large bodies clashing and heard a crackle and pop, followed by a whiff of ozone. That had to be an electrical attack. Armand was addicted to using electric arc since Tim gave him that spell. He settled for a compromise and raced forward, but tried to do so stealthily. Of course, he'd given up the master's stealth skill, and a 7-foot-tall berserker in heavy armor was hardly stealthy. The metal plates in his vest clanged just enough that he wasn't going to sneak up on anyone. Then he broke through the brush alongside the road and came out into a large clearing. There were 4 homes in what was too small to be called a village. What was smaller than a village? A hamlet, maybe? Anyway, he saw the fight and got excited. Whoever had lived in those houses was dead, their bodies strewn all over. They had to have been dead for hours, and Tim didn't get any scent of blood. It took him a second to realize why. They were all frozen like popsicles and then broken into pieces. Any blood on the ground was just solid. The monsters who were attacking his friends appeared to be large porcupines. Well, large as in the size of Shetland ponies, and instead of quills, they were covered in icy spikes. The air around them shimmered, and Reggie's breath was visible as he tried tanking all 3 of the monsters. Tim quickly assessed one of the monsters as he took in the rest of the battle. Licinia was down on the ground, sprawled out on her back, and a short, stout woman was leaning over her casting a healing spell. This wasn't the same healer he had seen with them, so maybe they picked up a more permanent healer. Reggie and Armand were trying to hold the monsters back, but it wasn't looking good. The reason for that was obvious, as the information about the monsters popped up.
Dear Glazericus, level 16. Elevated. Hunting. HP. 949 out of 1,440.
The Silver Eagles were a solid, well-trained, and well-equipped group of mithril-ranked adventurers. That meant they couldn't be above level 15. Fighting just one level 16 monster would have been a challenging battle for them. 3 was completely beyond them. Licinia must have been hurt early on, and thus they hadn't fled. The team was far too tight and would fight to the last man rather than abandoning one of their number. Not that they needed to worry about that now. A level 16 was not going to be anything to him. His damage output had gone through the roof with all his upgrades. Tim quickly cast chains of light as he ran the remaining distance. He didn't shout a warning beforehand because their position was too precarious. It wouldn't be wise to distract them. Sure, the spell was going to distract them, but it would do so by binding up one of the enemies, so there was a positive trade-off. Tim would have started with a taunt, but for 2 things. Reggie had undoubtedly already used his own taunt to keep them focused on him, and he wasn't close enough at first. His speed rapidly closed that distance, though, and before either of them had more than time to be shocked at the sudden appearance of golden chains around one of the giant icy porcupines, he had joined the fray. Sadly, the creature was too strong, and Tim could see the chains already cracking. That was fine, though. He just needed the spell to buy him a moment of respite. Now that they saw him, Tim shouted,
"Buff incoming!"
Some simple experimentation had taught him that adding more than 30 hardiness in a single instant threw off even many seasoned adventurers. Valorous shout left his lips, and he slammed his axe down onto the beast, who was immediately in front of Reggie. The Guardian knew his business because its attention was entirely on him. The attack critted and severed the beast's head in a single stroke. Tim's damage was boosted by so many perks now that once he activated Penetrating Cleave, it sheared right through the icy armor and sent the monster's head to the ground while delivering over 300 damage. It wasn't dead. A monster, like a Sojourner, wasn't dead until their last HP drained away. They were creatures of magic, and it was magic rather than natural biological processes which kept them alive. Still, because of his boosts from the new trait that Simona had gifted him with, Tim's damage had spiked. Reggie pushed off against the beast with his shield as its body fell to the ground thrashing. Tim grinned as he saw the shock on Reggie's face. It was one thing to get a notification that your hardiness had likely just doubled or close to it. It was something else entirely to feel that extra strength in action. Reggie's push-off had ended up sending him back nearly a dozen feet. Then the Guardian grinned, and Tim knew that the man liked the feeling. Who wouldn't want power coursing through their veins? Then Tim activated his rage ability and felt the urge to kill these beasts become a living thing within him. The unbound one tried to lash out with its tail in a whip-like motion. The tail was as thick as Tim's bicep, and not something he wanted to be hit by. He quickly stepped into it, his greater flexibility allowing for him to slide underneath it. He followed up by lashing out with his axe. He quickly moved around the monsters, making a deep cut into its right rear leg, then moving faster than it could spin. It kept trying to turn on him, but all it did was enable him to land half a dozen blows against its rear legs. Only half the strikes were criticals, but that was all it took. A deep blue blood was seeping out of it and freezing the ground. All the while, Tim's might grew the longer he raged. The only near mishap he had was when he stepped on a patch of ground, which was frozen by the beast's blood. He started to lose his balance, but in a feat of gymnastic skill, he turned the fall into a flip and landed on his feet just out of the creature's range. It squealed in rage and started to hum. Vibration spread through its body, but Tim didn't give it the chance. He pushed off the ground and launched himself forward. His blade came down with another penetrating cleave and bisected the oval-shaped head. All the icy spikes covering the creature chimed and then shattered. Crisis averted. Tim's luck or timing couldn't hold, though. The golden chains on the last deer Glaciaricus shattered. Its body bristled, and all the spear-like icy spikes vibrated. Armand shouted, "It's gonna burst!" Reggie triggered a movement skill and rushed in front of the downed Licinia and their new healer. He held his shield in front of him, and a golden glow erupted all around him, acting as a dome to cover them. All this was happening in a fraction of a second. Tim didn't have time to think about what he should do. Instead, he reacted on instinct. He shoved the elementalist to the ground and covered him with his body. Then there was a loud popping sound followed by what felt like dozens of hornet stings striking his body at the same time. Each pinged away at his health for a surprisingly small amount. There hadn't been an opportunity to really test it out, but as Tim had hoped, with his hardiness this high, his skin was tougher than leather armor. Sure, the icicle spears had drawn blood from the exposed parts, but for the most part, they were only going to leave bruises which would heal in minutes. That didn't mean they didn't hurt. He felt plenty of pain even while raging, but still popped up right away. A quick glance showed him that Armand was breathing, so being tackled couldn't have hurt him much, and as far as Tim could tell, he had taken the brunt of the exploding icicles. He ran his hand over Mischief's pouch to make sure the mouse was still okay, but found it to be empty. Panic hit Tim as he worried his familiar had been injured, or worse, but his fear was misplaced. As he turned toward the deer Glaciaricus, Tim saw that its hide was now smooth, glistening like wet ice. All the spikes must have been launched in the attack, and somehow the beast looked smaller now. Hanging on to its back was a now foot-long Mischief in his battle form. He was biting down and flopping about as the beast tried to shake him free. Tim canceled the electrical spell he had intended to fire off because he didn't want it to hurt Mischief through conduction. He took half a dozen quick steps forward and then took careful aim. He drove his axe down on the creature's back, cutting into its spine about halfway up the body. Its legs immediately went limp, and its thrashing was dramatically reduced. Mischief let loose of his hold and leapt away from the beast to land 20 feet away. As he flew by Tim, he shouted, as much as a mouse could ever shout,
"Do I have to do everything?"
Tim didn't even respond, because this was an opportunity. The deer Glaciaricus was a new type of monster, and consuming new monsters often passed on new benefits. He delivered 2 more quick attacks with his axe to disable the beast, but was careful not to take the last of its HP. Consuming produced a greater benefit if the target was still alive. He shoved his hand into the blue blood. Shivers ran up his spine, and the cold was so intense that he could no longer feel his fingers. He worried about frostbite, but figured magic could heal that. You have activated the Crucible of Consumption. Your victim is still alive. This provides a new potential benefit to the ability. You are consuming an elevated monster. You have the choice of gains that can be made. You may gain your choice of Cold Resistance, 100. Ice Burst, 20% toward completion of ability. Enhanced Cold Damage, plus 10%. Hardiness, plus 0.5. 10% of victim's XP. So half a stat point, a new type of damage resistance, an enhancement that would work with any of his ice-based magic, or 1/5 of a new ability. He liked gaining abilities, but had no idea how many more times he would encounter creatures like this. So he took the safe bet and accepted the cold resistance. Being able to shrug off the first 100 points of cold damage was nothing to sneeze at. The XP would have been his other option, but he preferred to get a unique ability if possible. As soon as the decision was made, Tim felt the thick blue blood as it was absorbed into his skin. This was literally ice running through his veins. He couldn't help but shake as his body was adapted. The magic of the Crucible of Consumption forever altering him just a little bit more. If he hadn't been in battle, he might have wondered if someday it would alter him so much that he wouldn't recognize himself. Before he stood up to check on the others, he had one stray thought. Tim was truly uncomfortable with how the Crucible called those he absorbed the blood of his victims. Was he worried enough to forego this source of power? No, but it definitely left him on edge. Chapter 3. Elevated. Tim's first action was to glance around the battlefield. The houses were eerie in their emptiness. It likely didn't help that the clearing was strewn with the remains of whoever had lived here before, as well as 3 dead monsters now. Armand was already up and had joined the rest of his team. Tim gave them some space because he didn't know how badly hurt Licinia was. Sojourners could shrug off most things that would kill normal humans, but Tim was still learning just what the limits were. His shoulders drooped a second later as he felt the empowerment of Blood's potent rage leave him. There hadn't been many chances to try it out so far, but each time this happened, he felt like he was coming down off of a high. His mind struggled to catch up, and he had to push the fuzziness away. Mischief leapt up onto his shoulder. The tiny mouse was back in his base or scout form, rather than the much larger battle form.
"Are you okay?"
Tim was immediately suspicious of the solicitous tone. Mischief was a true companion. Tim would trust the mouse with his life, but that didn't mean that the mouse also didn't enjoy teasing him more than just about anything else in the world.
I'll be fine. I just feel like my head is underwater.
That might be an improvement. But seriously, I don't like it when you use that ability. It always feels like there is static in your head, and I have trouble hearing your thoughts.
I guess that's because raging is about action rather than thought.
You might want to think that through. You already aren't the sharpest knife in the drawer.
Your concern is noted. By the way, what was with you jumping on that monster? I know you're level 13 now, but it was still 100 times your size.
Tim got the sense that the mouse shrugged, although he still wasn't sure if that was possible for it. The longer they were bonded, the more human-like traits Mischief seemed to pick up.
I guess after it shot off all those icy things that it just reminded me of a really big rat.
But then the confusion left his voice, and Mischief added,
Rats that big shouldn't be allowed to live, let alone attack my familiar.
Tim groaned. It was still an ongoing debate between them as to just who was whose familiar. He glanced over at the Silver Eagles and decided now wasn't the time to take the issue up. Instead, he quickly looted the monsters. Since the battle with Magnor, he had discovered that he could now issue loot and other commands related to his soul space just by thinking, and no longer had to use words. The haul was odd, but he figured they could decide what was valuable and what was junk. If Tim had to guess, he would assume that it was mostly crafting materials. Ice blood, 2 vials. Deer Glaciaricus spikes, ×2. Deer Glaciaricus eye teeth, ×6. Deer Glaciaricus leather, ×12. By the time he finished looking through the material, Armand coughed softly behind him. Tim turned and nodded.
Don't worry. We'll split the loot.
The look of concern on Armand's face didn't soften. Tim asked,
What's wrong? Is it Licinia?
Armand nodded before replying,
Cassie is our new healer. She is a spiritualist, as you might guess. She insists that healing the wound isn't the problem, but that Licinia is cursed now. She says that there is a strange energy which has infested the wound.
Tim didn't know what to say. Licinia had never been his biggest fan, but he certainly didn't want her to die. After a moment of quiet, he asked,
Is there anything to be done?
Cassie says we need to let her rest here for a while, and then we can move her back to the caravan. I know you're probably in a hurry to get back, but she won't be able to be moved for a while.
Maybe another of the healers has some experience with this, Tim offered.
Maybe. This isn't really my forte. It's odd, but everything about this encounter was odd.
How so?
Armand glanced back at his friends, but must have figured that there was nothing he could do for them now, so it was okay to talk. The elementalist loved his theories, and even more loved to dig into new things. You remember when we encountered those deer Ursi?
Yeah, how could I forget? My very first quest in Iokusente was an escort quest.
Tim tried to sound funny, despite the general mood. Armand offered him a weak smile. Well, they were roughly the size of bears, right? Tim nodded. That's the way it is with all deer creatures. They are affected by some dark magic which comes from the untamed lands. They gain an aura which projects dark emotions like fear or despair. Their bodies are often mutated with an elemental aspect like the Deerursi had fire. But their base size wasn't changed, or not very much. They were bears before they were affected, and they stayed that same size.
Ah, so you are wondering why these deer Glaciaricus were so much larger than whatever creature they were turned from.
Exactly. That and more. They should have been much smaller, something close to the size of a regular porcupine, but they weren't. They weren't just deer Uricus, which would have been the proper name for such a creature, but instead, they were much more powerfully mutated to have ice as part of their nature.
Tim began. I assessed them as I was running in, and they had 2 status conditions I've never heard of. Maybe you know more.
I can try. What were they?
Elevated and hunting.
Armand scrunched up his face as he was thinking. Well, I've never heard of elevated as a status condition, although it might offer some explanation for why they were so large and a higher level than we would have expected. The other is really rare. I've never seen hunting on a monster we fought, but I read about it. Apparently, it means the monster is searching for a specific target. If I remember the reports correctly, they believed that it granted the monster increased stamina and gave it a general sense of the direction of their target. How a monster gets that status or how a target is selected is something that the Monster Encyclopedia never discussed. Tim thought about it for a minute. Knowing that Asmarin or Baldrock likely had something to do with it made sense. They would have been able to set monsters on his trail if anyone could. That just raised the question of what elevated meant. On a whim, Tim walked around looking for some of the frozen blood spilled by these monsters. The corpses had disappeared after he looted them, but he hoped that blood they had spilled during the battle might still remain. Once Mischief knew what he was looking for, the mouse jumped down and started to help in the search. It was odd for the mouse to be helpful without at least Foe complaining about it, but Tim would take it. It was surprisingly hard to find some despite all the blood that had been spilled. One of the features of magical weapons which Tim had appreciated up to this point now became annoying. Not having to clean his weapons was nice, but left him without a sample. Only when Mischief investigated one of the houses in this tiny settlement did he find some of the blood that hadn't been destroyed as a sample.
It looks like one of the farmers stuck a pitchfork into one of them. There is frozen blue blood all over the tines,
the mouse said. Tim ran over to where the mouse was.
Brave farmer.
Dead farmer,
Mischief replied. Tim wanted to point out that it was better to die fighting than to die running, but wasn't sure his familiar would share that sentiment. The mouse tended to be highly pragmatic. Instead, he bent down and held his fingers against the blood-covered tines. It felt like glass or ice was coating the end of the farming implement. Tim reached out through his trait to try and understand what had been done to the deer Glaciaricus. The fiends were fond of saying that the power is in the blood. Tim hoped that the clue was in the blood as well. At first, it was hard to focus his mind, but eventually, he started thinking about episodes of various crime lab shows and how they talked about blood. His mind sank into the blood, and he felt the nature of the beast it came from. Then, once he was focused on it, he cast Tim's auger and started pumping extra mana into the spell. The information came bit by bit. Blood of a deer Glaciaricus.
Duh.
Tim was frustrated. He knew that much, but he kept channeling in the mana and waited. Touch of the divine remains upon the blood.
That was more like it.
He just needed to know how it was done. Excess chaos was pumped into this creature. This resulted in dramatic growth and leveling. That matched up with Tim's guess. Now he had to lean into his trait while still holding the spell. As the two merged in his mind, he began to see how Asmarin had modified this creature. He was sure it was Asmarin, even though he couldn't say why exactly. It just made sense, and that was the feeling he got from the spell. Tim suddenly felt a headache coming on. He pulled his hand back and released his focus. Apparently, peering into the work of a patron or former patron was not easy. Then again, he would have been surprised if it was. He shook his head, but his high stats quickly worked to eliminate any pain he was feeling. As he was trying to relax, a thought hit him. No, it couldn't be that easy. Could it? Thinking about it a bit more, he realized that easy was unlikely the best word, but simple might fit. This might very well explain why the patrons didn't grant ephemeral as a trait. Changing himself, powering up to beyond the level 20 cap was making him strong. But then again, so was the crucible and the trait he stole from Magnor. But if his suspicion was right, then he could see why ephemeral could be dangerous. He laughed out loud, and Mischief asked,
Are you sure you want to do that?
Tim shrugged.
Nope, not sure at all. But I'm still gonna try.
Chapter 4. It's worth a shot. Tim made a beeline for where the silver eagles were gathered around Licinia's still-prone form. When he got there, he looked down at her. She was awake, but in obvious pain. He wasn't sure what to say, so simply mumbled something about being sorry she had been injured. Then he got right to the heart of it and spoke to the healer.
Cassie, right?
The short woman had curly red hair and a frame which said she knew her way around in a fight, or at least wasn't someone to be taken lightly. She was wearing the typical robe-type getup that he had seen for spiritualists, but had it cut off just beneath her knees and had pants on underneath. Yeah. You must be Tim. Armand talks about you a lot.
I bet he does. He never could quite figure out what was going on with me, and you know how he is about a mystery.
She shook her head and grinned. Don't I ever? The elementalist chimed in.
You're the only mystery I need in my life now, sweetie.
Cassie giggled. Licinia groaned.
Can't a woman die in peace?
Reggie was kneeling next to his wife and said, "Oh, let them have their fun. It hasn't been that long ago that we were feeling the fires of new love." Licinia managed to roll her eyes despite being in obvious pain.
Not to break up the fun, but could I ask you a couple of questions about what's affecting Licinia?"
Cassie nodded.
"Sure. Armand did say you were a spiritualist at one point. Oh, and a naturalist. I don't quite know how that works, but if you have any insights that I don't, I'd appreciate it."
"So, Armand said something about her being cursed with a strange energy."
Cassie grimaced. "If you really were a spiritualist for very long, then you know how sensitive to energy we can be. All I can say is it feels like some of the energy from a dungeon is inside of her. Well, specifically in her wounds. Even if I heal them, they just break right back open, and it seems to be spreading."
Tim glanced down at Licinia, but they must have already discussed this because she didn't seem particularly distressed by what Cassie was saying. Then, looking back at the healer, Tim said, "That's what I was hoping you'd say. I may be able to help her, if she's willing." Reggie spoke first.
"Do anything you can to save her. I'll be forever in your debt."
"No debt between friends," Tim began to reply, but Licinia cut him off.
You aren't going to turn me into something else. I don't want to end up old or fat or with a class I'd hate."
Tim laughed.
That wasn't my intention. Although now that you mention it, I wonder if it would be possible."
He grinned down at her and could tell she wasn't quite sure if he was kidding or not.
Armand asked, "So what are you going to try to do to her?" "I don't want to promise anything, but I believe I can drain the harmful energy out of her. The question is whether that will fix her, or if I will have to replace it with some of the energy that makes us sojourners. If it helps, it would be like me giving her XP."
"Wait, you can do that?"
Reggie asked. Tim shrugged. "If Licinia's willing, we can find out right now."
The assassin looked at Reggie and then at Cassie. Her guardian husband simply squeezed her hand while the spiritualist said, "I've never heard of anything like that, but Armand trusts him, so I trust him too. You may survive without this, but I can't promise that you will. I've simply never seen anything like this."
Once Tim got a nod of approval, he knelt down next to her and put his hand over the piercing wound in her abdomen. He stretched out with the crucible but was careful not to activate it. Sure enough, the wound was infected with chaos. It really wasn't that much, but as Tim felt the energies in her body, he could tell that it was directly at odds with what made her a sojourner. It was that oil and water type of refusal to mix that was causing all of the damage. Absently, he wondered why he was able to hold both types of energy without this reaction. Now wasn't the time for speculation, though, so he filed it away for later. Tim turned his mind inward and focused on the crucible of consumption. It was a trait, but it reached level 3. That made it more powerful and granted him a greater return when he consumed a monster. Yet Tim also knew he could consume a sojourner, so he had to be careful. Next, he tried to apply ephemeral to the crucible. Tim was hoping to use one trait to modify the other. His trait put him constantly into a state of change, but as he had learned, it wasn't just his body that could be changed. Tim was able to push change onto the world around him. Intention was important, but so too was focus and control. Hopefully, he had enough of all three. Tim felt a resistance. The crucible at its core was about sucking up every last bit, but he was trying to modify it to only absorb the chaos and to not entirely consume Licinia. The two traits battled, and he felt sweat running down his face. His mana was draining faster than his regeneration could keep up with it. Tim only hoped he could finish the change before he ran out of mana. Then Tim felt something click into place, and just as quickly, a pair of notifications popped up. Your trait, Ephemeral, has reached level 4. You have intentionally altered another trait within yourself. Growth is good, but don't get too big for your britches. Your trait, Crucible of Consumption, has reached level 4. You have modified it to be able to perform partial consumptions. A side effect of this change has been to increase your efficiency at consuming chaos, but lower your efficiency when attempting to consume a sojourner.
Growth in one area often requires sacrifice in another. Tim read the notifications. He was pretty sure he could live with that sacrifice, as he hoped to never have to turn the crucible on another sojourner. Tim opened his eyes and said, "Okay, I was able to change one of my abilities. I think it will work. Are you ready?" Licinia nodded again. Tim didn't wait for her to have doubts or Armand to start asking questions. That guy was probably the only one who asked as many questions as Tim did. "You have activated the crucible of consumption. Your victim is still alive. New options are available. Do you wish to consume victim?" Tim immediately clicked no to that. "Do you wish to consume the chaos energy within your victim?" That was better. Tim was still nervous about using this ability on an ally, but he closed his eyes and clicked yes. Immediately, the energy began to flow from her into him. There really wasn't that much of it, but there was an immediate relief in Licinia's eyes as the foreign energy was drained from her. A new notification popped up. Partial consumptions produce two possible benefits. You may absorb the chaos to refill your chaos reserves, they are already full, or you may attempt to expand your chaos capacity. Tim opted for the second option and felt a bit of tearing inside his chest. The pain was intense but quick, and then he was notified that he could now hold a maximum of 116 chaos, of which he currently had 112. As soon as the chaos energy was drained out of Licinia, Cassie reached down and began casting a healing spell. Tim knocked her hand away.
"Hold up. I think there is more I can do for her."
Tim was sure the others were exchanging expressions, but he didn't pay them any attention. He felt like this was something he had to do. The degree of compulsion was simply too powerful. Ephemeral existed to change things. He had been holding it back from changing him, but now there was a new avenue. A connection was formed between Tim and Licinia through his hand against her wound. It was like a channel of power was flowing from Tim to her. Both of them cried out, but when Reggie tried to pull them apart, the field of energy building up around Tim and Licinia flung the Guardian backwards several feet. Armand and Cassie both jumped back. Tim struggled to speak through gritted teeth.
"It's okay. Supposed to happen. I think."
Then the notification popped up. New target for modification identified. Sojourner, Licinia, Dartman. Current level, 12th. XP, 20,034 out of 21,000. Trait, hidden. May activate self-only invisibility at will. The ability is spoiled if she is struck by a blow or spell, or if she attacks. Available modifications. Level, requires XP to make changes. Class, effect will be random, requires XP and mana to make changes. Form, requires permanent loss of hardiness to make changes. Trait, locked. Rule of 4, locked. Tim wanted to study the notification, but didn't feel like he had time. The sense of urgency continued to build in him. He needed to act. If he didn't, he was worried that his trait might activate on its own. He had plenty of experience with that. The only thing that sank in was that, knowing her trait, Tim was able to understand a little better why she had gotten so bent out of shape when he had spoiled her stealth the first time they met. The only safe choice was to grant her extra XP. Tim didn't want to fall below level 23, but he decided he could spare 20,000 XP. That would be a significant amount at her level, and if he understood correctly, it would give her at least a few levels. Tim felt the moment the XP began to drain from him into her. It was like giving blood in one sense, but only if a vacuum cleaner was providing the suction. He began to get dizzy and saw lights. Tim was certain he was going to pass out and already felt the dice rolling in his head. Shit. He really hadn't wanted to change. He fell backwards and the world started to grow dark. Two last things drew his attention. The first was Licinia jumping up and shouting,
"Holy hells, how'd you do this?"
Then there was a notification. You have successfully changed Licinia Dartman. Sojourner generation effectively changed. New generation, 1st. New level cap, 20th. Your XP at level 23 is significantly more concentrated than that of a level 12 Sojourner. Level 20 divided by level 12 equals 166% XP concentration. Level 21 times 1.5 equals 249% XP concentration. Level 22 times 1.6 equals 398% XP concentration. Level 23 times 1.7 equals 676% XP concentration. 20,000 XP transformed to 135,200. New level reached, 18th. 155,234 out of 156,000 XP until level 19. Target's trait remains the same, but its functionality is upgraded to reflect her effective gen.
Chapter 5. Death's Judgment. Tim sat up. It was dark. He didn't know where he was. Memory came to him slowly. He'd been trying to help Licinia, except now he was on a hard cot in a small room. There was barely space for him to stand up next to the bed. He took one look at his hands and realized what was going on. He had changed. Again. So much for control. He guessed Cal Dakota was right. If that was correct, then he had just changed classes, and now was inside a vision created by the Book of Names for whatever his new class was. The odd thing was that he was more aware of the visionary nature of where he found himself than ever before. It wasn't real, at least not in the way that he was used to. This was a magical vision created to show him some fundamental aspect of his new class. He heard footsteps approaching. Someone was walking rapidly toward his room. Training filled his mind, training which he had never actually received but which was implanted as part of his class. He could tell that the person walking toward his room was doing so with purpose. He stilled his breathing as he was supposed to, and listened. Tim sat up. His hand went to the dagger on his belt. He was ready. Maybe they would pass, maybe they were here for him. Either way, no one walked for a casual stroll like this. These footsteps had a purpose, and that could mean many things. Then there was a sharp knock at his door. "It's time, Acolyte." Tim couldn't have said how he knew, but suddenly he knew. This was his trainer, Master Dark. That wasn't the man's real name, of course. Real names weren't used here. He hadn't even earned a name yet. He was just Acolyte until he passed this trial. What form the trial took was a great mystery, but now he was about to find out. He stood and slid the door open, but did so carefully. This might be his master, and it might be his appointed time, but sloppiness was never accepted here. Master Dark would kill him as soon as look at him if he was unable to follow simple instructions. So, Tim made sure the door made no noise as he opened it. His dagger was at the ready for any surprise, but he strove to convey the impression of ease. Dark's eyes peered at him from behind a masked face. There was the slightest of nods. Respect. Tim had passed whatever test this was. Now he had to follow to his trials. "You may not speak from this point. You may not ask questions. You may only follow your orders. Failure is not an option, but there are still options for you," Master Dark said. Then the man turned on his heels and strode with that same purpose down the hall. The other acolytes in their cells would be on edge, wondering who walked the halls like that, each fearful of what it meant to them. Tim followed his master but remained vigilant. Tests were a constant way of life here. It might all be a vision, but that didn't mean the pain felt any less real. They walked up to the balcony and stared off across the open roads to another building. Atop that building, 3 guards walked their rounds. Below them, inside the building, a lamp was lit, but the shutters made it impossible for Tim to see inside. It was the home of a rich man. That was enough to tell him some simple thing. Master Dark pointed at the large house to make sure there was no mistake. "Tonight, you will decide which matters to you more, the how or the why. An attack is going to occur on that house. Go there and kill. No, I see the question in your eyes. Don't ask. You are not allowed to speak at any point
until you have finished your trial. If you do, then you fail. The instructions were vague, yet if they were, it had to be intentional. Master Dark never did anything by accident. This was the life. Precision in thought, word, and action. All Tim could do was nod. Then he looked at the gear that had been set out for him. He already had his belt knife, knives on each thigh, around his lower legs, a vest with a dozen throwing knives built into the front. Laid out on the table on one side of the balcony was a crossbow with a dozen bolts, 6 vials of different toxic substances, and a short sword with scabbard. "Take what you need," Dark said. Tim tried to reason out what was being taught here. This was his final examination before becoming a full-fledged assassin, but he had no doubt there were still lessons to be gleaned. His skill was with a dagger. How he knew that was beyond him, but somewhere in the back of his mind, Tim knew he had once known how to wield a sword. The same applied to the bow, but neither were his forte now. He looked at the poisons. That wasn't his style either. He was swift, silent, and deadly. There were 4 styles of training which the assassins followed, known as contracts. They were called Death's Judgment, Shadow, Fang, and Unseen. Tim unpackaged the information in his mind. Unseen was for the ranged assassin. They attacked without ever being seen and killed their target. Then there was Fang. They were the experts with poisons. They could kill slowly over time with small doses, or just as well with a blade slathered in poison. Next were the Shadow. All assassins were quiet in what they did, but those who followed the contract of Shadow were the epitome of this discipline. A true Shadow could walk right up behind his target and deliver the killing blow without ever being seen. They were different from the Unseen in that they flaunted the fact that they could get up close and personal without being seen. It was perhaps the riskiest of all the contracts. Finally, there was the one that spoke most to Tim. The contract of Death's Judgment was for those who struck fast, struck hard, and struck first. They rushed into their target's location and then took out any and all who got in their way. They were stealthy, of course, but didn't care about being seen because dead men made horrible witnesses. Tim didn't take any of the weapons. He decided it was better to rely upon what he excelled at. In the vision, it was becoming increasingly difficult to differentiate between the memories of his real life and the memories of his training as an assassin. The real world felt distant. The only thing he remembered for sure was that he was good at killing. Tim waited and watched a bit longer. He memorized the patrol pattern of the guards on the roof, then slid off the side of the balcony and scaled the wall down to the ground. His fingers unerringly found holes in the rough stone wall where others might have seen nothing but a smooth surface. When he reached the ground, Tim strode with purpose to the building across the way. He glanced at his surroundings and then darted into the alleyway next to the building. He shook his head. It was stupid not to have eyes on this. There were many ways into a building beyond the front door. Tim began scaling the wall until he got to the top. Then he counted to himself. He knew the pacing of the guards and waited until none would be looking at his spot. Then he flipped himself over the ledge, landing on the balls of his feet. As he'd been trained, his body worked like a spring to absorb the shock without making any noise. He moved without hesitation, running silently to the second closest of the guards. The way their patrol patterns overlapped created other gaps which would allow him to remain unseen for the longest possible time. It would be enough. Tim plunged his blade into the back of the man's neck. With his strength and speed, the flat never had a chance. His spinal cord was severed and he didn't make a noise. Not that it mattered. The third guard was about to pivot and would now see Tim. Or rather, he would see the shadow of a throwing knife spinning through the dark. The thud of the knife sinking into the man's throat as his hands went up in a futile effort to pull it away was particularly satisfying. The gush of blood when the man fumbled to pull the blade free only hastened his demise, but Tim wasn't looking at him any longer. His attention was on the final guard, their leader. This man was a sojourner, but high gen. He had to be, or he would never have been stuck on a guard detail like this. He was little more than a flat, but to Tim's trained eye, the subtle differences in his movement made all the difference. It also meant that he had to be handled differently. Tim pulled the straight dagger that hung on his belt and the curved blade that was on his right hip. Then he was on him. The guard might as well be standing still for all the good that it did him. He opened his mouth to cry out a warning, but the curved blade took him across the throat. All the sound escaped with his blood and air, leaving him unable to sound the alarm. The straight blade pushed through his leather jerkin and straight into his heart. Tim's strength made ribs and armor alike ineffectual in protecting the man. Then he twisted. With a sojourner, assassinations were about causing maximum damage as quickly as possible. He had to deplete the man's HP, and sure enough, the 2 wounds were enough to do just that. Tim wiped his blades on the man's leathers, then recovered his throwing knife. He didn't bother to loot any of them but their leader. He had the key that was needed to access the home from the roof. There hadn't been any instructions about taking or not taking what the guards possessed, but different clients had their own preferences, so Tim just left everything else alone. He moved to the door that led down and listened. There was no indication that any of his activities had been overheard, but then he caught a faint smell. It was disgusting and oddly familiar. He racked his mind but couldn't remember how he knew what Mimar smelt like, yet he was sure that was the scent. If there were monsters in the house, things were about to get interesting. Tim used the key to open the door, took stock of the stairwell, and began to slowly descend. Something was going on here, and he needed to figure out what that was. This was a test, after all. He crept down the stairs, and then he saw it. The man he thought was going to be his target. As soon as Tim saw his back, he was filled with loathing for him. The man was a noble who ran the slave trade in the city. He was responsible for the suffering of countless people, yet everything he did was perfectly legal. He had a small blade in his hand and was being held tight by a clearly terrified child. Across from them on the far side of the room was a Mimar champion. It was one of the more powerful of this type of creatures, and the enemy of all humanity, as it had been created by dark magic and the sacrifice of multiple infants, whose hearts combined to become the seed for its existence. Tim watched as the champion moved forward. The man, vile as he was, pushed the child behind him and stood to fight the monster. He had no chance. He wasn't a sojourner, but still he put himself between the Mimar and his child. Tim knew there was a lesson to be learned here, but in the moment, he preferred action. He rushed forward past the stumbling noble. The champion was bringing a heavy iron-bound club down on his prey, but Tim's curved dagger cut right through the arm and stripped the attack of any force as the club fell to the ground. 1, 2, 3 times he cut into the Mimar. Tim offered no mercy, for such creatures didn't deserve it. Each blow was a critical due to the level difference, and took with it a quarter of the creature's HP. His bony spikes and leather-like skin provided no resistance once Tim activated his skills. The monster fell to the ground in pieces. Then Tim spun around to face the noble who was opening his mouth to say something. His instructions had been anything but clear. It might have been enough to kill the guards and prove he could do it. That was unlikely, but possible. It also could have been good enough to kill the Mimar, but that wasn't where Tim wanted to stop. So, as he spun, he sent out a throwing knife, which drove right through the man's skull and sent him collapsing to the ground, dead before he even hit it. The child screamed. Fear of the monster had kept him silent, but seeing his father die sent him into a fit. Tim wasn't going to kill the child. If that was failure, so be it. He drew the line at that. Monsters had to be killed first. They were the threat to all, but in his short time here, Tim had learned that some humans were as much a threat to the peace of Iokusente as the monsters. Maybe it wasn't his place to judge, but that was why Tim chose the contract of death's judgment. He was willing to make the hard decisions and would act to accomplish what he thought was best. He had no one close to him, and anyone who got close was pulled away from him or chopped to pieces. He couldn't afford to be soft. He had to be decisive. The Mimar, fiends, and Asmarin would face his judgment first, but then he would act to make Iokusente a better world. It was his home, after all. Chapter 6. Eyes Open. Tim woke up without knowing quite how long had passed. The cries of the imaginary child in that vision were still ringing in his ears. It was always a bit unnerving to return from one of the visions. The sun looked to not quite yet have reached noon, so it couldn't have been more than a few minutes. He was growing accustomed to the visions, yet couldn't help but wonder if they were totally random. He had very little desire for any stealth-based class, yet here he was, an assassin. It also seemed unlikely that out of the 8 classes he hadn't been so far, that he would end up as an assassin right after he elevated an assassin. That thought brought Licinia to mind. He needed to make sure she was okay. She was going to have a ton of questions. Heck, they all were going to have a ton of questions. But first, he needed to sort himself out. He didn't even need to check, but did anyway. The notification he hadn't wanted. Trait: ephemeral, activated. Change is life. Consistency is a lie. Control is an illusion. Unconscious roll for new class. 9 out of 16. Result: 5. Assassin. You now have 49 level gain stat points to assign. Assassin portion of the Book of Names ritual completed. Death's Judgment Path assigned. Shadow Path assigned as secondary. Bonus to damage when striking while unseen, 408%. You may assign transferable skills freely for 1 hour after change. Increase in adaptability assigned. They were going to be waiting for him to wake, so he needed to sort out his stats. Before that, he took a second to look at his 2 new skills. He had lost his taunt and rage, but those certainly weren't typical skills for a rogue type of build. When he looked at the first of his new skills, he was a bit baffled. The only thing he could assume was that this was the result of gaining a class past level 20. He had done so with Berserker, but that had been in the heat of battle. If nothing else, it proved that control was still elusive at best. Dagger Demigod. Rarity: Mythic. Prerequisites: Sojourner, freedom from the rule of 4s, flexibility 35, sagacity 25, damage dealer class tree, level 21. Description: base weapon accuracy of any dagger or throwing knife type is increased by 500%. Base weapon damage of any dagger or throwing knife type is increased by 250%. Critical strike chance with any sword type is increased by 25%. Other dagger skills are increased by 50% automatically. It was an entirely new rarity of skill that he had never heard of. Then again, no one seemed to know anything about moving past level 20. He was probably going to have to break down and trust someone enough to talk to them about that issue. Given what the Silver Eagles had just seen, they might be the ones. It wasn't that he expected them to have answers, but rather that Tim could admit that he needed someone to talk to. Kayla had been quickly becoming that person for him. But now, well, that obviously didn't work. He didn't want to pull her head out of his soul pouch and start talking to it. If the others thought he was unhinged already, Tim could only imagine what that would have made them think. The irony being that he felt an overwhelming urge to keep it secret. So far, he had kept it secret out of fear. Now it was more like a need. That was likely part of his new class, but it was bad timing to say the least. The second skill he obtained was rare, which now seemed a bit less shiny after finding out about the mythic rarity of skills. Still, it was one that fit perfectly with the assassin he was in his vision. It was the skill which he'd used when he didn't have the benefit of surprise. Defender's Bane. Rarity: Rare. Prerequisites: Sojourner, Assassin, level 15, flexibility 25. Description: this ability can be used against any opponent who is on guard against you. It gives your strikes the ability to penetrate 100 points of armor or damage resistance. Mana cost: 15. Duration: 30 seconds. Now he had to decide on stats. This was harder than he had expected at first. His iron body trait was incredibly valuable, and it was hard not to put more points into hardiness to take advantage of the doubling property. He also needed to find some high flexibility monsters that he could consume. That would give him another source of boost there. In the end, he dropped 2 points into acuity and 3 into sagacity to bring them up to variables of 4. He might be free from the rule of 4s, but his stats still got benefits at those variables. That left him with 44 points to assign. He decided to assign 20 of them to hardiness. He didn't feel he could live without a certain level of toughness. The remaining 24 went to flexibility. As the stats took effect, he shuddered. He'd never had this high of flexibility, and he couldn't wait to try it out. They had to know he was awake now. He could sense them starting to move toward him. The extra perception was almost uncanny. He took one quick glance at his status sheet and then prepared to explain what had happened. Name, Timothy Stein. Age, 21. Height, 5 feet 8 inches. Weight, 135 pounds. Class, Assassin. Death's Judgment, Shadow Secondary. Level, 23rd. XP, 308,876 out of 332,000. Hardiness, 87, plus 19 consumption. Flexibility, 64, plus 4 belt, plus 4 cloak, plus 4 consumption, plus 8 bracer. Acuity, 28, plus 4 mask, plus 4 hat, plus 8 consumption. Sagacity, 32, plus 4 mask, plus 5 consumption, plus 8 bracer. Hit points, 917, plus 250 and 25 per minute. Mana, 513, plus 260 and 45 per minute. Offense, 36. Defense, 19. Chaos, 129 out of 132. Cold resistance, 100. Faction, Terran, plus 90. Russia/Asmar, plus 10. Ogria, minus 50. Humanity, plus 75. Terran Border Guards, plus 75. Caesar Febrius, plus 50. Sojourner's Guild, plus 45. Traits, 1. Ephemeral, 4. 2. Dungeon Shaper, 1. 3. Iron Body, 1. Doubles hardiness other than that gained by consumption. 4. Might of the Righteous, 1. Increased damage done and decreases damage received while fighting to avenge the fallen or protect those who can't protect themselves. 5. Crucible of Consumption, 4. Plus 19 hardiness, plus 4 flexibility, plus 8 acuity, plus 5 sagacity. Shadow Step 2. Chaos Bulwark 2. 50% See in Dark. Titles: 1. Humanity's Avenger, 2. Plus 20% damage when avenging the death or mistreatment of humans. 2. Champion, Grinder. 3. Green Thumb of Creation, plus 50% to skills related to plants. Equipped class skills/spells. 1. Tim's Augur. 2. Dagger Demigod. 3. Defender's Bane. 4. Nature's Lesser Heal. 5. Electric Arc. 6. Valorous Battlecry. 7. Penetrating Cleave. 8. Improved Power Strike. 9. Chains of Celestial Light. Equipped Magical Gear. Mask of the Blind Patron. A. Plus 4. S. Plus 4. Perception. Plus 50%. Choker of Mana. Plus 10. Plus 8 per minute. Runed Belt of Speed. F. Plus 4. Attack Speed. Plus 40%. Ring of Monstrous Health. Plus 150 HP. Plus 15 per minute. Ring of the Battle Magus. Plus 150 mana. Plus 5 per minute. Bracers of Potency. S. Plus 8. F. Plus 8. Plus 100 HP and mana. Armor Plate Harness. Anklets of Speed. Move plus 20%. Gloves of Life Drain. 10% necrotic resistance. Life Drain. 1 per day. Jack Burton's Hat of Electrical Whooping. A. Plus 4. Plus 50% electrical resistance. Plus 50% power and 50% cooldown reduction for electrical and light-based spells. Cloak of Levitation. F. Plus 4. 1 hour per day. Rugen's Defender Axe. Name: Mischief. Age: 4 months. Length: 4.2 inches. Weight: 1.3 ounces. Class: Treasure Hunter. Level: 14th. XP: 30,003 out of 39,000 to next level. Hardiness: 35. Flexibility: 48. Acuity: 20. Sagacity: 20. Hit points: 157. Mana: 68. Offense, 11. Defense, 15. Faction, humans, 10. Equipped class skills/spells. 1. Revealing sight. 2. Superior climb and cling. 3. Master unarmed combat. 4. Grand touch of weakness. 5. Nature's lesser heal. 6. Defender's bane. Bejeweled summoning harness. +2 defense. +3 all stats. +100 HP. Tim did grin when he saw that Mischief had gained a level, but more as Tim realized he had picked up Defender's Bane as well. It would enable him to be far more effective as he could now bypass much of a creature's defense. He almost laughed hysterically as he said, good skill. Stupid name. It should be called Ratsbane. Chapter 7. He did what? As expected, they were waiting, although it was at least a few feet away. When Tim sat up, he was shocked by what he saw. Reggie was trying to rush over to him, but Licinia was holding him back. Next to them, Armand clearly was dying to start asking questions, but glanced back and forth between the Guardian and Assassin. I told you, it's a good thing. How can you know that for sure? This has never happened before. How do we even know that he knew what he was doing? He could have been experimenting on you, Reggie asked. His wife shook her head. Calm down. I'm supposed to be the skeptical one. Armand is supposed to be the inquisitive one. Cassie is finding a place as the peacemaker. And you, my love, are supposed to be the deep well of hope that serves as the heart of the Silver Eagles. Her hand on his chest seemed dainty and quite incapable of stopping the much larger Reggie, who towered over her in his plate armor. Then she stood up on her toes and kissed him lightly. That seemed to drain whatever anger it was that was motivating him. Tim stood up. To be fair, I didn't know exactly what I was doing. I only knew what was going to happen if I didn't fix her. Reggie pushed forward again. See? Then he looked directly at Tim as the words must have settled in. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Tim said, We need to head back to the caravan. They're going to start worrying about us if we don't get there soon. And if we don't end up making a little progress today, I'm going to pull my hair out. Armand laughed. Well, that'll be tough. This body has the hair shaved pretty close. What class did you end up as this time? Assassin? Archer? Tim sighed. Seriously? That is the first thing on your mind. I'm an assassin, and I'll fill you all in, but we are going to do this a bit at a time. I have a lot to tell you, and if you can calm down, then you can hear it all. He did his best to maintain an even tone in his voice. Once they all stopped trying to speak over one another, Tim asked, Do you all have horses? Cassie was the one to answer. They ran off, but I think we can round them up. It will just take a bit of time. I know you want to get back to the caravan, but the best way may be to just explain this to us first, then we can all focus on the other parts. It was hard to argue with her logic. Tim was just feeling anxious and was struggling with sharing secrets despite having decided to do exactly that. He nodded. You're right. This is just going to be bigger than you were expecting. Then he sat down on the ground cross-legged and took a deep breath. Armand joined him right away. Bigger than you being able to give someone 6 levels? Tim looked at the elementalist and then slowly, deliberately shook his head. He smiled as he saw the man's eyes bulge. Reggie and then Licinia and Cassie took up spots on the ground, forming a circle with Tim. No one spoke for a second until Tim decided where to start. So, that dark energy which was infecting her wounds is called chaos. It is the energy which powers fiends, but as you may or may not know, it is also the energy which the patrons chose to harness to empower dungeons. It is the counterpart to the energy which empowers sojourners, which, in its base form, is essentially XP. Reggie grumbled, but Licinia elbowed him. Armand asked, So is all of this predicated upon us accepting that the patrons are real? Look, I know you may not like it, but nothing I'm going to tell you will make sense without that. And if you can't keep an open mind, then we might as well go with Plan B. Cassie spoke up quickly as though to forestall an argument.
Like most spiritualists, I believe the patrons exist. I just don't accept the idea that they are our benevolent creators.
That's a good call. I assume you had the vision during your class trial, so you know what I'm talking about. Cassie nodded at the emphasis Tim put on the word the. Then she asked,
Just out of curiosity, what's plan B?
Licinia burst out with a sharp chuckle. Cassie's head whipped around to look at her teammate. Once they were all looking at her, Licinia said,
Isn't it obvious? He just became an assassin. If we can't be trusted, then he's going to kill all of us.
Could even do that. I mean, you're level 18 now. I know Tim is strong, but taking on 4 of us might be a bit much, Armand said. Tim just kept his poker face on. He'd never really had a poker face, but it apparently came with the assassin class. That, and much more attuned sense of how people around him were moving. His raw senses weren't as enhanced as when he was a bestial, but he seemed to be able to make better use of them. Finally, he said, Look, this is fate of the world stuff. If it weren't for what happened with Licinia, I'd say we could just part ways. I need friends, but after everything, I'm not expecting any. What I have to expect, though, is allies who will keep my secrets and help me figure things out. Kayla would have been that person for me. Tim paused for a second before adding, Maybe Simon, but they aren't here. You're all I've got. Reggie frowned. I don't care for being threatened, and I'm still pretty tense. I really am grateful that you helped heal Licinia. I don't know what I'd do without her, but I also don't like the idea of you experimenting on her. Are there going to be side effects? That said, we forget sometimes that you're first gen. You were ripped from everyone, everything you knew, and that was only a couple of months ago. Thank you, and I didn't want to threaten you. It is just time to put your big boy pants on. All of Io Kusente seems bound and determined to deny the existence of the patrons despite all of the evidence to the contrary. Admitting their existence doesn't mean that up is down and left is right. It simply means that there is more at play than what you knew before. No one seemed to object, so Tim explained about how he believed that Licinia would have been killed at the least by the chaos in her system, or more likely she would have been turned into a fiend. Then he told them the complete story about the Hellgate and the fiends he had first encountered, as well as those he had fought since then. Now, I'll show you the notification I got when I had elevated Licinia. First, why are we using that term? Armand asked. Tim shrugged. It seems appropriate since what I'm doing is based on what was done to those monsters. I'm adding extra power, but my ephemeral trait allows me to make changes in not just myself, but in the world around me. Now we can add other sojourners to that list. Now, invite me to your party so I can show you the notification. Reggie replied, I can't. We already have a full party with the 4 of us. Remember the rule of 4s. Tim facepalmed his forehead. Yeah, stupid me. Disband your group and accept my invite. What's that going to change? Just do it. I should have thought of this. Maybe this will give you a better understanding of the rest I have to tell you. The Silver Eagles looked at each other. Communication passed between the 3 original members without words. It was something Tim had observed before. It might have been petty of him, but somehow seeing that Cassie was still not looped into all of that made him feel better. Maybe it was just that he hadn't known them long enough rather than that there was something wrong with him. Tim realized he needed more patience. Relationships, true relationships, don't form overnight. Yet the world was racing around him, and he didn't have time to slow down. He'd just have to suck up being alone even in a crowd, at least for now. As they each accepted his invitation, they were added to the party until all 5 of them were linked. That raised a whole round of questions. It wasn't supposed to be possible since the rule of 4 was the foundation of so many things. When Tim showed them his notification, they all shut up immediately. It took them a few minutes to read and reread it before the questions began. Unsurprisingly, the first thing they asked about was freedom from the rule of 4s. Tim replied, We'll get to that. First, you need to see that I was responding to the notifications I had. Armand was surprisingly quiet, allowing the others to ask questions. But then he suddenly blurted out, "Is this saying that you're level 23 now?" Tim grimaced and then nodded. "I wondered when one of you would ask about that. Now, I'm going to show you my status sheet, but if we didn't already pass it, this will definitely be the point of no return. I need to know that you will keep everything I show you here to yourselves." The nods came quicker than Tim had expected, and with far less reluctance. Lucinia said, "We haven't always seen eye to eye, but after what you did for me, you've got my trust." "If Lacey can trust him, then I guess the rest of us pretty much have to," Reggie said with a chuckle. It ended up taking Tim the better part of 2 hours to explain about how he had so many traits and what consumption was. The more he talked, the more confident Tim became that they actually were believing him. It was quite reassuring. Once he had fully explained everything, Armand said, "I have 2 questions." Lucinia fixed him with an arched eyebrow, and the elementalist shrugged his shoulder. "Okay, I have a bunch of questions, but I'll limit myself to 2 right now. I know this has already taken longer than Tim wanted it to." Tim just nodded, and so Armand asked, "Why aren't you negotiating with Simona? It seems like she really wants you, and I bet you could get some more good stuff out of her." "Honestly, I haven't been in the right state of mind and really didn't think about it like that. I suppose you were right, though. If you have any suggestions, we can talk about them later." Armand took the answer in stride as though it had been what he was expecting to hear. "Okay, the next question is simpler. When can you elevate the rest of us? I mean, I don't even care if you raise me as far as you did Lucinia, although that would be cool. Just the fact that you moved her to 1st gen, and now she can keep leveling all the way until 20 is enough." "I didn't know that part was going to happen. And if I'm being honest, even now, I'm not sure why I did." "Fair enough." It seemed like Armand had been about to add something more, but Cassie said, "Oh, let the man be. We need to get the horses back, unless you want to have to run back to the caravan." Tim said, "No, it's a fair question. Here's the answer. I think it would be best if I gained enough XP to reach level 24. That should make my XP energy even more dense and thus increase the effect it has on you. The one thing I'm not willing to do, though, is spend so much XP that I would lose a level. I don't know if that's possible, or if I would just get some XP debt, but either way, I'm not willing to take the risk." Armand said, "I call next." In his head, Tim felt like Armand was one of his old college buddies calling shotgun. It was a mundane act, but it carried great significance for Tim. He felt like he was part of a team now. It was clear they were still uncomfortable, but he was shaking much of what they had taken as established fact. He just liked being able to speak openly with friends. That did remind him, though. He had another friend in the caravan, a friend who wasn't supposed to be there. He wasn't looking forward to finding and confronting Cecilia, but it was necessary. Now they just had to round up the horses. Chapter 8. Chameleon. It ended up taking an hour to recapture the horses. By halfway through the search, Tim was kicking himself for not running back on his own. Of course, leaving the people who he had just poured out so many secrets to, people who he hoped to build into solid allies or even friends, wasn't a good way to build a team. By the time they did find the last of the horses, Tim realized that this day was a loss. Simply turning the rest of the day into a rest period and shoring up the relationships in the caravan were a good thing. It would also give him the opportunity to find and confront Cecilia. Tim was conflicted. He felt bad about letting her go into danger, but with monsters roaming the land now, he was worried about sending her back to New Rome. Once they reached the camp, Tim excused himself from the Silver Eagles. They needed to check in with Captain Tanner. It would chafe them, but Tim had insisted that all the patrols, whether they be mounted cavalry or sojourners, they all had to run through the same chain of command. They were only a few days out from the city, so it was perhaps a good time to stop. Tim realized he had been in a rush to leave, but that was driven by many things. Guilt over Kayla's death, the urge for revenge, annoyance with how the guild and nobles seemed to be playing political games rather than uniting, and the push from Asmarin to get to the Abyss. All of those factors played a role in his sense of urgency. It suddenly struck him that he was being led around again. It might not be possible to entirely escape the influence of the various patrons, but he wanted as much freedom as he could get, and rushing toward an enemy who wanted you to rush hardly seemed like a sound tactical discussion. Maybe it was because he had spoken with the Silver Eagles today and unburdened his soul, but Tim was starting to believe that he needed to consult with others about the tactical aspects of this mission. Some of that needed to be accomplished with the sojourners and officers who were part of this caravan. They had all come because they believed in the mission, or some believed in him. He was seen as a hero by far too many. They called him the Portal Closer, Mimar Slayer. Some simply called him the Gate. That one had baffled him at first until one of the children explained it was because when the gates of New Rome were knocked down, he had stood in the gap like a new gate and grown a wall of vines which kept the enemy out. Much of what he'd done had been exaggerated or over-sensationalized, but that seemed to be the nature of humanity no matter what world they lived on. Tim couldn't help but wonder how they might have felt about him if they knew some of the things he had done, but for now he needed them, and so he would let them call him whatever gave them hope. As he thought about this, he kept wandering through the camp. Mischief was eager to help him because he wanted cuddles from Cecilia. The mouse said,
"You know you aren't going to send her away."
"That's exactly what I'm going to do. She is not safe here."
To paraphrase Cal Dakota, safety is an illusion. None of us are ever truly safe. A cat could show up one day and gobble down your brother right in front of you, and there might not be anything you can do about it.
Tim felt the emotion flow through his bond. Unless he was very wrong, that wasn't any random statement, but a memory that was significant to Mischief. It probably had scared him at the time, but now with higher-than-average human acuity and sagacity, Mischief was not only able to understand the existential loss, but also to mourn it. "I'm sorry, little buddy. No one should have to go through that." Mischief lightened up for a moment, and in a more playful tone squeaked,
"Then you agree with me. After we defeat the Mimar, we must make war on catkind. They are a plague to be stricken from the earth."
Tim chuckled. Trust Mischief to turn a memory of tragedy into a laughing moment. "I don't think my old friend Dan would appreciate that, but I'm glad you can joke about it." In a very soft voice, which Tim could barely manage to hear even though it was inside his head, Mischief replied,
"Who said I was joking?"
They got silent for a bit as they reached the part of the caravan which was set up next to a small stream. It seemed impossible that there would be this much laundry to do, but there were already 24 women and a couple of men out working on it. Tim supposed it was because they didn't know when they would next camp near a source of running water. There, amidst the women, he found Cecilia. She was standing knee-deep in the stream and bent over wringing out a shirt. Her figure was still worthy of being admired, but Tim found that she simply didn't move him in that way. She was a friend, a young friend, and one that he wanted to keep safe. As he walked straight for the stream, most of the women stood up and started whispering about him. Very few men would have been involved with the wash, and certainly none of the leaders would have. Before Tim could call out to Cecilia, he heard the sound of someone approaching from behind. Something about their pace put him on edge. He spun just in time to see a man he'd never met lash out with a sword. Tim reacted so quickly that the man might as well have been moving in molasses. He knocked the blade aside. His casual blow shattered the man's wrist and sent the blade flying into the grass along the stream's bank. The would-be assassin cried out in pain, but Tim didn't stop there. He stepped up and grabbed the man's shirt, then lifted him into the air. He felt the urge to kill this man. Consuming him would be pointless, since he was a flat. There was the faintest whiff of chaos on him, but that was more like a non-smoker who had walked by a table filled with smokers. It was just a casual exposure. "Why?" Tim demanded as he shook the man hard enough to give him a concussion. His head bounced, making it impossible for him to immediately answer. When he did, only 4 simple words came out. "Glory to the wolf." Ah. So that was it. Was Asmarin tired of waiting for him and decided to off him? Did he think that a human flat would succeed where greater fiends had failed? No, that didn't make sense. Something wasn't adding up. Tim threw the man to the ground. "The only glory the wolf gets is what he takes. If you claim to worship him, you should know that." By this point, the screams of the washing women had alerted the rest of the camp, and there were soldiers and adventurers all around him. Captain Tanner and Reggie both walked up to him side by side. They had obviously been in the middle of their debriefing when they heard the ruckus. Reggie simply arched an eyebrow, but Jacob gave instructions for some of his soldiers to bind the man. Tim said, "That's fine, but I want the Silver Eagles and only the Silver Eagles to be in charge of questioning him." "Are you sure about that, sir?" Captain Tanner asked. Instead of immediately answering, Tim looked at Reggie, who seemed uncomfortable. "I know it isn't your forte, but I need someone I trust to handle this, and I'm certain Licinia can get information out of him. If you need us to do this, I will, but it makes me uneasy. All of this makes me uneasy, but we need to understand what prompted this attack. It had no chance of succeeding and seems like a complete waste." Reggie nodded. Captain Tanner said, "You heard the gate. Get the man trussed up and then deliver him to the adventurer Licinia of the Silver Eagles." Reggie said, "That won't be necessary. As soon as he is bound, I can carry him. We will have to finish debriefing later." Then he grabbed the man and threw him up over his shoulder. Some of the soldiers looked on. They could have carried the man, but the way Reggie did it just made it look like it was nothing. That simple act once again drove home the differences between sojourner and soldier, but no one said anything about it. Once all that fracas had settled, Tim noticed Captain Tanner standing there. When Tim made eye contact, Jacob said, "We should probably talk about patrols and send word back to the capital. If monsters like that are roaming the land, then things have changed." Tim had his own ideas about what it meant, but he wanted to hear what Jacob thought. "What do you mean?" Jacob arched an eyebrow. Apparently, he was used to commanders who asked questions they already knew the answer to. "I got enough of a report from the Silver Eagles. Very few of our patrols, even if they have sojourners, will be able to handle level 16 monsters, let alone 3 of them." Tim nodded. "Agreed. But what does that change? At a minimum, we have to warn everyone. The villagers may have to be drawn up into the city. We'll need time to prepare better defenses. What else can we do? We could continue with our mission. The fact that the dungeon is spewing out monsters like that makes shutting down the abyss even more important. Yes, but even when the first gen from Russia arrives, we still will only have 3 first gens. Won't you need a full party to enter the dungeon? Perhaps, but that doesn't change the importance of this. You were in some of those meetings at the capital. I'm just happy that your lord saw the wisdom of being proactive. I swear that if some of those stuffed fools had their way, we'd still be having meetings all day and banquets or balls all night." The topic clearly made the cavalry officer nervous. "I'm just a military man. I wouldn't presume to know what the nobles know. I am a boat. They aim the crossbow and fire me, then I destroy whatever they set me on." Tim's lips curled up in a smile. "I can appreciate that. Here is what I want. Any sojourner who is level 10 or higher, any officer, and your senior sergeants are all to meet with me after dinner tonight. Say 7 p.m. Then, as an afterthought, Tim added, "Oh, and invite any of the gifted craftsmen. I'll leave that to you to decide, but certainly blacksmiths, enchanters, and the like, men and women who are the masters of their crafts." The last part seemed to confuse Jacob for a moment. "You are either very crafty, pardon the play on words, or a madman. It shall be as you order. Will there be anything else? No. Oh, wait. Actually, yes. You didn't seem bothered by the fact that I've changed. In fact, most of the caravan seems to have expected it. There may have been discussions about this. We've been waiting for it to happen. It has to do with another nickname the common people have for you," Jacob replied. "Gonna make me guess? They call you the chameleon. They speculate that you can change for whatever is needed in a battle. Well, that and other things. I, for one, can only wonder what it means that you're now an assassin. You and me both. Trust me, I have less control of it than I'd like. Remember what I said about maintaining confidence, sir? I'd advise you to act as though you already know everything before it happens. It makes the men feel better to have larger-than-life leaders." Tim nodded. "Yeah, I suppose I'm not much of a leader, but we're going to see what we can do about that. Oh, and what other things did you mean?" Captain Tanner blushed slightly. Just women's gossip, nothing worth mentioning." It took Tim a second to catch up, but then he too blushed slightly. "You mean they think I can change, that as needed?" "Like I said, rumors. But I'm sure that many of the cooks and other camp followers are here hoping to catch your eye." "Well, right now, there is only one girl I need to catch. Isn't there always, sir?" Chapter 9. Hurry up and wait. The afternoon went by quickly. Cecilia had disappeared in the chaos. Tim looked for her for a bit longer and then put it off. He was going to have to send messengers to the capital. It would be easy enough to send a message to Atticus. Maybe the man would even come out and escort Cecilia back. Of course, Mischief continued to insist that Tim wouldn't send her back. In the end, he began to wonder if it was really his place to decide if she put herself in danger. If he was that worried about it, he shouldn't have allowed any of the flats to come with them. Even weak sojourners would have been helpless against the dear Glaciaricus. Tim decided to put it off until later. The beginning of a plan was forming, but he wasn't sure yet. It was reckless in some ways, but Tim felt he had to do something unexpected if he was going to get the advantage. He ended up spending the rest of the afternoon sitting down and organizing his thoughts. It was something he couldn't recall really doing since he got to Isle Kusente. He was served dinner in his tent. He had protested that he didn't need it, but Jacob had insisted that it would be unseemly for their commander not to have the biggest tent. The man might only barely be a sojourner, 40th gen and level 2 if Tim was right, but that didn't mean he wasn't an asset. In fact, all around the camp, Tim saw evidence that Captain Tanner had been busy. He had organized proper latrine pits, had the 4 companies of soldiers set up around the craftsmen and camp followers. He had even managed to get the sojourners to set up their fires in the outer ring, so they'd be the first to engage. Every time Tim turned around, it seemed like the camp had gotten larger. A report had been delivered to his tent detailing the current composition of the caravan. It was far larger than he had expected. 400 soldiers, all with horses, 20 sergeants, 4 lieutenants, and 4 captains comprised the military contingent. Of those, the astounding thing was how many were 39th or 40th gen sojourners. Captain Tanner was the only one of the officers, but half the sergeants and another dozen of the soldiers were. That wasn't something he had expected, and would have to look into. As for the sojourners, when they had left New Rome, there had been 17 sojourners with him, 4 teams and a Lin. Now there were 35. 4 more teams had joined, but they also had level 15 and level 13 alchemists who came without parties. From what Tim had learned, that wasn't shocking. Alchemists were looked down upon except when someone wanted one of their potions. It was a married couple, and they both had good reputations, so their involvement was interesting. The level range on the other sojourners put them between level 5 and level 14, with most of them being between 8 and 10. Of course, if he could find a source of XP, all of that could change. As for the civilians, there were almost 300 of them now. Merchants, blacksmiths, leatherworkers, seamstresses, cooks, porters, and a few women with less reputable talents. It wasn't anything he hadn't expected, just that the sheer number was making him nervous. Tim did not see himself as a leader of men. That was the last thought to go through his head before a soldier came to his tent to notify him that the others were ready for the scheduled meeting. He nodded and said he'd be along shortly. He did a quick once-over on his skills. He had made a few changes this afternoon. Equipped class skills/spells. 1. Tim's Augur. 2. Dagger Demigod. 3. Defender's Bane. 4. Nature's Greater Heal. 5. Life Tap. 6. Master Stealth. 7. Explosive Leap. 8. Extreme Plant Growth and Control. 9. Chains of Celestial Light. He traded out Electric Arc for Life Tap. He did lose the damage bonus from his hat, but the latter was far less flashy, and that seemed to go with the assassin motif. That, and Tim felt a bit vulnerable after his hardiness had been halved, even though he still had a huge amount of HP. Then he added a master stealth for obvious reasons, and explosive leap for a movement skill which he felt might be useful. Shouting wasn't going to be part of his fighting style, so the group buff didn't really work. After that, it was between Night's Eye Domination and his plant growth spell for the final spot, since he wanted to keep chains of celestial light. The light-based spell didn't really go well with the rest of his kit, but he figured it was to be saved for an opponent who he absolutely had to slow down. He almost chose greater stat hacks, but in the end, stuck with the chain spell. He ended up going with plant growth because of its versatility. Well, that, and because consumption had now provided him with 50% dark vision, so he didn't feel quite so blind at night. With everything in place, he activated stealth and headed toward the meeting. He wanted to observe what they were doing before they knew he was there. Sneaking through the camp proved to be enlightening. Master Stealth turned out to be almost as good as invisibility, as he passed within inches of people without them noticing him. He could see the appeal even if he no longer had any desire to sneak into the girls' locker room. He stopped when a conversation caught his ear. It was one of the assistants to a craftsman, which one he couldn't have said. They were arguing with one of the soldiers.
I don't care what you believe is possible. I was there. I saw it with my own eyes. He freaking pushed the entire Mimar army back by himself. There was a hole in the wall. He sealed it and then killed a bunch of them before they started sounding those horns and making for the hills, the soldier said.
I know sojourners can do all kinds of things, but if he really had that much power, then why isn't he just traveling there by himself and taking care of it? I heard that he did his training in the Untamed Lands hunting all on his own, the assistant replied. Bah, now that's probably just a tall tale. My friend told me that the guilders always start their training the same way, killing rats in the sewer.
The assistant took off an apron. By the look of that, Tim thought maybe he was a butcher. There wasn't any blood, but it was thick like that and had a glossy front.
And you believe that? Like a level 20 is going to go kill rats? Heck, I heard he had a rat for a pet!
At that, there was a fierce rumbling in Tim's pouch. For a second there, he thought that mischief was going to shake so hard he'd break stealth. Tim patted the pouch to try and comfort his familiar. The soldier made a shush sound.
Shh! Don't be saying that. I heard that it's a mouse and that it hates rats. One of the cooks told me that herself. She said she met the mouse at the Four Patrons Inn. She said he's as smart as a man and stronger than one too. Even said he liked to snuggle in the front of her bodice.
The assistant grinned.
Oh, are you talking about the young blonde one? I don't know if I believe all that about the mouse, but I wouldn't mind snuggling in her bodice myself.
Tim wandered off after that. He didn't want the conversation to end up pissing him off. He did manage to hear a number of other conversations. Each one gave him the general sense that those in the camp were hopeful that he was going to permanently stop the threat of the Mimar. None of them seemed to know how he was supposed to go about doing that, but they thought this was going to be some grand journey for heroes and wanted in on it. He supposed that was better than low morale. The counterpoint was that they were all a bit nervous about him. Many claimed to know someone who had spoken to him or was part of his team or some such nonsense. The stories of the things he did seemed to get bigger each time he heard someone else tell them. His conclusion was the attitude was good, but he needed to make sure the people knew who he was. When he finally reached the meeting, he saw that they were split up into 3 groups. Captain Tanner was in front trying to maintain order. The rest of the military officers and enlisted alike were in a central group. They, at least, were maintaining some order. The sojourners on the left were lounging about. There were 15 of them who were level 10 or above, including the 2 alchemists. Those 2 were easy to pick out by their lab attire, which stood out so much from the other sojourners. Of the others, the only ones that Tim knew were the Silver Eagles and Lynn. Seeing the Asmar was still painful for him. Tim tried not to blame her for Kayla's death, but she had frozen up when it mattered. She wasn't a woman that he trusted to watch his back, which was a bit of an issue. She was the only other first-gen here, after all. Then Tim shook his head. That wasn't actually true anymore. At least on her status sheet, Licinia now showed as a first-gen. The final group was the craftsmen. There were only 8 of them. They must be the ones who Jacob had considered to be experts in their fields. Tim was pleased that he recognized 2 of them, Stephen the blacksmith and Morgan the enchanter. If he had to guess, another of the men was a blacksmith, 1 was a leather worker, 1 woman was a seamstress, and 2 were cooks. The last one was a petite woman who he really had no idea about. He stood in the back and listened. One of the sojourners, a big burly man who he took for a berserker with a slender leather-clad woman hanging on his arm, cried out,
"Just tell us if it's true."
His words came out slowly, but the way he spoke to Captain Tanner made it clear that it was an order he expected to be followed. "I've heard the same rumors that you have. If you want to know, I'd suggest you ask Master Stein when he gets here," Jacob replied, with a calm-sounding voice, even if it was clear he was annoyed.
"That ain't good enough. She won't tell us, but Jamie here assessed her and wasn't able to determine her level. Last I heard, none of the Silver Eagles was above level 13, and Jamie is level 12, so it should have been easy enough for her."
Reggie stood up. "Just shut up about it, Chaz. If you needed to know something, we would have told you." The berserker, whose name apparently was Chaz, pulled his arm free from the archer and stood up stretching and flexing. Tim shook his head. Somehow he definitely looked like a Chaz. Within seconds, Reggie and Chaz were staring each other down. Both men were large, Chaz likely had a couple inches on the Guardian, who was already over 6 feet tall, but Reggie was wider, and his plate armor just gave him a sturdier appearance. Both men's teams were lining up behind them, and more than one hand drifted toward a weapon. Tim figured that he couldn't wait any longer. While still hidden, he used his magic to call out to the roots within the ground. He sent mana pouring into them, and then caused a 6-inch-thick root to spin up between them. It whipped back and forth, pushing them back. Both men cried out and drew weapons, but Tim dropped his stealth. He saw Licinia's eyes on him. She was likely the only one high enough level, other than Lynn, to see through the stealth, but maybe it was more about her skills as an assassin than her level. Tim said, "Reggie, I appreciate you standing up for your team. Why don't you join the rest of them?" Then he spun on Chaz. "Want to try me? Think maybe you have it in you to take me on? I mean, I've only been here for less than 2 months. How much could I have learned?" Chaz looked uncertain, but a red bluster started to show on his face. Tim knew what it was to be a berserker. This was going to go one way or the other. Chaz would either control his emotions, or he would go into a rage. It was the berserker way. In his experience, the aggressive instincts were stronger in a bestial, but once a berserker got riled up, they were harder to calm down. When the man didn't make a move, Tim said, "I'd rather we be allies, but if there is any question about who's in charge, then you need to let me know right now." The archer reached and ran her hand down Chaz's back. She stroked it slowly, and the large man shuddered. He shook his head.
No question about that, but lots of other questions. We deserve some answers."
Tim felt they did deserve some answers, but he also couldn't afford to be weak. "You don't deserve anything. I didn't ask you to come. The guild did. If we become allies, then you'll deserve fair treatment, and you'll get it from me. But for now, you don't deserve spit." Chaz's arm, which was holding his axe, started shaking. Tim eyed it, but wouldn't back down. He didn't want to start a fight, but he also wasn't going to set the wrong tone. He could sense the various sojourners standing up. The level of tension rose by the second. Captain Tanner called out, "Master Stein! We are all assembled if you are ready to address us." Tim took one more look at Chaz and then activated Explosive Leap. In a fraction of an instant, he was suddenly standing next to Jacob. The captain stumbled back in shock. "Thank you for gathering, everyone." Then he looked out. "Everyone have a seat. As far as I'm concerned, I just got here, and we are all meeting each other for the first time." He gave a meaningful look at Chaz. Thankfully, the berserker nodded back. Tim felt himself relax, and then he said, You all have a lot of questions. Some are going to get answers now, and some are going to have to wait. The main reason I wanted to talk to you all was to share some of what I know, but also to get your input. I need some suggestions on how to negotiate with a goddess. Chapter 10. Public Speaking. That got everyone listening. Tim savored it for a moment, the uncertainty on their faces. They didn't know if he was being serious. Worse, they didn't know if he was serious and whether that meant they had signed up to follow a madman into the untamed lands. It felt appropriate, though. That type of feeling off balance, not knowing what was going on, and having a head full of questions that felt like it was going to explode had been Tim's lot in life since arriving in Iokusente. After a few seconds, he had mercy on them. But I'm skipping to the end with that statement, so let me start from the beginning. You all have probably heard many things about me and about what I'm attempting to do. A couple of you sojourners were even in the meeting, and a few have heard from my own mouth what my intention is. For the rest of you, I'm going to make it very clear. The monster threat has reached a critical point. Those aren't my words. I haven't been part of this world long enough to compare it to the past. But make no mistake, this is my world now, and I won't let it be overrun. Not at least while I'm breathing. Tim paused then to let that sink in. It was important for them to know 3 things about him. He was new here and had no part in whatever had happened in the past. Despite that, he was trying to make this world his. Finally, they needed to get a sense of his level of commitment. What you likely haven't been told is why this is happening now. You all know that dungeons have to be cleared every so often or they overflow. I'm sure you sojourners have done your share of that, and the soldiers have helped with escape monsters. Even the craftsmen have to deal with the fear of how monsters might affect their lives. It may have become obvious that the dungeons are filling up faster. There is a reason for this. One of the sergeants shouted out, "Yeah! The adventurers are too busy collecting loot to do their jobs!" A couple of sojourners stood, and as a whole, the 2 groups glared at each other. "Sit down." Tim's tone left no doubt about how serious he was. "You'll get a chance to ask questions and offer your input, all of you. But the next one who interrupts me isn't going to like what happens." There was challenge in some of the eyes looking back at him, but thankfully no one tried to push it. Tim was willing to beat a few of them senseless, but if he couldn't win this with words, then their groups would be forever fractured. Once quiet was restored, he continued. "I was going to share this part after I explained the threat, but apparently we need a reminder. Every single one of you, with the exception of Alin," Tim nodded his head at the Asmar First Gen, "are human. You all put your pants on one leg at a time. You have the same needs, fears, hopes. Sure, they may scale differently, but you are all humans. On this mission, as long as you're following me, you will remember that. We are all people fighting against monsters. Authority and positions on this mission will be assigned based upon competency and leadership ability rather than what your level is." Tim paused again. He knew this was going to be one of the sticking points. He hadn't wanted to start with it, but there it was. It had to be said. He had hoped to unite them in their common bond against the Mimar and fiends before launching into this point. Then again, he wasn't some great orator. As expected, the greatest outburst came from one of the sojourners. Chaz was up on his feet. "You expect me to follow orders from Flats?" What Tim hadn't expected was the outrage this arrangement produced in the military officers as well. One of the lieutenants had also jumped to his feet. "We have a chain of command for a reason. These overgrown children don't know anything about unit tactics. Putting them in charge will get our men killed." Chaz started to reply, but Tim had made a promise, and he intended to carry it out. Explosive leap. His body crossed the distance between him and Chaz seemingly instantly. He'd tested out the ability and how well he could control it when he moved next to Captain Tanner. He'd been more than satisfied with the results, as his vastly higher flexibility made controlling the ability a cinch. He could stop on a dime and direct the rapid motion without concern. In this case, it meant directing the force generated by the incredible speed granted by this ability straight into Chaz's chest with a palm strike. The man doubled over and flew backward as the air violently exploded from his lungs. He flew back 30 feet before crashing into one of the tents which were set up for soldiers. Tim had only paused long enough before launching his attack to make sure that there was no one in the tent. Mischief senses made him sure. He quickly checked the notification. It had, of course, been a critical strike. In fact, a devastating critical. But Chaz wasn't dead. He might wish he was, as he gasped for breath with multiple broken ribs. The impact, followed by the deceleration, had banged him up and dropped his HP by 90%. As Tim assessed him, he realized that he'd almost gone too hard. He had wanted to make a statement, not kill anyone. But he wasn't done yet. He turned to the military contingent. The lieutenant who had spoken out of turn saw him and held up his hands in surrender, his eyes going wide. Tim didn't need explosive leap for this. Instead, he simply rushed forward faster than any non-sojourner could have ever hoped to react. A knee to the gut, a sharp jab which broke his nose, and a hooking sweep which sent the man to the ground all happened before any of the soldiers responded. Then Tim activated explosive leap again and was standing next to Captain Tanner again. Some of you are pissed now. Some of you want to try your hand against me. Let me promise you, I just pulled my punches. If I hadn't, they'd both be dead. So let that sink in. I told you that if anyone interrupted me again, they wouldn't be happy with the result. Now, sojourners, get the lieutenant up and healed. Meanwhile, the military contingent will get Chaz and help him back here so he too can be healed. They all looked at each other, but Tim was pleased when they followed his orders. They had undoubtedly wanted to help their own, but needed to start thinking of each other as their own. This was all the more reason for him to take the risk he was planning. Tim waited with a watchful eye as the groups came together to help their 2 injured men. Sorta. Tensions were still high, but at least they followed his instructions. Chaz probably didn't care much for having soldiers carry him to the healers, but he put up with it. As a sojourner, he would have been able to eventually overcome the broken bones. But having that much of your HP taken in a single blow had to be a shock to the system for anyone. Once everyone was situated again, Tim said, "Let's try this again. I'll take a different tack. Trust is earned, not given. You don't fully trust me, and I don't fully trust you. Some of you I trust more than others, but that has been earned. I'm not going to share all of my secrets with those who I don't trust, but I'll tell you enough to get us moving along that path." Then Tim explained about how the dungeon respawn times were growing shorter, and how the abyss could spread branches of itself across the astral plane to open temporary exits in other places. He talked about the involvement of the fiends and how they wanted to consume everything. Some of you aren't going to want to hear this, but the patrons are real. Worse, there is another being like them who is imprisoned in the abyss. All of this is happening because he is close to breaking free, and the fiends are helping him. The Mimar are his creation and worship him as a god. They call him Quint, which some of you may have heard them chanting. He has another name, though. Asmarin. One of the craftsmen blurted out, "Like those loonies on the street corners?" Then he realized what he'd done and covered his mouth. He started bowing and saying, "Sorry, my lord." Tim said, "It's okay. I think we all learned our lesson. I'll excuse it because, yes, you're correct. There is a cult of those following Asmarin, which is now active in the city. I suspect the attempt on my life earlier today is related to that. Now, each group is going to get the chance to ask 2 questions. So, speak amongst yourself and decide what you want to ask me. I'll do my best to answer, but there are still some things which must remain secret." Then Tim waited and spoke to Captain Tanner. He was taking more of a liking to the man as he seemed completely ready to accept what Tim was saying. Finally, the groups were ready. Unsurprisingly, Chaz was the first to ask a question.
What did you do to make the Sinius so powerful?
Tim thought about it. He needed to provide some kind of answer, but wasn't willing to go into too much detail. Then again, providing some carrot might help. It was an aspect of my trait, or rather, the first trait I got, but there was a cost to me, and it isn't something I can repeat on everyone, at least not without earning more XP to offset the cost of using the ability. Several Sojourners shouted out questions, but Tim figured the best way to answer this would be with a demonstration. He hadn't been planning on this, but oh well. He checked his status sheet to see how much XP he had to play around with, and then thought about the best way to get results. A smile crossed his lips as he realized what he should do. Captain Tanner, is it true that you're a 40th Gen Sojourner? Yes, but I didn't tell you that. I never tell anyone. It hasn't really made that much difference in my life, and I'm content serving in the military under Lord Kanaj. It is the way I can serve my nation. Yeah, patriotism is great, but if you had the chance to become a more powerful Sojourner, would you? A strange mix of desire and fear crossed Jacob's face before he finally nodded. I can't promise this will work, but I'll try if you're willing. As he spoke, Tim activated his assessing skill. Jacob Tanner, 40th Gen. Warrior, Level 2. HP, 128. Mana, 10. XP, 499 out of maximum level reached. Hardiness, 18. Flexibility, 16. Acuity, 12. Sagacity, 12. Trait, Second Chance. Skills, 1. Sword Proficiency, 2. Dodge, 3. Sprint, 4. Dual-wield Proficiency. Tim had never assessed any Sojourner who was so low level. It was eye-opening. At least Jacob had a couple of HP-boosting rings, so he wasn't completely helpless. But at his level, he couldn't even get most uncommon skills. It must have felt like he could smell the cookies baking, but never got to eat one. His physical stats put him well above a normal human, but he was simply too limited by his level to ever amount to much. It explained how he had risen to be a captain while still being relatively young. It also proved that Sojourners could work within the constraints of a military organization. Finally, Jacob said, If you think it'll help, I'll try anything. Okay, then sit down and let's try this. This is only the second time I've done it, so be patient. Tim started to say more, but decided actions would speak louder than words. As he pushed his trait toward Jacob, Tim was able to find the paths he had been looking for. It was much simpler now that he had done it. While Licinia's power had seemed weak to him, Jacob's was barely there at all. For a moment, Tim worried he would end up damaging the man. There wasn't anything to do for that, though. He had committed to this path, and now needed to see where it went. Tim was only willing to risk 3,000 XP on this venture. At that point, he was almost to the minimum required to keep level 23, so that would have to do. Hopefully, this would make the point. He felt the energy leave him and rush into Captain Tanner. Jacob's body went stiff. His back arched, and he threw his head back in pain. Inside him, his anemic channels were ripped open, and his body was adapted to accept far greater amounts of XP. It seemed odd now to call the energy he was working with XP. It was more like order, in that it seemed exactly the opposite of chaos energy. But however the patrons had set up Iokusente, they had converted it into something which was measured as XP. After 30 seconds of screaming, Jacob collapsed on the ground. Tim called out for the others to assess him while Lin checked on his condition and assured the others that he was okay. Tim checked his notifications and was happier than ever. This really would change the world, if he could find a source of XP, or as he was starting to think of it, order energy. You have successfully changed Jacob Tanner. Sojourner generation effectively changed. New generation, first. New level cap, 20th. Your XP at level 23 is significantly more concentrated than that of a Level 2 Sojourner. Level 20 divided by Level 2 equals 1000% XP concentration. Level 21 times 1.5 equals 1500% XP concentration. Level 22 times 1.6 equals 2400% XP concentration. Level 23 times 1.7 equals 4080% XP concentration. 3000 XP transformed to 122,400. New level reached, 18th. 122,899 out of 156,000 XP until level 19. Target's trait remains the same, but is upgraded in potency to reflect his change in effective gen.
Interlude 1. Plan B. Back in New Rome, Charles was once again meeting with Caesar as well as some of the nobles and generals.
Explain to me again, Guildmaster, why it was prudent to let our strongest sojourner leave when the enemy has proven they can attack even the capital any time they want to, Caesar asked.
You are assuming we could have stopped him if we wanted to. Tim is strong, stronger than he has any right to be. I'm level 19, and trust me, over time, you get a feel for these things. Even with all my experience and superior gear, Tim would take me apart. Isn't that part of being level 20? General Matten asked. That's just it. I don't know how, but he is far stronger than a level 20 should be. I know it's the level cap, but when I look at his information in the Book of Names, his level only shows as question marks. Oh, and he has 5 traits now. Lord Lolly spit out some of the wine he was sipping.
What? Is that even possible?
Charles shrugged. The Book of Names has never been wrong before. I see no reason to doubt it now. Up until now, we believed the maximum number of traits was 4, although it's extremely rare for anyone but a first-gen to gain 2 traits, and even they usually don't gain more than 2 or 3. What's more, he has 9 active skills on his list, and they come from a number of different classes. I check on him every day. I did so again just before this meeting. His class has changed again, and he is now an assassin. He also has a skill which is of a rarity I've never heard of. Mythic.
Caesar sat there rubbing his temples. After a moment, he sighed. Oh, I hate having to trust things to the unknown. I know that we haven't always gotten along, but I trust you implicitly, Charles. Lord Lolly started to object, but Caesar silenced him. No, I want to speak my mind for a moment. Then he looked back at Charles. Are you willing to trust in Tim, or should we set up other plans?
Charles smiled. Caesar, the Lord, just as you, I always have contingencies in place. Perhaps now would be the time to share some of our various Plan Bs. Far to the north, at the center of the untamed lands, the ground was rippling and cracking in various locations. Mimar hordes gathered, but they were the least of the monsters being spewed out by the abyss. Most powerful of all were the fiends who escaped through cracks caused by the tumultuous astral sundering the dungeon was doing. Almost all were lesser fiends, but they set upon monsters and began consuming anything that moved. It was only when the arch-fiend Baldrock appeared that the fighting stopped. He had an aura of command unique to his kind, which forced the lesser fiends to listen, most of the time. They were chaos personified, after all, so it wasn't shocking that there were going to be fights. In fact, normally Baldrock would have encouraged it. These mortal monsters didn't grant that much strength when they were consumed, but they were cattle waiting to be slaughtered as far as the archfiend was concerned. He'd bide his time, though. Soon, his kind would resume their rightful place. The godlings and their foolish devotion to order would not stop him. Asmarin thought that freedom was to be his, but if he only knew the plans Baldrock and the other princes of hell had hatched, they would use their ancient enemies and stand upon their bones.
For now, though, he would act as though he was serving the bound godling. It worked for both their purposes to get the sojourner Timothy Stein here to the abyss. So, with a gesture of his hand, he set to work slaying some of the lesser fiends and using their chaos to elevate monsters. Even as stubborn as the human was, he would eventually come crawling as the world burnt around him. Chapter 11. Negotiating. Tim got peppered with questions from the sojourners about how it was possible, but he refused to answer more questions than the two he had allotted to them. I only did that to show you what is possible, and of course to make it easier for Captain Tanner to be appointed as the second-in-command. He will be in charge of the military, which is going to include any sojourners who decide to stay. As for how, it is a function of my trait, but it costs me XP, so I can't just do it for anyone. If you want me to elevate you, you are going to have to earn my trust. There are other things I can do, though. For example, I can trade out skills which you don't normally meet the requirements for. I will want something in exchange for that, though. Well, two things. First, you have to agree to stay with the caravan and follow the rules set forth. You will be part of the task force who are seeking to save humanity. Secondly, you will have to share with me any skills that you have which I don't possess. I will, of course, give them back to you if you want, and sometimes I may even be able to upgrade them. It is really just a matter of time and effort. After that, he had to answer 2 questions from the soldiers. All the sojourners amongst them wanted to be added to the list of those who could be elevated. The other question was about pay. They were being paid by Caesar or the nobles, at least in theory, but they weren't getting any bonuses. On that front, all the loot that we gain will be shared with the caravan on a contribution basis. To that end, I'm going to have Captain Turner set up a panel of 1 sojourner, 1 officer, and 1 civilian to establish rules about contribution for me to approve. That answer seemed to manage to both surprise them and please them. As for the craftsmen, their 2 questions were to ask if they would be paid for the services they rendered, and to ask about camp safety. Tim did his best to assure them while also saying that ultimately payment would come down to contribution points. Some of them were disgruntled by that, and Tim wasn't going to be surprised if a few left before morning. Once all the allotted questions were answered, Tim said, Now I'd like to finish the rest of my explanation. As I said, you don't have to believe in the patrons. What you do need to accept is that there are more monsters coming. If what I believe is true, they are being sent with the express purpose of making me come to the abyss. The enemy wants me there for some reason. That caused the audience to shift uncomfortably. You want to ask why I'm going, if that is what you want? I'll leave that to Captain Tanner. Why would you go where the enemy wanted you to go? He shrugged. You wouldn't always, but sometimes being forewarned is enough to turn an ambush against the enemy. And what about when they can apply pressure, which basically makes it so you have to go? That is less desirable. All you can try to do then is control the when and how you arrive. That's what I was thinking. If they keep sending monsters, then many towns and eventually even larger cities are going to end up being graveyards, just like that hamlet I visited today. Then Tim let the Silver Eagles share what they had seen. That alone provided some motivation to the groups. After the story, one of the sojourners asked, So does this mean we are going to be racing toward the abyss? Tim shook his head. No, the exact opposite. Murmurs ran through the crowd, but Tim waited for them to quiet down. Let me explain. I want us to train and learn to act as a unified force. I need time to elevate more of you and swap skills around. I need time to work on some of my skills. I was so angry because the enemy killed someone who was precious to me. As Tim said that, he heard Kayla's name whispered around, especially amongst the adventurers. He paused for a second, but then continued. I still have her remains and am committed to finding a way to restore her. But even if that isn't possible, it would be foolish to charge forward blinded with rage. Tim glanced over at Chaz and smirked. No offense intended to our berserker friends,
I've been one. Rage can be a powerful tool, but it must work for us rather than the other way around. The enemy is taunting us with these attacks. I say let them attack us. It will provide training and XP for us, both things that we need. Even the loot will help our craftsmen create better items. With that in mind, and as a show of good faith, I got some loot drops from the level 16 monsters we killed earlier today. I'll contribute that to the craftsmen so they can see some of what they will get to work with. But don't forget, this is about survival. If we fail, I don't believe there will be anywhere left to run.
There were a few more questions about the training and how long they would wait. Tim deferred most of the questions to the next day, but said that they would have to play it by ear. Eventually, he said, "There is one more thing. I want to know, if you believed in the patrons and could ask them for anything, what would it be?" The answers were varied from what essentially amounted to world peace to being made into a sojourner. But one woman said access to better skills. That got Tim's mind working. He'd already gotten a trait from Simona. Could he get more from her? There was only one way to find out. The meeting eventually broke up, and Tim felt better because he'd passed a bunch of responsibility on to Jacob. It might be a crap move to pull, but he decided he already had enough on his plate. In all the time he'd been in Iokusente, he had never really sat down and trained with his powers or spent much time actively improving his skills. What was the point of having a broken trait if he didn't find ways to cheat with it? He ended up in his tent and found that some sweetbread was waiting for him. He needed to write a letter for the messengers to deliver to Atticus and others for Charles and Caesar. But first, he needed to have a conversation with Simona. He thought out as loudly as he could. "Simona, I need to talk to you about you becoming my patron." Nothing. Tim tried it a few times for the next half an hour, until he grew bored. It was moments like this while listening for a voice in his head that he fell back into that old fear that all of this was a dream. Mischief snickered at that thought.
If this was a dream, then I'd be bonded with a cute mouse, or 6, all with wet noses and shiny whiskers.
Tim couldn't help but laugh. He had no idea how to quantify attractiveness for mice, but hearing his familiar's desire for a harem was amusing. Thanks, buddy. I needed to be reminded this is anything but a dream. Just promise never to make me watch if you do get a harem.
Huh, you should be so lucky. At least my females won't have those ugly round heads. Although, I don't mind the flesh globes on the front of your females. They're really good for snuggling. You really should get one to start staying in your tent. Maybe if she's nice, I'll snuggle with her. Cecilia would work best, since she already knows me.
Thanks for your concern about my love life, but I'm not ready for that step, and definitely not with Cecilia. I need to break down and speak to Alin about ways to resurrect Kayla. I just get so angry every time I see her.
Then kill her. But either do that or get over it. Oh, you humans complicate life so much. You aren't afraid of her, I know that much. So there is no reason to flee. She is either part of your nest, or you get rid of her.
Tim wanted to argue, but maybe Mischief was right. Humans did tend to overcomplicate things. I'll think about it.
Of course.
Tim smiled. At least Mischief had been a good distraction from his frustration. Now, though, he needed to do something. Tim sat down to write the letters. They weren't that complicated, and once they were sealed, he still hadn't heard so much as a peep from Simona. So, Tim decided to try working on one of his skills. He had been able to evolve his plant growth skill, but wanted to work on the others. Life Tap was the first skill to catch his eye. He had yet to meet another blood mage in Iokusente. While this spell was useful, it was just an uncommon, and needed to be upgraded if it was going to be worthwhile. The trick with this was not having a target to use the spell on. Or maybe he could. This was going to be a bit rough, but he sat down on the ground in the middle of the tent. Then he focused the spell and attempted to cast it on himself. Error. Inappropriate target. Tim cursed. Then he tried again. Error. Inappropriate target. The next curse was almost out of his mouth when he felt a tingling in the back of his mind. He knew that feeling. One of the patrons was paying attention to him. Maybe they gave him that sensation on purpose, but maybe it was just something that happened whether they wanted it to or not. He'd like to think it was the latter. Caldecota. Oh, don't let me bother you. I felt a peculiar itch that told me someone was trying something colossally stupid, somewhere. Normally, I have to go searching the universe to find out where it might be. Lately, that hasn't been a problem, though. When I get this feeling, I just come find you. Glad to provide you with so much entertainment. Finally, a mortal who gets it. The sarcasm practically dripped off of the patron's words. Well, keep at it. This is either going to be very messy, it's going to become super frustrating for you and you'll throw a tantrum, or just maybe, with your luck, you'll garner some great boon. No matter what, it's promised to provide me with at least a few minutes of relief from boredom. You could always help, Tim said while allowing his last word to drag out. Caldecota burst into laughter. After a minute, though, he stopped. Wait, were you serious? Tim didn't even bother to reply. He knew when he was being played with. Okay, tell you what. If you survive casting it on yourself 7 more times, then I'll give you a hint. Make it 5 more times and you've got yourself a bet. Bet, you say? I really shouldn't, but what can one little bet hurt? Tell you what, if you survive and don't lose consciousness, then I'll teach you how to turn this exercise into a meaningful spell. If you die, then I get to reincarnate you as a female mouse with shiny whiskers and a wet nose. If you lose consciousness but don't die, then you have to agree to stop holding back your class changes and sleep outside in the center of the camp each night. Tim wasn't born yesterday. There had to be more to it than that. Caldecota was a jerk, but he didn't want Tim dead. He'd invested too much time so far. But humiliating him, that was an entirely different thing. Okay, but if I win, then you teach me your spell, and you answer a question for me. As long as it doesn't break the rules. And yes, I know that you don't know the rules and will have to trust me as to whether your question breaks the rules, but I promise not to lie. Tim rolled his eyes. Fine. Deal. Chapter 12. The Life of Energy. Tim took a deep breath and prepared to cast Life Tap again, but targeting himself. Then a notification popped up. Prepare for energy sync reversal in 1, 2, 3. Tim didn't even have time to wonder what that meant before he started to tingle. It spread from the center of his being out to his fingers, toes, and the top of his head. It felt like something inside of him was being vibrated, and the pressure continued to build. Tim braced himself for it to become painful. He wondered if this was why Caldecota had thought things might get interesting. Yet it never truly reached a level above discomfort, and then, after 15 seconds, it was over. What was that? Caldecota didn't respond. Tim sighed and then gritted his teeth before casting. It took an instant to cast the spell, and then Tim felt like he was being ripped in half. The magic shook him to his core, and more than a third of his health disappeared. He rocked where he sat. He'd been hit harder than this before, but this spell seemed to cut into him harder than he had expected. The spell only did 3 times his acuity and damage, which was part of why he was trying to upgrade it. With an acuity of 28, he should have taken less than 100 damage, but instead ended up taking 336. Tim took in a deep breath and tried to focus on staying alert. The spell had threatened to knock him out, which simply didn't make any sense. It shouldn't have been enough damage to do that. He glanced at the notification for an explanation. Life Tap has bypassed all your defenses based upon your intent. Devastating critical. Damage is quadrupled. Tim had assumed he'd be safe from critical hits because of his level, or rather that a critical hit would be rare. He hadn't even considered this option, which was just another indicator of how much he didn't know about Iokusente. As he checked, Tim realized he hadn't gained any HP back from the spell's healing effect. He started to ask why that was, but bit the question back. He could feel the presence in his head, but Caldecota was obviously just watching. He simply had to cast Nature's Greater Heal to replace what had been lost. At 16 HP per second restored and combined with his own regeneration, Tim was back to full health within 20 seconds. He braced himself to cast the spell again. It was harder than he had expected to intentionally inflict pain upon himself. Better to just pull the bandage off. He cast the spell, and this time, it rocked him so hard that he actually fell onto his back as a much louder than he had expected groan escaped his lips. It felt like the room was spinning, and he saw stars. Worse, he saw that the damage had increased. He pulled himself together and then checked what had happened. Devastating critical scored. 504 damage. Damage further increased based upon intent. That was 6 times maximum damage. A regular critical hit scored twice max damage, whereas a devastating critical was supposed to score 4 times max. Tim didn't know what this meant, but the word intent kept popping up. It must come down to the idea that he had no defense against his own magic. He stacked 2 castings of Nature's Greater Healing and tried to figure out what was going on. One thing had become clear. Caldecota liked to mess with him, but there was always something else behind it. Tim scratched his head. It wasn't possible that the patron really just got that much of a laugh out of watching Tim squeal, was it? His thoughts were interrupted by a voice outside the tent.
Timothy Stein, are you well?
The use of his full name was a giveaway even if he hadn't recognized Alin's voice. He sighed. On the one hand, he wasn't ready to speak to the Asmarian. On the other, she was also a first-gen and a spiritualist. If anyone was equipped to understand the motivations of the patrons, she would be the one.
I'm fine.
May I enter your tent?
Tim vacillated long enough on his answer that he half expected her to come in without waiting, but the flap stayed shut.
Okay.
She walked in, and he took her in again, trying to see her afresh rather than through the lens of his anger. She was tall and slender. From what he'd been told, most Asmarians were. Her pointed ears and sharp features made her seem like an elf from Earth lore, but unlike all of those stories, he wouldn't call her beautiful. Well, that wasn't technically true. She was beautiful in an almost too perfect way, which was both severe and alien. It made Tim wonder just how much Earth lore was based upon these other races, and what interactions they might have had in the past. Did that mean that people from Iokusente had returned to Earth and spread this lore? After all, the Asmarians were essentially elves, the Ogrians were dwarves, and while he hadn't met one, yet he had seen depictions in books, and the Roshians could have passed for orcs from many a fantasy novel. It was yet another question. Tim didn't know if he had time to worry about it now, though. There were so many life-and-death questions that idle speculation had to be placed on the back burner. She took one look at him and raced over to kneel down next to where he was sitting on the floor.
You are not well. What has afflicted you?
He felt a light buzz as she activated some spell or ability. He seemed to remember she had a diagnostic ability. She closed her eyes and focused for a moment before pulling her hand back.
You still have that dark energy within you.
Tim nodded.
I told you about the chaos energy. Nothing has changed about that. I need whatever power is available to defeat the enemy.
Yes, but that isn't what is causing the problem. It is like your body is out of sync with itself. It seems to be fighting with itself. I could see how your trait would cause this, but when I checked you before, I didn't see anything like this.
Yes, I'm in the middle of a bed with Caldecota.
She remained kneeling next to him, but her head whipped back in shock.
Is that prudent?
Probably not, but I have to take chances if we are going to win.
What is the nature of this bet?
Tim blushed. He knew just how stupid it was going to sound.
See, it started like this. I wanted to figure out a way to upgrade my life tap spell. I've been able to cast and channel energy into a spell and cause it to upgrade before,
It was hard work, but I had to have something to cast the spell on. It isn't like I can just go up to someone and say, "Hey, do you mind if I repeatedly cast a spell on you which sucks out your HP?" The Asmarian actually laughed at that. The tone was oddly musical, but something like high-pitched wind chimes. "No, I suppose you can't do that. So what do you get if you win the bet? Cal Dakota will teach me how to upgrade the spell and will answer one question for me. And you trust him. He is my patron, and as much as he can be an ass, he does seem to want me to succeed. I just can't quite figure out what he wants me to do. That is the way it is with patrons. Even my own patron, Simona, has rarely given me any indication of what I'm to do. Although I had thought that you were considering accepting Simona as your new patron. Only if it brings me a benefit. But I've decided that I would accept 2 patrons, but don't want to give up Ephemeral. It is too important to our success. Yes, your demonstration earlier has the entire camp abuzz now. All the Sojourners are dreaming of being level 20. Tim nodded in understanding. His body ached despite being healed. It was a reminder that not everything worked out quite as smoothly as he expected. What about you? She slid back and sat down across from him before answering. What about me? As in, what do I want from you? Or what do I think about you keeping Cal Dakota as a patron? Tim said out loud, "We didn't set a timeline for the bet, so unless you were going to throw a fit, I'm going to talk to her about you. It might be boring, so maybe you want to go bug someone else. I promise I won't cheat at the bet." "Oh, you really can be amusing. I can respect your brass ones. I'll give you 10 minutes, and then back at it, unless you want to forfeit." Alin's eyes got wide. Based on that reaction, Tim asked, "I assume you heard that too?" "That was Cal Dakota, wasn't it?" "You heard that?" She nodded. "Yep. Welcome to my pain." She actually smiled at that. "I've only had limited chances to speak with Simona, but she is never aggressive like that. It might have something to do with the difference between them." Tim's eyebrow arched, which was all the cue Alin needed to continue. "Tell me you haven't felt a difference." "I guess Cal Dakota is more mocking. Even Asmarin doesn't sound like that. Both Simona and Asmarin seem like they want things from me, but Cal Dakota always tries to play it off as though he is completely disinterested." "Exactly. I'm assuming I had the same vision you did about the origin of all the patrons." Tim nodded. "Yes? What of?" Then his voice trailed off as something clicked into place. "Wait. In all of the visions, there was always someone waiting for the patrons when they arrived in Iokusente. I didn't think about it at the time, well, because we had a greater fiend to defeat. But that could be it." "Right. Even other spiritualists don't want to talk about this much. It is like the Daedrock in the room that no one wants to talk about." "Daedrock? Oh, sorry. Wasn't sure if you had them on your world. They are a very large animal with wide, thick tails, a massive head, and wide ears. All I meant was—" Tim cut her off. "Oh, you mean like an elephant in the room. Like something we all know is there but don't want to talk about." Not sure what an elephant is, but I think that is the general gist. Anyway, the other spiritualists will focus on following the will of their patron, which tends to always be of their race. My people especially don't like to talk about it, but if there was always a being waiting for each of the patrons, then it couldn't have been one of them. Otherwise, the first to arrive would have been alone. So there must be someone outside of the 4 patrons. Perhaps that is what it means to be free from the rule of 4s. Perhaps there were originally 5 patrons, Tim said. The Asmarian leaned forward and put her hand on Tim's knee. That is possible. But you don't think so. Just hear me out. From the visions, we know that Iokusente already existed before any of the patrons came here. I've thought a great deal about what you've said. Simona was clearly a human before she became a patron, just as Valerius was a Roshan and Rugen was an Ogrian. But where is the patron of the Asmarians? We saw him in the vision, Yet I can't get myself to believe that is Cal Dakota. So you think that Asmarin was the patron of your people, but, for some reason, was imprisoned by the other patrons? I guess in some ways the similarity of names should have made it clear. What does that make Cal Dakota, though? I don't know, but I'm not entirely sure that the other patrons know. As soon as Alin uttered those words, a scale with two sides meant to weigh objects on the two arms appeared between them. It was made of gold and excessively ornate. On one side was a small blue vial, on the other a small red vial. They had the appearance of mana and HP potions, but were much smaller and cloudier than any that Tim had seen. Alin's eyes got wide again. She exclaimed, I just got a quest. Here, let me show you. Chapter 13. The Price of Silence. Tim received a party invite from Alin, which he accepted out of curiosity, and then a moment later saw the quest she had been given. The Price of Silence. Some things are best not discussed, at least not as they exist now. Shockingly few mortals have reached the conclusion that you just did. Who knew that just a pair of glasses would be so effective as a secret identity? Ask Tim to explain if you care to know. Or perhaps it's an aspect of mortality that ignorance truly is bliss to the point that they would prefer to throw it off. I am not your patron, and there are some rules which even I can't bend, so I can't offer you what you deserve for this step, but I can offer you a small token. As with all things, there must be balance. If you drink the red vial within 1 minute of pulling it off the scale, it will grant you a permanent boost of plus 25 sagacity. If you drink the blue vial within the same time frame, it will make it impossible for you to speak again about what you just said unless in response to your patron. If the scale becomes unbalanced, it will destroy anyone touching it, no matter how indirectly. Note: failure to complete the quest will result in the everlasting ire of Cal Dakota. Do you accept the quest? A boost of 25 to her primary stat would be impressive, especially for someone who didn't have the crucible of consumption. Actually, it might be priceless. Her mana regeneration as well as the effectiveness of all her spells would get a significant boost. Tim couldn't help but whistle at such a prize. He quickly realized two things, though. The first was that Cal Dakota must really not want that issue to be explored for the time being. The second thing was that Tim didn't get offered the same quest. He now had the same theory in his head. It created more questions than it answered, but it did move him forward in his understanding of Iokusente. It also gave Tim some ideas about why he had ended up with this trait. So, what do you think? Should I accept? Olin asked. In my experience, Cal Dakota is very much a stick-and-carrot type. This is the easy way. If he really wants to silence you, I'm sure he has other, less pleasant ways. She nodded and accepted the quest, which caused a 1-minute timer to start counting down in the air over the scale. She gasped and instinctively reached out to grab one of the vials. Tim shouted, "No!" and shot his hand out to grab hers. Fortunately for the flustered spiritualist, Tim's physical stats were many times greater than hers. He caught her wrist before she could grab the vial. Don't let him fluster you. You have to take both vials off at the exact same time so that you don't get destroyed. Then you have to down them as quickly as possible. What if I don't drink the blue one? I don't think it'll be that simple, but either way we don't have time. You're down to 45 seconds. You don't want to find out what happens if the timer hits 0. This time, Olin reached out more deliberately and grabbed both vials. Her flexibility might not be as great as Tim's, but she had a level of grace about her which most Earth humans could have only imagined. She pulled them both at the same time, but the time was down to 30 seconds by that point. "Hurry," Tim urged. She popped the top off of the red vial and sniffed at it and wrinkled her nose. "What if it's poisoned?" "A little late for that. But if it is, I'll find a way to heal you." She looked like she wanted to argue, but Tim said, 15 seconds. Olin grimaced and downed the red vial. The expression on her face made it look like she had just drunk a combination of broken glass and raw sewage. She sputtered, but Tim was instantly on his feet tapping her back. Drink the second one. Only 5 seconds. He popped the top for her and poured it down her throat when her shaking prevented her from doing so. As soon as he closed her mouth to make sure she swallowed it all, she fell and twitched on the floor. It wasn't a full-blown seizure, but enough to make him wonder. After a few moments, she was clutching her stomach and groaning like she was about to hurl. She didn't, but she definitely looked green around the gills. Not that Asmarians had gills. Tim heard that familiar voice in his head. "Aw, see? You do care. You can put your anger behind you. Oh, and you're welcome." He wanted to yell at the patron. His mocking tones pushed all of Tim's buttons, but he restrained himself. He needed more information more than he needed to lose himself. For some reason, he was able to push his feelings aside. It was like they belonged to someone else. He could tell they were there, they just weren't important enough to prevent him from accomplishing his mission. Tim shook his head as he realized this must be the effect of his new class. It was sharply different from how most of his other classes affected him, but it was working for him, so he'd go with it. Not wanting to give you the satisfaction of watching her die right here is not the same as forgiving her or trusting her. What's trust got to do with it? You think that I trust you? Then the voice in his head burst out into laughter for a good 30 seconds. Tim wished for a way to change the channel or tune Cal Dakota out, but apparently that was outside of the reach of Ephemeral. Finally, he thought loudly, trying to speak over the patron, and said, "You've made your point. I need to use her. She is too powerful for me to neglect that." "Very good. And just so you know, she won't remember the details of your conversation or the conclusion that you both reached. That information is not for public consumption, certainly not now. Don't fret your little mortal mind over it. If you survive the tasks before you, then you may find that there are new paths open to you. If not, well then it won't matter to you, but I do hate losing bets." Tim didn't know what bet Cal Dakota was talking about, but somehow it didn't feel like he was talking about the current bet they had. For now, he had to prioritize his questions. The patron was being unusually talkative, and it would be foolish to pass up that opportunity. "And what should I be thanking you for?" "Oh, you saved Simona's first gen. Now she'll owe you even more. That should be another bargaining chip for when you accept her as your second patron. And we can even talk about this because she can't hear us while you have that mask on. She can't even go back into your memories to discover what we talked about. It's really a delightful little tool that she came up with. I might even copy the design." "I notice you said that she can't hear, not that you can't hear. Don't push your luck. The mask only blocks beings of a certain level. There are always limits. Remember, consistency is a lie." Tim didn't reply, but let Cal Dakota's words sink in. After a few seconds, his patron replied, "Besides, I do believe we still have a bet going on." Rather than argue, Tim sat back down and checked his health. He was at full HP, so there was no reason to hold back. He cast Life Tap on himself again. This time it rocked him even harder, and he almost lost consciousness. The multiplier had gone up to 8 times maximum damage. Tim did some quick math. If the last 2 times followed the pattern, it would cause 10 times and then 12 times maximum damage. He had enough HP to survive that, even if it would take him far closer than he ever wanted to be. There was nothing for it, though, but to push on. The pain that last time had been unbearable, and he still felt that there was something damaged inside of him despite having healed his body, but he still cast on himself a 4th time. This time, the pain burst in his head like a bright light, and then he felt darkness take him. He sat up, startled. His body was weak, but he managed to get up. Alin was still unconscious. Unconscious. Crap. Had he just passed out? Sure enough, there was a flashing notification waiting for him. Trait: Ephemeral activated. Change is life. Consistency is a lie. Control is an illusion. Even with change, sometimes things remain the same. Roll determines class remains the same. New chance set at 20%. He sighed in relief. He had triggered his trait, but luck had been in his favor, and he hadn't changed. It had only been a 10% chance, but that was still not something he wanted to take for granted, especially when he had to do it again. This time was going to hurt even more. Tim stacked 2 copies of Nature's Greater Healing and let out a low, long sigh of relief as his body was knit back together. Whatever Life-Tap did to those it affected, it was at a level below the physical. There wasn't a scratch on him. He was simply weakened and in pain, but without any broken bones, bruises, or torn muscles. You didn't really think that flesh was the end of all things, did you? For just an instant, Tim thought it was Count Dakota again. The patron was talkative beyond any other time. But then, through the fuzziness in his brain caused by all the pain, Tim realized that was another voice. It was one he recognized. I wouldn't have thought you would still be speaking to me. I've defied you at every turn. A weak-willed herald would hardly be a worthy servant for the one who shall be above all. It will only make it all that sweeter when you realize that you should have joined me from the beginning. You torture and murder innocent people. What makes you think I'd ever serve you? Bah, I've seen your memories. You set traps for lesser beings. What was it that you called them? Oh yes, a roach motel, I believe. Did you feel guilty about the deaths of those little beings? No. Don't answer that. If you survive long enough, you may find out that being ascended gives you a different perspective on patience and the value of life. Ascended? I suppose you aren't ready for that term yet. Just understand that gods see things differently. Now, you are doing well, but I'm not like the gambler. I don't have the same limitations or rules, and I give knowledge as well as power to those who serve me. Now listen, this isn't without a cost. You have been fed a lie. All of Iokusente has been. There are 2 types of power, but yet they want the world to be built entirely upon one. What you are calling order energy, which I suppose is a passable explanation, is what grants you XP. It is the very foundation of Sojourner bodies and your power. When you were elevating other Sojourners, it was order that you were passing to them, just as Baldrock is using chaos to elevate the monsters he is sending to test you. What? Wait! No. You'll have to find out about that on your own. You already made the decision to train, which is good. You aren't ready for Baldrock yet, and the fiend is not to be trusted. He has delusions beyond his station. What you need to know is that your true path to power will be from embracing both paths of power, or energy. To reach that point, you must understand that everything at its base comes down to energy. Asmarin's voice was cut off then. That's about enough of that. Now, you've got 1 minute left to finish your bet. You already lost consciousness, but it was so brief that I won't hold it against you. So, try one more time. See if you can learn anything, even if Asmarin's tips are a cheat. Tim paused. He was running short on time, but there was something he was supposed to understand here. He just had to figure out what that was. He used mana to cast the spell. Mana was a form of energy, but if he was understanding this correctly, the spell only damaged the energy of his body, which was just another form of energy like the mana. Ugh, it made Tim's head hurt. There was a reason he had worked in an office rather than being a scientist or philosopher. He liked life to be simple. What he liked didn't seem to count for much now. He did have one idea, though. He had upgraded his previous spell by learning to push more mana into the spell form. What if he could hold the spell form together with less mana? He began to cast Life Tap one last time on himself, but he purposely slowed it down. The spell was a way for the system, whatever system the patrons placed on Iokusente, to cause action out of energy. He didn't have time to fixate on that. Instead, he simply focused on the spell form. He watched as it slowly came together, and then started to pull back his mana. Almost instantly, the spell form started to crumble, but then he willed it not to. He focused ephemeral on it. Why should it only have to work one way? The spell form began to morph. It became tighter. The channels of power through which the mana flowed became more refined. They wobbled, but then snapped into place even crisper than before. He felt the spell hit him, and it was like a piercing blade rammed through his chest. The pain was confined to a much smaller area, but was much more intense. He gasped for breath, yet it wouldn't come. Tim held onto the form, slowly feeding more and more mana into it. He saw how the spell ripped away the energy that made him who he was. There was also the secondary part that was supposed to feed energy back into him, but something was incompatible about the energy it had taken from him. He focused all his attention on that transfer of energy as the power of the spell drained away his HP. He dropped below 50% health and watched as it ticked away. Then he saw what the issue was. The power that was being taken out of him was flavored differently. It was as though it was energy he had rejected. Of course, that was because he had willingly accepted the damage and allowed the spell to hurt him. It wasn't meant to be able to do that. He shook his head. He was down to 40% health. Now he focused his trait on changing the energy again. Everything he knew about science said that all energy should at some level be the same. Magic wasn't really covered in his classes back on Earth, though, and truthfully, he was relying more on sci-fi shows rather than actual science. It was that thought that made the most sense to him. He strained to use ephemeral to change the energy according to his intent. He felt it all shake and threaten to escape him, but in the end, he was able to push it to what he was going to call a neutral state. With a big smile on his face, he felt the exchange of energy. Mana left him. He was damaged by the spell form. In turn, a part of that energy flowed back into him. The process was highly inefficient and lost energy at every stage, but at least he could visualize the process now. This felt important. He just didn't know what to do with it. Yet. Then the spell ran its course, and he wanted to shout at Count Dakota. He'd won the bet and beaten the patron at his own game. In the back of his head, though, he couldn't help but think that this was what the patron had wanted all along. Chapter 14. Pay Up. Tim felt exhausted, enough that he was going to have to sleep. It frustrated him, but even his new body had limits, and cannibalizing himself in a repeated cycle to learn how to improve his mastery of magic was tiring. It was also eye-opening, as perhaps for the first time he understood that the system which sent notifications, or even the patrons, was not the source of magic or skills on Iokusente. Rather, those skills and spells represented a way of simplifying the process. It turned the process from a build from the ground up to a plug-and-play. That wasn't bad. He had lived all his life on Earth enjoying technology without ever understanding how most of it worked. Even his tech-savvy friends likely only understood a small portion of what was behind the curtain. The same applied to medical knowledge and so many other things. Tim had to decide if that was going to be enough for him now in his new life, but not right now. Right now, he was going to read his notifications and collect on his bet. The first notification was similar to one he had received before, with a few key differences. Congratulations! You have evolved a spell. Previously, You did this by combining 2 spells to create a unique version. This time, you have achieved the result by different means. You have created an upgraded version of Life Tap, but you have also created a secondary version of the spell that works in reverse. The combination of your traits has opened new avenues. For being the first mortal to create a new mythic-level spell within the past 2,000 years, you are awarded 10,000 XP. Devouring Reach. Rarity, Mythic. Prerequisites. Sojourner, Acuity 25, Level 21. Mana, 40. Description. Drains health from a single target within range of Acuity times 5 feet. Health drained equals 7 times Acuity. 60% of health gained heals the caster up to a maximum of normal health. Excess healing creates temporary HP for the caster up to a maximum of 150% of normal health. These temporary HP will last until expended, but may not be regenerated through normal means.
Tim couldn't help but be pleased with the spell. The mana cost was twice as high as Life Tap's had been, but it was still within his mana regen rate. As for the effect, it was more than twice as powerful with a greater range, and most importantly, the temporary HP gained didn't fade away. He could essentially create a life shield of stolen HP. In his current form, he could create something like a 1,400-point shield. That brought a smile to his face since his overall health had been his greatest concern in this new form. The next part of the notification was just as exciting, but in a different way.
You have learned that power flows both ways. With this in mind, you realize that a spell can be used to convert mana into HP, such as healing, or into damage, such as with Electrical Arc. At the same time, that damage can then be stolen and converted back into HP for you. As you have correctly surmised, these are simply different states or actions for that energy. XP gain for this realization, plus 2,500.
Tim scratched his head. He got 10k XP for upgrading a spell to just a higher rarity, but now he made a fundamental shift in his understanding of Iokusente and was only awarded a quarter of that. He wanted to complain, but then realization sank in. These quest rewards were the system which ruled over Iokusente, quantifying a gain for him and rewarded him by putting energy to a specific use for him. That was all XP was. He smiled as he realized he had a long way to go. For now, he would take the little rewards doled out by the system, but he knew there was another path. He simply had to learn more.
Secondary reward. You may gain a unique spell that converts HP into mana or a spell that converts HP into damage. Choose which you want.
Maybe it was because he was an assassin, but anything that gave him more damage was something he wanted. He pondered the decision for a moment, but ended up going with what felt right.
Intent is noted. Agony for power. Rarity, unique. Requirements. Sojourner, flexibility 20, sagacity 20, level 15. Channel between 1 to 25% of your total current health into your next strike to increase the damage by 80% of the health spent. No mana is required to activate this attack. Note, temporary HP may also be used to power this ability, but the damage ratio drops to 60%.
So if he was correct, this would allow for some devastating finishing attacks, although it was a bummer that temporary HP were less valuable. Still, Tim grinned. He just needed a good assassin finishing skill, and then he'd be ready to go hunting. As soon as he finished looking at the ability, he felt a mental nudge from Cal Dakota.
This may come as a shock to you, but I do have other things to do. So we need to square up. Never let it be said that I welched on a bet. I suppose you're going to say that you won the bet because I lost consciousness for a brief instant. Instant, Eon. You have so little understanding of time that it isn't worth the effort to explain it to you. You need to gain a bit more perspective first. Suffice it to say that I think we can agree that this bet came out as a bit of a tie. You did get help from an outside agent, but I never forbade that. You did lose consciousness, but as you pointed out, it was so brief as not to make a difference. You didn't even properly fall over. So what happens with our bet then? He could feel the patron smiling. We negotiate, of course. Tim didn't respond, and after a moment Caldecott responded. Don't worry, I'll be fair, or fair-ish. You don't need a hint from me now anyway. You already learned enough about that for now. We wouldn't want that little circle of meat and bone on your shoulders to explode, now would we? So what do I get? Here's my offer. You stop trying to hold back the class changes. Instead, embrace change as the most basic state of life. I don't care what else you do with change, but stop resisting it. That was the price you were to pay if you lost consciousness, so it only seems fair. In return, I will give you some advice, which is likely better than answering your question, since you still don't know the right questions to ask. You really need to work on your delivery. Insulting the guy you're trying to negotiate with doesn't win you any advantage. Tell you what, give me a mythic dagger and tell me if I am allowed to accept Simona as a patron while still keeping you, but also tell me what you think I can get out of her for accepting her. Caldecott laughed. You just had to try and sneak your questions in while you were negotiating. I can respect that, but I don't go around handing out mythic weapons. There are rules, after all. You're already breaking the one which caused all of the chaos in the beginning. Simona has been a bit uppity lately, but sure, I'm not allowed to keep you from choosing other patrons, although you can only be the herald of one. Otherwise, you can have as many patrons as you want. Just remember, they will all want things from you. Tim was tempted to ask why the patron wanted him to keep changing, but he thought he had an idea. Okay, I'll agree to your terms, but you still have to give me a hint about how to get the most from Simona, and I do need a better-than-basic dagger. You can spring for an epic one, or better yet, a set. So just to be clear, you will embrace change and make it your own. In return, I give you a hint about what you can get from Simona for accepting her as a patron, and a set of pig stickers. Sounds about right. Deal. As soon as Tim heard that final word, he felt a weight settle onto him. It was clear that this deal would be binding. A small chest appeared at his feet. It was 18 inches long, 8 inches high, and 12 inches wide. Its exterior was a highly polished wood with gold trim and jewels inlaid. Tim went to reach for it, but Caldecott said, This isn't Christmas morning, and I most definitely don't care about watching you unwrap your presents. So here is the best tip I can give you. Simona is driven by her nature no matter how much she thinks she has moved beyond it. So are all of the patrons. Does that include you? Don't lump me in with them. Now do you want your reward or not? Tim just shut up. As I was saying, you need to play to her nature. Think about what that is. Then you should know that providing skills is the easiest thing a patron can do for their sojourners. Gear is trickier because the rules say it is only supposed to be given out as quest rewards or for defeating monsters. Then just like that, the presence in his mind was gone. Tim half expected Simona to come rushing in and start speaking to him then, but realized she probably wouldn't want to appear too desperate to a human. That meant it was every gamer's favorite time. Loot. Tim slid the chest forward and noted that it was solid but not super heavy. As soon as he touched it, the lock on the front twisted and the metal uncoiled so that he was able to open the lid. Inside, Tim saw a rich maroon velvet padding which was stretched over some type of frame that held 2 daggers. The blades themselves were ornate and covered with runework. They were facing in opposite directions. Each had a decent-sized pommel and wouldn't have worked very well as a thrown weapon. Both of the blades were jet black. One was trimmed with small green stones and the other with small red ones. The blades were slightly curved and glistened, giving the appearance of deadliness before Tim even used his auger to assess them. The results brought a smile to his face as he assessed the red one first. Right hand twin blade of skill focus. Weight 1.0. Offense 7 to 12. Rarity Epic. Soulbound. Requirement Sojourner, level 19. Passive effect 1, plus 5 damage and plus 10% critical strike chance. Passive effect 2. Grants owner access to their highest level dagger mastery without having to use a skill slot. Then the other was much the same. Left hand twin blade of skill focus. Weight 1.0. Offense 7 to 12. Rarity epic soulbound. Requirement Sojourner level 19. Passive effect 1, plus 5 damage and damage penetration 50. Passive effect 2. Grants owner access to the skill Dual Wield Mastery without having to use a skill slot. Set bonus. When wielding both weapons, the owner gains access to the rare skill Assassinate without having to use a skill slot. Assassinate. Rarity. Rare. Prerequisites. Sojourner. Assassin. Level 10. Mana. 5 plus 5 per level of target. 10% for every level by which the user exceeds the target's level. Description. Strikes a foe who is at 50% or less health and kills them in a single blow. Resistance is significantly diminished if the target does not see the attack coming. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Tim took a look at both the daggers and the description of the skill. There was no doubt that Caldecota had delivered on his end. It meant that he was going to have to keep allowing himself to change, but Tim was beginning to realize there were reasons for that. Now, he was anxious to get to hunting. He needed sleep, but Alin chose that moment to finally recover. He filled her in on the discussion, even what Caldecota had said about Simona. The spiritualist took it well, and said she would think hard about what skills might be worth asking for from the patron. Then she let out a big yawn.
Not sure I can even stand up.
They weren't exactly friends now, but at least Tim was willing to work with her.
It's okay. Sleep if you need to. I'm tired myself, but I'll keep watch for a bit to make sure nothing else happens.
Tim's words, or just his presence, must have assured her enough because she was soon back to sleep right next to him. As for what to ask for from the patron, there was one thing which topped his list. It hadn't occurred to him until some of the nudging from his own patron. Despite there being no one there to hear him other than mischief, Tim still whispered as he fell asleep.
Soon, Kayla. Soon I'll find a way to bring you back. A way to erase my mistake.
The thought was pleasant, but Tim also knew he needed to sleep. Alin was still asleep on the floor of his tent where he was sitting. It was a testament to how draining her trial had been that she could sleep so effortlessly on the ground. Tim felt exhaustion closing in on him, yet the warmth of her frame against his leg was welcome, and his bed seemed so very far away, at least 5 feet. Then the strain caught up with him, and he collapsed where he was and quickly drifted off to sleep even while looking at his status sheet. His skills had even been adapted by Caldecota to make use of the new weapons. Name, Timothy Stein. Age, 21. Height, 5 feet 8 inches. Weight, 135 pounds. Class, Assassin, Death's Judgment, Shadow Secondary. Level, 23. XP, 318,376 out of 332,000. Hardiness, 87, plus 19 consumption. Flexibility, 64, plus 4 belt, plus 4 cloak, plus 4 consumption, plus 8 bracer. Acuity, 28, plus 4 mask, plus 4 hat, plus 8 consumption. Sagacity, 32, plus 4 mask, plus 5 consumption, plus 8 bracer. Hit points, 917, plus 250 and 25 per minute. Mana, 513, plus 260 and 45 per minute. Offense, 36. Defense, 19. Chaos, 129 out of 132. Cold resistance, 100. Faction, Terran, plus 90. Rasha/Asmar, plus 10. Ogria, minus 50. Humanity, plus 75. Terran Border Guards, plus 75. Caesar Febrius, plus 50. Sojourner's Guild, plus 45. Traits. 1. Ephemeral 4. 2. Dungeon Shaper 1. 3. Iron Body 1. Doubles hardiness other than that gained by consumption. 4. Might of the Righteous 1. Increased damage done and decreases damage received while fighting to avenge the fallen or protect those who can't protect themselves. 5. Crucible of Consumption 4. Plus 19 hardiness, plus 4 flexibility, plus 8 acuity, plus 5 sagacity. Shadow Step 2. Chaos Bulwark 2. 50% See in Dark. Titles: 1. Humanity's Avenger 2. Plus 20% damage when avenging the death or mistreatment of humans. 2. Champion, Grinder. 3. Green Thumb of Creation, plus 50% to skills related to plants. Equipped class skills/spells. 1. Tim's Augur. 2. Agony for Power. 3. Tanar's Speedy Bulwark. 4. Nature's Greater Heal. 5. Devouring Reach. 6. Master Stealth. 7. Explosive Leap. 8. Extreme Plant Growth and Control. 9. Chains of Celestial Light. Gear-equipped skills. 1. Dagger Demigod. 2. Dual Wield. 3. Assassinate. Equipped magical gear. Mask of the Blind Patron. A plus 4. S plus 4. Perception plus 50%. Choker of Mana. Plus 10. Plus 8 per minute. Runed Belt of Speed. F plus 4. Attack speed plus 40%. Ring of Monstrous Health. Plus 150 HP. Plus 15 per minute. Ring of the Battle Mages. Plus 150 mana. Plus 5 per minute. Bracers of Potency. S plus 8. F plus 8. Plus 100 HP and mana. Armor Plate Harness. Anklets of Speed. Move plus 20%. Gloves of Life Drain. 10% necrotic resistance. Life Drain 1 per day. Jack Burton's Hat of Electrical Whooping. A plus 4. Plus 50% electrical resistance. Plus 50% power and 50% cooldown reduction for electrical and light-based spells. Cloak of Levitation. F plus 4. 1 hour per day. Rugen's Defender Axe. Right hand twin blade of skill focus. Left hand twin blade of skill focus. Name: Mischief. Age: 4 months. Length: 4.2 inches. Weight: 1.3 ounces. Class: Treasure Hunter. Level: 14th. XP: 30,003 out of 39,000 to next level. Hardiness: 35. Flexibility: 48. Acuity: 20. Sagacity: 20. Hit points: 157. Mana: 68. Offense: 11. Defense: 15. Faction: Humans: 10. Equipped class skills/spells. 1. Revealing Sight. 2. Superior Climb and Cling. 3. Master Unarmed Combat. 4. Grand Touch of Weakness. 5. Nature's Lesser Heal. 6. Defender's Bane. Bejeweled Summoning Harness. Plus 2 Defense. Plus 3 all stats. Plus 100 HP.
Chapter 15. To Hunt or Be Hunted.
The next morning, when Tim woke up, he felt warmer than he had expected to be. It took him a moment to fully realize what was happening. When he did, he discovered that his arm was wrapped over Alin, who was cuddled up against him as they spooned. She was still sleeping, and when Tim jerked his arm back in surprise, she groaned, "Just 5 more minutes." Tim went back through his mind. Nothing had happened. He knew he had fallen asleep on the floor, but he hadn't been close to her. Then Mischief laughed.
Oh, that's going to make it hard to be angry with her.
What? Nothing happened.
Are you sure?
Tim nodded to himself. He was still fully dressed. So was she. Yeah, nothing could have happened. Then Mischief burst into his high-pitched mouse laughter.
Got you there. You were panicked for a second. Oh, don't worry. She crawled over to you in the middle of the night and snuggled up to you. It got pretty cold last night, Seeking body heat is only natural.
Jerk. You could have led with that.
What would the fun have been in that? Besides, apparently I'm your Jiminy Cricket. Yeah, I got that from your memories. But the point is exactly what I told you before. Exactly what Cal Dakota told you. You don't have to like her, but you need her. So get over it. No one is telling you that you have to mate with her. I'm definitely not. Her pillows aren't as big as the human females. They make for better snuggling.
Ugh, you... Tim wasn't sure how to tell a mouse that he was being sexist or something. Tim wasn't really sure what to call that comment, but it just didn't seem right.
Just being practical. You can admit what you like to without being bad. In fact, you'd probably be a lot more fun if you did.
Enough. By this point, Alin had sat up. She looked at Tim oddly. Is something wrong? Just having a discussion with Mischief. Apparently you got cold last night and scooted over next to me. You fell asleep after drinking the potions. Her eyes went wide. Oh, by the great tree, is everything okay? I didn't mean to do that. Tim stood up and then offered his hand to help pull her up. It isn't that big of a deal. We were both clothed. She got a confused look on her face before bursting out into laughter. The sound was musical, like literally musical, which only pointed to the differences between Asmarians and humans. Are all humans that repressed? Oh, wait, don't answer that. I wasn't talking about lying next to you. I meant that I felt bad for falling unconscious while you were still dealing with Cal Dakota. Did everything work out with your patron? Tim might have blushed a bit, but he didn't let himself think about it. I think he probably meant for that to happen. Then he explained about what he had gained and showed her the daggers. She got excited then and checked her own status page. She was on cloud 9 about the extra 25 sagacity which she now had. Then she got a confused look. Now wait. I know I made some deal with Cal Dakota and got a reward, but I don't remember what it was about. Tim shrugged. Again, probably the way he meant it to be. I wish I could help you explain, but all I know is that you had to drink a potion. Then Tim changed the subject. How are the Asmarian sojourners who arrived? Lynn paused for a second like she was going to push the subject, but then let it drop with a sigh. Oh, I believe they will follow the rules, although they would like a representative on the committee. I'll think about that. They aren't really a big enough contingent to warrant that, but I'll make sure that whoever the Sojourner rep is meets with them. Now I'm going to go get some breakfast, and then I believe we have a lot to do today. I'd like you to coordinate healers for all of the training today, but the healers also need to practice their other skills. Can you take the lead on that? She nodded. I'll work with Captain Tanner on that. I suspect you're going hunting today. Tim nodded and then opened the flap to the tent to let her out. They exchanged one last look, and then she was gone. He breathed a sigh of relief. He definitely didn't need any more complications. After that, Tim freshened up a bit, got some breakfast, and then asked around until he found the Silver Eagles, who were finishing off their own breakfast. He popped his head around the side of one of their 2 tents. They had their own cooking fire set up there. The 2 tents suggested that Armand and Cassie truly were a couple. Tim smiled, thinking about the inquisitive elementalist. He certainly deserved some happiness in his life, if there was any to be found with what was happening around them. Cassie, their new healer, was actually the first to notice Tim. Don't stand over there skulking. We don't have much left, but you can have anything that these 2 didn't gobble down. She pointed with her thumb at Reggie and Armand. Tim smiled and walked over to the fire. Thanks, but I've already eaten. I was actually coming to talk about something else. Licinia perked up. Going monster hunting? Tim nodded. I take it from that reaction that you'd be up for going too. Armand laughed. Are you kidding? She has been talking about how she wants to try out these new levels. I think Reggie was afraid he was going to have to tie her down last night so she wouldn't go out hunting in the middle of the night. Tim didn't swing at that one, even though Armand was clearly trying to be playful and getting a dirty look from Cassie because of it. Instead, he asked, What about the rest of you? Once they got serious, the entire team agreed. Cassie seemed a bit nervous, but Tim chalked that up to her still getting to know him. He made things a bit better by offering to upgrade or exchange their skills for them. There weren't that many changes needed, but Tim did share his unique healing spell, Simona's Lingering Glory, with Cassie. It was potent, but he preferred the regeneration effects of his other healing spells. It turned out that just deciding to go out looking for monsters was far from simple. The majority of the morning was gone before Tim had managed to delegate away as much responsibility as he could. Everyone wanted to speak to him. He got the strong feeling that there were going to be propositions of all sorts from sojourners who wanted to be elevated, but for now at least, most seemed to be trying to gauge him. Hopefully, his demonstration with Chaz had at least proven he wasn't to be trifled with. Finally, he simply had to say that it was his turn to go out on patrol. The good news, or bad, depending on how you saw it, was that every patrol so far reported running into monsters. None had been as powerful as level 16, but their numbers were clearly increasing. That led Tim to believe there was likely an astral branch of the abyss which had been opened nearby. It was another reason to keep the caravan in one location. They became a target. Of course, if they stayed too long, then the target might become too tempting and an overwhelming number of monsters would be sent. For now, this would have to suffice. When they did leave on patrol, they took 5 horses and headed out. A short bit from the camp, Armand said, "Okay, so you've been a bit secretive. Are we really just going to patrol and hope we run into monsters? Would that be so bad? The nearby towns all need to be evacuated to the capital as it is, so this is important work," Tim replied. Reggie laughed. "Even I don't buy that. Armand is expecting you to wave your hand or something and open a portal to a land of monsters." The elementalist grumbled. "Well, maybe not wave his hand, but you do have to admit that odd things are always happening around him." Tim shrugged. "I get the feeling that there must be a portal like the one which the Mimar used to attack New Rome. I just don't know for sure how to find it. But I am hoping that eventually either Cassie or I will feel some chaos, and that will get us on the right trail." Lucinia asked, "So that archfiend you were talking about can just open a portal anywhere?" "I doubt it's that simple. If he could, they would have done so in the middle of New Rome. There have to be limits on what they do. We just don't understand them." Armand added, "And the portal can't be that close to us, or the patrols would have been finding bigger clumps of monsters. He thinks we may have to travel for a while, which is why he insisted that we have provisions for overnight." "Bingo." "Bing what?" Armand asked. Sorry. Just an Earth thing." The patrol route that they took was the one that would push them the furthest north. Tim chose it because those who had been on this route lately reported more monsters than any others. There was a small town near the far point of the patrol. Fortunately, it had walls and had been able to keep the monsters away, but they'd already had a couple of deaths. When they rode out, Tim started trying to feel around him, but there was just nothing to sense. At first, it was literally nothing. It was like he was back on Earth and trying to perform magic. This led to Tim almost beginning to question himself. But then an idea hit him. Chaos wasn't the only energy. Tim remembered the lessons from his bet with Cal Dakota and tried to relax. The back of a horse wasn't a great place for that. He had no real experience with a horse prior to this, but it was far more bouncy than he had expected. It was like going mudding with busted shocks. How people did this all the time was beyond him. Running would be better. He took deep breaths. It took time. He had to slowly let the stress go. There was so much weight on him, responsibility which he hadn't asked for. Tim finally found a way to settle into the rhythm of the bouncing. That allowed him to focus a bit more. From there, it was only minutes until he became aware of the contrast between order and chaos energy inside himself. This body was predominantly order, with only a small slice of its dark counterpart, but he was still able to feel it. That was what Cassie and Alin could detect in him. Now he reached out and tried to find other energy. Once he had gotten relaxed and used to identifying the differences within himself, he found that he detected first Lucinia and then the others. The level of energy within the assassin was significantly greater than the others. That matched with the scaling requirements for leveling. The difference between level 18 and 13 was only 5 levels, but it was more than 7 times as much XP, or order. As the walls of the town Dunburg, if Tim recalled correctly, came into sight, he finally felt it. He never would have found it except for the way it contrasted with the other sojourners. There was no doubt. There were monsters nearby. Chapter 16. Monsters Overhead. Tim didn't mention what he was feeling right away. This was too new. There was no way for him to be confident. That, and it still felt distant, but he pushed his horse a bit harder. Soon, Tim was pulling ahead of the others.
"What's he doing?"
Cassie asked. "If I had to guess, things are about to get interesting," Armand replied. The healer frowned.
"Your definition of interesting and mine may be different."
Reggie shook his head. "It's never boring when Tim is around. I'm going to stay up with him. The rest of you stay together and keep your eyes open." Then he urged his horse forward to maintain pace with Tim. If Tim was aware of the conversation, he didn't give any sign. When Reggie pulled up next to Tim, he rolled his eyes, then muttered, "Great, your eyes are closed." Tim would have smiled, but he was getting a better read on this. The energy signature for chaos had split and was coming from at least 6 distinct sources.
"Monsters."
"What?"
"Monsters ahead. At least 2 on this side of the city, but the others appear to be attacking the wall."
"Slow down so we can handle this like a team. We're following you, but not all of us are indestructible level 23s, and you need to learn how an assassin fights." Tim didn't reply other than to rein his horse in and slow down dramatically. The others caught up with them quickly, and Reggie automatically took the lead. "Tim tells me there are 2 monsters between us and the city, but that at least 4 more are attacking the wall. I think we have to assume that they're hunting for Tim again, so once we engage, we may get ads from those attacking the wall. Let me taunt. Amon, stay back and protect Cassie. Try to focus on battlefield control for now. And let's see just how quickly a level 23 and level 18 assassins can kill stuff." Then he looked at Tim and said, "I don't suppose you have any more idea of what they are than just saying monsters?" Tim shrugged. "I can only detect the chaos energy." Armand cut him off. "I'd guess it's those 2. They all followed the elementalist's gaze. Overhead, there were 2 monsters diving straight for them. Tim took them to be part beetle and part fly from the way they looked, but each was at least 4 feet long. They were still 2 miles from the city, and the monsters were a good half-mile away, but Tim's eyesight was keen enough to make them out.
"You mean my eyesight?"
Mischief asked. Tim ignored him and dismounted as Reggie and Licinia had done. Armand and Cassie quickly gathered the horses and moved to a distance. The plan probably should have changed since Armand could have been blasting the bugs in the air, but they were a team and stuck to the instructions given by Reggie. Then again, they probably wanted to see what Tim and even the upgraded Licinia could do. Tim smiled. He was anxious to find out too. This was different. There was no battle rage or lust to prove himself as he felt as a berserker or a bestial. Instead, he found himself coldly, dispassionately dissecting the movement of the bugs as they came in. When they were close, he cast Tim's auger. "Rabid buck beetle. Level 18. Elevated. Hunting. HP. 1,180 out of 1,180. They were closing quickly, and Tim activated stealth an instant after he realized that Licinia had done so, but not before he cast Tanar's speedy bulwark on Mischief. That left Reggie standing in the open by himself. Well, he wasn't by himself, but as long as stealth worked, he appeared to be. That should make him a tempting target for the bugs without even needing a taunt. Tim crossed his fingers, hoping that he could maintain his augur spell while stealthed, and sure enough, he realized he could, as more information on the monsters spilled into his mind. Hardiness, 68. Flexibility, 30. Acuity, 5. Sagacity, 6. Damage resistance, 50. Tim risked calling out the information he got. If it broke stealth, then so be it. He never had really played a rogue type in a game because he didn't consider himself to be built, psychologically, for sneaking around. Reggie only shouted back, "Thanks!" Then the Guardian had his shield up to take the crashing impact of the first monster. Tim wanted to try out his new spell, but he needed to wait. There were reasons for this. He knew it. The bug wasn't as big as Reggie, but it was impossibly stronger than he was. Its superior level meant that it had a good chance of landing a crit on him, but Reggie was a professional. The golden aura around him and his shield held steady. His feet were pushed back a few inches in the scrub grass. He didn't even try to counterattack, but instead shifted his shield to block the attack from the second bug. It too slammed into him from the ground, and Tim thought the golden aura around him wavered a bit. Tim braced himself to attack, but before he could even move, Mischief launched himself out of the pouch. Master-level stealth was impressive because even then the world remained gray around him, indicating by whatever magic the skill used that the enemy still wasn't aware of his location. Maybe Tim could get used to this skill. Mischief grew substantially mid-air as he shifted from his base form to battle form. He was now over 18 inches long and probably weighed more than 10 pounds. When he landed on the back of one of the beetles, it beat its wings furiously, but Reggie activated his taunt, and for a few seconds at least, Mischief might as well have not even existed in the eyes of the beetle. That was all the time his familiar needed, which was a good thing. He could see Licinia's outline despite the fact that she was in stealth. Tim just had to look for her through the party system. It made sense, Tim guessed, as much as anything magical did. She wasn't attacking yet, and he was following her lead even if it threw him off to wait and watch while Reggie was getting the crap kicked out of him. He kept his feet, but the beetles kept launching themselves at him. Even with his shield, the battering had to be taking some of his HP. Then Tim saw a white glow around him and knew that Cassie was on it. Tim shouldn't have worried. This was what trusting your teammates felt like. Tim shook his head in frustration. He was happy to be part of a team, but needed to remember to trust them. Mischief didn't need any further help. His sharp teeth tore into one of the beetle wings, and while the effect of the taunt distracted it, he managed to nod right off. Gruesome, but that was Mischief for you. By this point, the beetle was probably even feeling the effects of the debuff, which the mouse favored. Tim tried to recall its specifics and found that it popped up as a notification. Grand Touch of Weakness. Rarity. Rare. Prerequisites. Sojourner. Acuity 16. Sagacity 16. Level 16. Mana. 30 mana plus 3 mana per minute. Description. Touch attack, which saps the target's durability, strength, and speed. It attacks sub-aspects of stats rather than primary stats. Partial resistance is possible, but if not resisted, target suffers following effects. Target takes 20% additional damage from all attacks. Target's physical strength and damage are reduced by 25%. Target's attack and movement rate are reduced by 30%. Cooldown. 1 minute. This spell can stack up to 3 times. Tim smiled. Yeah, that spell would be perfect against something like this. He almost wondered why he hadn't taken this rather than greater stat X. He could have stacked this on enemies with Mischief for greater effect. Thanks to the debuff, Reggie finally managed to land a sword blow on the beetle that Mischief was attacking. His longsword cut deeply into the chitinous armor, and blue ichor rushed out. A second attack landed, and then, suddenly, Licinia jumped into action. She struck the injured beetle from behind. Tim knew what her skills were, but other than her dagger mastery and assassinate, he wasn't sure exactly how they were used. This time, Tim saw the form of assassinate as she moved for a finishing blow. To Tim's eyes, the skill took on a magical effect. The creature had hit below half-life, and it wasn't like a single weapon strike should end it. That was one of the hallmarks of this world. Sojourners and magical beasts alike couldn't be easily killed. Apparently, the assassin class was the counter to that. Her dagger struck the creature's body and pierced its armor, but the magic of the skill struck something deeper in the creature. It was like she had severed the energy which kept it alive. All of that chaos suddenly flared out in a single burst, and the creature went limp. Reggie and Mischief went right to work on the second, as of yet uninjured beetle. Licinia lashed out at it, but her dagger only partially cut into one of its back legs before she flared her trait and disappeared. Even Armand joined the fray as ice formed around the beetle's feet, preventing it from escaping and making it a much easier target for Reggie. Tim should have joined in at that moment, but he was instead staring up into the space above where the dead beetle was. Something was happening that he had never noticed before. Inside, he felt stupid. This had to have been happening again and again without him ever realizing it. The chaos energy of the beetle congealed into a single sphere in the air. Then links filtered out to every member of their party, even Armand and Cassie. But when the link struck Tim, it wavered and then broke, along with the connections to all of the others. Well, other than Mischief. Tim didn't know what to make of that. It had felt like the chaos energy was being converted by him, but something about him stopped it, like his skin was too thick for the energy to penetrate. He tapped the side of his head. How stupid. Of course, it was his level. The XP or order energy inside of him was too dense. Normally, he and all the others converted the raw chaos into XP, although that lost a fair amount of the energy. But as a party, they all lost out because he was too high of a level to absorb that concentration of energy. He needed denser energy. Oh, it made so much more sense when seen like this. There had to be something he could do about this, but the only benefit he saw was that as he tried to hold on to the energy, it held together for a bit longer before it dissipated into the atmosphere. This resulted in significantly more of the energy flowing into Mischief. The nature of their bond allowed him to still gain XP even if Tim couldn't from a challenge, so there had to be a way. He just needed to figure this out. Of course, while he was standing there staring at something which would have been invisible to the others, they had managed to get the second beetle down to just below 50% health. Licinia started to move to attack it, but Tim knew this one was supposed to be his. He launched himself faster than she could hope to keep up with, and funneled mana to activate the Assassinate skill. Even for Tim, this still cost 48 mana, and it would have been twice that much for Licinia. Well, that made sense in a morbid way. It provided a counter to assassins being able to kill targets too far above their level. Tim felt the power of the attack shear through the very essence of the beetle. He wanted to work on finding a way to absorb that energy, but for now, he needed power no matter what, so he activated Crucible of Consumption as the beetle died. You have activated the Crucible of Consumption. Your victim is still held on the thin line between life and death by another of your skills. This demonstrates progression, and benefits will be doubled this time. You are consuming an elevated monster. You have the choice of gains that can be made. You may gain your choice of Insect Wings, 20%, Hardiness, +2, or Hardiness +1 and Flexibility +1, 20% of victim's XP. Stat gains were important. While Tim wanted to fly, he had no interest in having permanent insect wings, and would have had to find a number of others before he even was able to fully manifest them. No, XP was the sure route to go. This time, Tim paid much closer attention as the chaos energy was converted to XP and condensed for his use. It was fascinating, as it took pretty much all of the creature's XP, but then there was something more. There was an extra energy. Ah, it had to be the elevation. Tim reached out, trying to grab at that extra. He only ended up getting a small portion of it, but it tasted like fiend. Extra gains realized. 25% total XP absorbed, and Hardiness +1 permanently added. 147,235 XP is converted to 36,808 XP for you. You have gained sufficient XP to reach level 24, plus 32 level-based stat points to assign. With that, Tim found himself shaking as his body changed. Each time he leveled up, the changes were powerful. He quickly assigned the stat points because he felt like he was slipping away. All the while, he was clenching his teeth to keep from screaming. 16 points went to Hardiness. Maybe it was stupid, but those points were doubled by his stolen iron body trait. 8 to Flexibility, and 4 each to Acuity and Sagacity. Then he lost himself as a voice whispered into his head. Good. So good. You're getting closer. Chapter 17. Monsters Underfoot. Tim didn't quite lose consciousness, but that was definitely far more painful than any level-up he had experienced before. He remembered the first few times when adding a bunch of stat points it felt like his body was on fire, but it felt like it had been a while since that happened. Cassie was leaning over him as he sat on the ground. He heard her say, "He seems fine. I can't really tell you anything more than what you know. You can all look at the group screen and see that his health is full. If anything, he feels like he's stuffed full of energy. But it's the good kind of energy."
You mean XP or order energy rather than chaos? Armand asked.
Exactly. So, I guess it's nothing to worry about. Sorry, I'm still getting used to everything being different around him. You all take it in stride.
Licinia said.
Not hardly, but we're trying to adapt. Tim deserves that much. That was the turning point for me, when I realized he didn't ask for any of this, but is doing his best to help.
Armand elbowed her.
You mean it wasn't when he pushed you up to level 18?
She frowned at him for a moment before shrugging.
Fine, that helped too.
The others all laughed, but then Licinia continued.
But did anyone else get XP?
Tim shook his head.
Sorry, that took more out of me than I had expected. The only reason I got XP was because I used that trait I told you about. But for what it's worth, I believe there is a reason for us to get XP for all of you apart from me elevating you. Until I can figure out how to master it, though, I'm likely the only one who will be gaining XP.
Mischief squeaked in protest.
What am I, chopped liver? Chopped liver sounds pretty good. Oh, please tell me those memories were a lie. You didn't really put it under the table to feed that cat at Lily's house.
Ugh. So weird having you rifle through my memories. We could talk about that later.
Armand looked at Tim.
Are you talking to your familiar? Yeah, he says he got XP too. Which probably means quite a bit since they were both 4 levels higher than him. Anyway, I need to check out his stat screen and you can all look at mine.
Then Tim shared his screen for the rest to see. As for Mischief, the mouse had indeed made a killing. The first beetle had given him more than 10 times the normal XP. That had to have something to do with the way Tim had tried to hold on to the energy that was leaving its body. He just didn't know enough to sort that out. The second beetle had been enough to push the mouse up to level 15. His battle form now reached a full 2 feet long, and he gained an extra stat point, which they opted to place into hardiness. Tim continued to worry about his companion's durability.
If you're done playing with your mouse, then can you elevate us? It looks like you have surplus XP past what you needed to reach level 24, Armand said.
Cassie elbowed him again.
Armand? What? He promised he would. And I'm next.
Tim chopped his hand in the air, cutting the mage off.
There are 3 reasons not to do that. What? I'll tell you the other 2 in a bit, but right now, the most important is that Mischief can hear the sounds of people screaming in that town up ahead. Their walls must have been breached, and that takes precedence over this.
Then Tim looked at Reggie.
Sorry to break formation, but I need to go. All of our civilians are in danger. Follow as quickly as you can behind me.
Without another word, he took off running to close the 2 miles between him and the walls. Mischief had already shrunk back down to base form and was in the pouch on his waist. He could have waited for the horses, but that would have taken time, and he believed he was already faster than the horses. His superhuman flexibility covered agility and speed as well as quick twitch muscle fibers, which had him racing along the ground at high speed. His hardiness, which was beyond even for sojourners, made sure that each step carried him further. He pushed off hard against the ground each time, and his body had the durability to survive the impact and jarring this type of rapid running produced. It almost looked like he was repeatedly leaping. Then he was at the walls. There were no guards on this side, which only confirmed his suspicions that the monsters had attacked from the north and were either there or already in the wall. He took a single leap and landed atop the 15-foot-high wall. Dunburg likely had a population of 5,000. It wasn't enough to be a proper city, but that was a lot of people, which would have seemed like a quick snack for the monsters. Tim was going to put an end to that. Mostly, the town seemed quiet. Houses were shut up with doors and shutters locked, but he could hear the sounds of people inside them, hiding, hoping that the monsters wouldn't find them. Tim leapt onto the roof of one of the nearest homes and ran for the only movement he could see. Near the northern gate, a handful of guards with long spears were trying to keep a trio of beasts at bay. All of the guards were non-sojourners. The corpses of their fallen comrades showed this battle wasn't going very well. If it weren't for the tight confines, Tim didn't see how they would have been able to last this long. 2 of the monsters were about 6 feet long with bodies like tapers, except that bony protrusions protected their head, neck, and shoulders. Then, along the side of its body, there were dozens of foot-long wriggling tentacles. As Tim focused, it looked like the tentacles had mouths like some sort of overgrown worms. Ugh. He cast Tim's auger on them.
Infested Snouthound. Level 16. HP 779 out of 975. Elevated. Hunting. Infected. Symbiotic.
It looked like Tim's guess was correct, and there was more to those worms than met the eye. Interestingly, none of the monsters they had fought so far were deer-type monsters. What that meant wasn't anything that Tim could figure out on the fly. He then turned his auger on the last monster. It stood behind the other 2. While it had the same short black fur they had, it stood on 2 feet. Its head was much like theirs, but turned to fit its more humanoid form. It was likely 8 feet tall with broad shoulders. Its fingers ended in what looked like blunt, bony nails, but its head, neck, and shoulders were covered by the same bony protrusions for armor. In one of its hands, it held a long club of gnarled wood.
Infested Snouthound Herder. Level 20. Elevated. Hunting. Infected. Symbiotic. Elite. HP 2,974 out of 3,010.
Tim didn't think he'd ever encountered an elite beast. Either way, that status had to be bad news. He was thrilled that it was level 20. A predatory grin covered his smile, and he decided now would be a great time to go for it. He could hear the others riding around. They would try to come through the gate. Yeah, he nodded. That would work just fine. It was a shame that he still couldn't get XP from all of these creatures, but he at least had the crucible. He felt bad for the others. Then one of the guards died, dragged down by a snouthound, which was ripping him to shreds. Tim began rapidly bouncing across the top of the roofs. He activated his stealth, but only for practice. This was going to be more in your face. Besides, he had new spells and such to try out. Within seconds, he was standing atop the building nearest the gate. He was easily within reach, but hadn't yet made his presence known. Perhaps it was the new class, but he felt less compassion for these people than he would have expected. Death was simply part of life, and those who were weak should expect it. He didn't like that feeling any more than he did the berserker's rage, but for now, at least, it was part of him. He wondered where those other sentiments went when he changed bodies. Were they simple biochemical reactions from the specific bodies? No. He didn't have time for speculation now. Men were dying beneath him. He lifted his hand and pointed. It might not be necessary, but he still liked to do it. Devouring Reach. The new mythic rank spell went off without a hitch. Tim felt the 40 mana leave him. It was a small price to pay. The spell struck the most injured of the snouthounds and critted as expected. Then he saw that he got an extra 25% damage thanks to Simona's trait. He was defending those who couldn't, after all. The total spell hit for 560 damage, which didn't kill it but was enough to weaken it severely. It also granted him 336 temporary HP. Tim smiled. Because there was no cooldown on the spell, he launched it at the second snout hound. This time he got a devastating critical and dealt enough damage to kill it, while at the same time gaining another 509 temporary HP. None of the guards seemed to know where their help was coming from, but as soon as the one fell, they all started freaking out. 2 of the warriors kept the greatly weakened first snout hound pinned to the ground, while a snout hound herder was doing his best to break through the wooden portcullis, which was nearly ripped apart. All of the other guards dropped their spears and pulled out any bladed weapon they could get their hands on, ranging from a butcher's cleaver to a short sword. Then Tim understood. The tentacles on the side of the dead snout hound continued to writhe. In fact, their motion became more frantic as they burst out of its flesh. Each had to be a full 2 feet long now, and were quickly scurrying along the ground. The guards went to work trying to kill each of them. Cutting one didn't seem to be enough for them, as they kept chopping until the smaller and smaller pieces finally stopped wriggling. When a few of the worms managed to burrow their way into the ground, a cry of panic and despair went up from the guards who noticed. It almost cost one of the guards his life, as a portion of the portcullis almost took his head off when it came down. The elite mob was through the gate, but just then, a bolt of lightning blasted into his past. It seemed like the Silver Eagles had arrived as well. A level 20 elite monster was going to be a great deal for them to handle, even if Licinia was stronger. Tim was torn about what was the best way to proceed. In the end, he fired off another devouring reach at the elite. Interestingly, it didn't even crit and only did 260 damage, but that still pushed Tim's temporary HP buffer up to 1001. Then he jumped out amongst the guards who were trying to kill the worms. One of them swung a blade at him, but Tim stepped into him. His hip check knocked the man backwards before his swing had even been half completed. Another cried out, "He's a sojourner!" A third voice said, "Sorry about Ted! Please help us!" Tim glanced over and saw his team had engaged with the elite. He didn't want to leave them, but said, "My familiar is really good at getting rid of pests." On cue, Mischief climbed up onto Tim's shoulder. The first man who had spoken said, They might gobble him down. They're very dangerous. They crawl under the ground and then can take a child or animal usually, but they can take over an adult human. Once you're infested, there's no cure. They lay their eggs in your body, you go insane with pain, and if we don't put them down, they become monsters on their own. That sounds gruesome, but Mischief can help more than you think. I'll help too as soon as I've dealt with that big one. My team isn't as strong as I am, and I worry about them. To these guardsmen, all sojourners were probably alike, but they didn't want to argue with him. Several gasped when Mischief leapt off of Tim's shoulder and swelled to his full battle size. Tim recast the buff on him in full offensive mode and said, "Dig out these pests." Mischief shook his head.
Makes me feel like I'm the cat, but I guess it needs being done.
Then he started to dig into the ground. Tim didn't pay him any more heed, trusting his companion to do his own thing. He raised his hand and fired off another devouring reach at the elite. This one critted and delivered 520 more damage. The creature spun around and shrieked in rage. It was easy to see that whatever had happened to it had indeed driven it mad. Having those worms writhing around and breeding inside your guts would probably be enough to do that to anyone. He came running for Tim as the greatest threat. Even Reggie's taunt was ineffective as the higher-level monster simply shrugged it off. Tim dodged the first swing of the massive club and then went to town. He had both blades in hand now, and the first cut deeply into its side as he spun past it. At the same time, he shouted, "Sorry, but let me take point on this Reggie. His level is still too high for you." He danced around club blows which smashed anything near him, and Tim delivered blow after blow before firing off another devouring reach. His enchanted daggers struck with as much force as swords. Their magic enhanced both the penetration of his slashes and pushed his crits up to a sure thing. Yet throughout it all, the monster never seemed to feel any pain. A second later, Licinia materialized behind it and drove her blade into its spine while activating Assassinate. Tim didn't have time to warn her about the worms, so he flung the body up against the wall before it was even completely dead. "Firearm on! It needs to be burnt before those things escape!" The elementalist didn't argue and stepped up. It was his least favorite spell, but Scorcher was a solid skill that turned him into a human flamethrower for as long as his mana held out. The stream of flame poured out of him and struck the already twitching body. The worms began to burn, and a few pulled back into the corpse, hoping to survive that way. The squealing sounds they made were more than a little disturbing. Chapter 18. Defiance. The body was still fairly intact by the time that Armand ran out of mana. Reggie and Licinia set up to watch if any of the worms had survived, while Tim walked over to the snout hound, which was still pinned on 2 spears. The guards holding it still were taking turns. "Hold it still for a little longer. If this works, it will take care of everything." "Yes, sir." Tim didn't correct the man. Instead, he reached out his hand for the trapped beast. Physical contact wasn't completely necessary now that the crucible had leveled up enough, but it would be helpful. It snapped at Tim, trying to get its slavering jaws onto his hands. One of the guards gasped, but Tim just chuckled. He looked for a place further from the head to touch it, but the side was covered with those worms. Or rather, with gaping holes in its side, which only bled minimally. They had no doubt retracted inside. Tim settled for grabbing its leg and then activated his ability. "You have activated the Crucible of Consumption. Your victim is still alive. This provides a new potential benefit to the ability. You are consuming an elevated monster. You have the choice of gains that can be made. You may gain your choice of Symbiotic Control, 10%, Flexibility, +1, 10% of victim's XP. Again, there was only one real option. The jump to level 24 had come with 32 stat points. Assuming the trend stayed the same, that meant that level 25 would give him 64 stat points. He focused on the skill. The snout hound howled. The energy that sustained its life began to pump into him, but Tim hardened his heart. This was just a monster. It had to be slain for people to live. Error. Additional life forms exist within this creature. You must consume all of the creatures or none. Benefits for the consumption of multiple creatures at once are additive, but the difficulty is multiplicative. A double bonus will apply the first time this task is completed. Do you wish to continue? It was everything Tim could do not to click yes. It was the way he had been doing everything. He would take a blind risk, and it worked out. Well, most of the time. An image of Kayla's smile filled his eyes. Perhaps it was the influence of his current body on him, but this one time Tim managed to step back from the precipice and pulled his hand from the creature's side. He looked at the guards apologetically. "Hold on a bit longer." Then he walked over to where Armand was recovering. "Any sign of the worms?" "No. But Cassie says she can still feel something inside the outer corpse." Tim nodded. "I agree with her. Reggie, anything?" He shook his head, but didn't pull his eyes off of the corpse. Just about then, Mischief came up to Tim in full battle form. He dropped from his mouth a clearly dead worm. Tim nearly jumped, which of course elicited a round of laughter from the oversized mouse. Armand poked it with a stick and was the first to ask, "How'd you kill it?" Mischief said,
"I didn't, but I weakened it and knocked it unconscious."
Tim assessed it. Snoutworm, level 8. Symbiotic, stunned, HP, 82 out of 100. Even as he watched, the HP ticked back up to 83, so this thing had some pretty impressive regeneration. Mischief must have realized what Tim was thinking because he bit down on the worm and then whipped its body a few times, slamming it against the wall. Tim laughed when he reassessed it. Snoutworm, level 8. Symbiotic, stunned, 2. HP, 44 out of 100. Apparently, the stunned condition had different levels. They just needed to keep it in the stunned status. Tim reached out and put his hand on it while activating Crucible of Consumption. It went really fast. The energy from the creature broke down and Tim absorbed it as XP. Of course, 5% of 3,474 was only 173 XP added on. What it did for Tim, though, was convince him that consuming the worms would be simple.
Okay, listen up, team. I need your input on this. I have the opportunity to use one of my traits against the snout hound they still have pinned over there. Because it is infested with worms, I have to use it against all of the monsters at the same time. This will net me a reward, but there was also a warning that it would be more challenging. Armand laughed. And you didn't just do it? Tim went to just shrug it off, but felt the warmth on his face. He was likely blushing. I probably deserved that, but I was trying to do the responsible thing and ask for input. Before any of the others could speak up, Cassie said,
I know you all won't listen to me, but this ability you keep describing sends chills down my spine. It isn't natural.
Then she stomped off. Armand shrugged and gave Tim a thumbs-up gesture before chasing after her. Reggie said, I hate to agree with her, but on this I do. It's unnatural. That said, you've made a good case for doing what needs to be done. Lucinia stared at Tim for a moment. He stared back. Before, it might have made him nervous, but the training to be an assassin had been hardwired into him. It wasn't the complete him, but in moments like this, training took over. She nodded as though she had seen something she needed to see.
You think I haven't ever liked you. Armand thinks I don't like you because you're an outsider. Reggie thinks I don't like you because you showed me up. They both believe I'm only willing to move past that because of the obvious benefit. But they don't know what they're talking about. I don't like you. Or maybe that isn't right. I don't trust you. A little more than before, but actually liking you has nothing to do with it.
She paused for a moment, and Tim interjected, You don't trust me because I'm an unknown variable. She smiled. It was one of the most genuine smiles that he'd ever seen.
You did get the same training. Well, you didn't really get it, but they stuffed the memories into your head. Lean into that. Think about this situation. Assess all the variables. Build a contingency for anything that you can't prepare for. Then decide if the risk is worth it. Life always comes down to determining the balance between risk and reward.
Reggie protested. Everything? Does that include me? Lucinia winked at Tim and then turned toward Reggie. Her face softened.
Of course not, my heart. You know I love you without reservation.
Tim ignored the two of them as they hugged. Lucinia had a point. Maybe he wasn't trustworthy, but he did trust them to be professionals even if they were playing smoochy face. He also knew that while Lucinia had probably weighed out the pros and cons of a relationship with Reggie long ago, that was the past. She was head over heels for him now, which upon second glance probably made her feel vulnerable. Now Tim just needed to think about this like an assassin. He weighed the benefits, which were significant, against the risk. There was no way to be sure, but he felt comfortable with this risk and glad that he had asked the others for their input. This time, Tim rushed at the creature and put his hand on its thigh before it even realized he was there. He activated Crucible again and felt 30 minds or so contest him. They were all weak, though, and his acuity and sagacity were much higher. He knew the power of his own soul and had outclassed this enemy. He felt like they were trying to bite into his mind, but soon the attacks became feeble and he could simply ignore them. He saw how the power was gathered, and just before he absorbed it, a stray thought hit him. How was the system offering him a bonus? Was it taking power from somewhere else, or was it simply that normally when he consumed most of the energy, whether it be chaos or order, went back into the system? It was fair for some of the energy to be lost in a conversion from chaos to order, but if there was more power to be taken, then he wanted to take it. In that moment, he felt like all the air around him had become a heavy weight pressing down on him. It was like he was buried under a mountain rather than under the open sky. Tim forced a smile to his face. The system didn't want him thinking like that. Either Cal Dakota or the gods had put this system in place to manage the world. He wondered if the gods in some way benefited from the lost energy. That would explain the system's reluctance to allow him to seize more for himself. But screw them. They hadn't asked his permission before bringing him here. Now he wasn't going to ask their permission before taking all the power from this consumption.
Tim struggled and felt like the energy was being pulled from him, so he started trying to push it into himself even harder. It was a losing battle. Eventually, a notification popped up.
Didn't you ever learn not to pee upstream of where you bathe? The system needs power for things you can only imagine. Don't do that again. XP gained, 30% of available XP. Net gain, 72,090.
Tim wanted to shake his fist at the sky. He had done it. In a single afternoon, he had gone from level 23 to level 25. According to Baldrock, that was the highest level that could be obtained, although there was no way to be sure that was true. He had just tested the system and won. Instead of gaining 20% of the XP, which was the typical reward, he had gained 30 because he forced the system to give him more. Tim wasn't deceived. He couldn't beat the system at everything, but he had just proven that he wasn't going to be pushed around by it. Then confusion hit him. Where were his 64 stat points? Normally, he'd be feeling the rush of gaining a new level. At a minimum, he would have expected a notification. Tim looked inward at his status sheet. There his XP was displayed. He had the correct amount, but there was a different modification.
XP, 427,447 out of 499,000.
Before, he had only needed 399,000. How had that changed? No voice came to him, but Tim now felt like screaming at the sky in rage rather than to flaunt his victory. Tim stormed over to the dead snout-hound herder. He could still feel the writhing blend of chaos and order inside of the worms that were still alive in it. There were only a few, but they seemed stronger. Tim reached out and activated Crucible again. He drained them for XP, this time only getting 5% of their XP as expected. Once upon a time, 4,403 XP would have seemed like a bounty beyond measure. But Tim had new plans. If the system wanted to mess with him, then he would mess with it. Chapter 19. Expanding. At least there was one benefit from pushing his limits and straining against the system.
Your trait, Crucible of Consumption, has leveled up to Tier 5. Gains made using this trait will be increased minimally. Diversity of options available while using this trait will be increased moderately. Speed and range of use for this trait will be increased significantly.
That meant it was now his highest trait. He also had the sense that it was as high as the trait could go. The numbers 4 and 5 seemed to play a significant role here in Iokusente, but he was still wrapping his head around all of it. What exactly was it that Caldecota wanted? He shook his head for now and focused on the work at hand. Hunting down the remaining worms was possible thanks to both Cassie and Tim being able to sense the chaos energy within them. It still took until nightfall to get it done. The town mayor insisted they stay and got the innkeeper to clear out the inn, giving them the entire upper floor. He, the captain of the guard, and the others ate with Tim and company. Halfway through the meal, Armand asked the most pertinent question. "How often have you been attacked by monsters?" The mayor got nervous with the question, but finally answered, "We live 50 miles from the untamed lands. It is to be expected that an occasional monster will get through. That has been the way it was for my time as mayor, my father before him, and his father before him." "But," Tim said as his voice trailed off. "Well, Master Sojourner, they have been picking up. We've heard tell of a new dungeon and haven't had any adventurers out to clear it. We used to have half a dozen sojourners living here in town. Oh, they weren't low-gen like you, but they made short work of any monsters which attacked. Over the past 3 years, they've all died. But even then, it has gotten much worse in the past month. Now, rarely does a day go by that we don't see a monster. We're just lucky that most days none of them have any interest in us. So they don't always attack the wall. That is very rare, and usually spears and fire are enough to drive them off. I still don't know why those monsters did." Cassie chimed in. "They were looking for hosts. Those worms on them can create new monsters out of animals or even people. That was why they were here." It was grim, and she could have put it more gently, but Tim had to agree with her.
Maybe it was best to just pull off the bandage. The mayor was sweating.
Then, what are we to do? Likely you will have to migrate to the capital, at least for a few months, Armand replied. But you must help us. We'll do anything. Just help us. Maybe if you clear out that dungeon.
His voice trailed off again. It was obvious he knew he had no right to ask anything of them, but was still asking.
Tim said, I'd at least like to take a look at this dungeon. Of course you would, Lucinia mumbled. We will need to do some more elevating first.
The mayor had no idea what Tim's last comment had meant, but the party did, and Armand couldn't hurry them out fast enough. As soon as they were gone, he said,
Okay, I'm first.
Tim shook his head.
Remember, I told you earlier there were 3 reasons. The first was obvious. The second may not matter now. I was afraid to do it then and leave either me or you incapacitated. But the third reason still stands. The monsters we keep facing out-level all of you except Lucinia significantly, yet one of you keeps having to stand there and get hit. We need a higher-level tank, and while maybe I can do that, my build isn't set up for that. Until you change again, Armand pointed out.
Tim frowned and ignored his point.
Anyway, I've made up my mind. If Reggie wants to be elevated, then he is next.
Armand clearly wasn't happy, but didn't argue with Tim. Reggie looked at Lucinia, who made some expression that likely meant something to Reggie, and nodded.
Okay, we can try this. What do I have to do? So far, it seems easiest if we sit on the ground and press our palms against each other.
Reggie rolled his eyes, so Tim added,
It isn't like I want to hold your hands. Trust me, you aren't my type.
Then he activated the trait and pushed out his intent to elevate Reggie.
New target for modification identified. Sojourner Reggie Dartman. Current level 13th. XP 23,019 out of 30,000. Trait Force Absorber. Creates a golden shield around the Sojourner which will either entirely absorb or reduce the impact of kinetic energy that is launched at the Sojourner. It is only 50% as effective against elemental energy. Available modifications. Level. Requires XP to make changes. Class. Effect will be random. Requires XP and mana to make changes. Form. Requires permanent loss of hardiness to make changes. Trait. Locked. Rule of 4. Locked.
Tim had hoped that his progress would have unlocked one of the other modifications. If he could give people better traits, it would open up an entirely new set of options. But then again, traits were generally only given directly from patrons or through extreme circumstances. Maybe with more practice it would become open. Tim looked at the notification and then ran through the math again. It was going to cost him 15,000 XP, but that should be enough.
No time like now to start. Brace yourself.
The rush and flow of energy between them happened faster. It still ended up taking several minutes, but once it was done, Tim felt like he understood the process better than ever.
You have successfully changed Reggie Dartman. Sojourner generation effectively changed. New generation. First. New level cap. 20th. Your XP at level 23 is significantly more concentrated than that of a level 12 Sojourner. Level 20 divided by level 13 equals 154% XP concentration. Level 21 times 1.5 equals 231% XP concentration. Level 22 times 1.6 equals 369% XP concentration. Level 23 times 1.7 equals 627% XP concentration. Level 24 times 1.8 equals 1,128% XP concentration. 14,980 XP transformed to 168,981. New level reached, 20th. 192,000 XP. Max level achieved. 7th and 8th skill slots opened. Autofilled with skills from transferable list. Valorous Shout. Explosive Leap. Target's trait remains the same, but its functionality is upgraded to reflect his effective gen.
Tim felt like he was getting better at this.
Reggie didn't seem to be uneasy at all. He stood up and instantly activated Explosive Leap. He blasted straight up and then landed on top of the wall. He moved around and delighted in the extra power his body felt. Sure, he only gained 8 stat points, but that was a huge leap for someone who thought he might never gain another. When he leapt back down to them, he smiled. "This is crazy awesome! You have to do this to everyone!" Licinia congratulated him, but Tim wondered if she was jealous that she hadn't been elevated to level 20. Tim didn't have time to worry about that, though, because he got another notification. Your trait, Ephemeral, has leveled up to Tier 5. Predictability of this trait is increased minimally. Effectiveness of the trait is increased moderately. Scope of the trait is increased dramatically. Traits cannot level past Tier 5, but their change is the only constant. Tim pondered that. There was so much to do. He was tired from the elevation, but he felt like he could do more. Okay, who's next? Armand quickly volunteered. He was level 12, so the ratio was slightly better for him. Tim managed to elevate both the Elementalist and Spiritualist to level 20. Cassie had almost refused, but in the end, the others talked her into it. Those changes left Tim exhausted. He could barely lift his head now. His XP had dropped down to 384,671. That hurt, but each time he felt like he was understanding the process better. Now, he just needed to figure out how to make it more efficient. That, or he was going to have to hide for the rest of his life from sojourners who wanted to be leveled up. He already had Licinia pissed at him because he refused to elevate her again to level 20. I'll do it tomorrow, I promise, but I'm exhausted now. You don't want me to accidentally change you into an Ogrian, do you? Tim asked, referring to the short, stocky, dwarf-like race which was one of the 4 races on Io Kusante. You'd just love having all those whiskers on your chin, wouldn't you? Licinia crossed her arms and stared at him like she wasn't sure if he was being serious. Fine. I guess it won't matter if I wait one night. After that, they all retired to their rooms, the couples in theirs and Tim alone again. He was so tired that he drifted off to sleep and started having dreams that he was speaking to Kayla. The dream kept becoming more and more detailed. Her head was floating in a jar on a shelf in a laboratory and kept speaking to him. But it wasn't the only head. The tables were filled with all sorts of old-fashioned glass chemistry-type devices. Pipes and tubing, beakers and vials, boiling pots, and a wide assortment of things. It was then that Tim realized what was happening. He'd changed again. Chapter 20. Lab Work. Even knowing that this was a vision induced by the Book of Names didn't make it feel any less realistic. Tim looked around and saw that he was alone. That wouldn't last for long. Each class had its own visions, but they all had him interact with others. While he waited, he grew bored and wandered the lab. Knowledge filled his mind as he stared at various setups. He saw how one experiment was distilling usable elements for a deadly sea viper venom. Another was working to dissolve and break down petrified flesh. There were more than 12 experiments spread throughout the lab, and Tim found that if he looked at them for long enough, he knew what each one was doing. An understanding of alchemy began to fill his mind the longer he was in the room. This was always an aspect of the visions. It was like he was plugged into a larger source of knowledge, while at the same time feeling like he was waking up from a dream. Hours passed, and Tim found himself curious and started tweaking a couple of the experiments. It was almost like he couldn't resist the urge. He didn't want to destroy anyone's work, but found that he knew ways to improve almost all of them. He didn't know how long he spent in there, but it must have been quite a while because his stomach had started to growl. He walked over to the one door in this windowless yet somehow well-vented room. It was a heavy metal door that showed the signs of various caustic substances having been splattered against it. The walls were stone, but all in all, it seemed very sturdy. Tim put his hand on the door handle to open it. He needed to find a dining hall or something. Well, there must be one in a place like this. He had the sense that he was in a large academy of sorts. But the door wouldn't budge. It took only an instant to realize that it was locked on the outside. Tim grinned. They didn't know who they were dealing with. His iron-body trait doubled his hardiness. Even this sturdy door would be no barrier to his power. He braced himself and went to pull, but no matter how much he strained, the door didn't even budge. Then a slit opened at eye level.
"If you're done messing around, perhaps you can get back to work. You know you can't be excused until you complete your masterpiece. Everyone is anxious to see what the genius comes up with."
Tim couldn't see the speaker, only hear their voice, but he recognized the voice. Or rather, the implanted memories did. That was Master Churgus. He was head of the experimental division of alchemists. Wait. It was coming back to Tim. If he was in here, then that meant he was taking his final exam to become a master alchemist. He was no novice, but this step was required to prove that one stood at the pinnacle of the art. And if Master Churgus was overseeing his test, well, maybe it wasn't best to think about that. Then a tray was pushed through a slot at the bottom. A hearty meal was laid out on it, so at least he wasn't being starved. Tim took the meal to the one table that didn't have lab supplies on it. There were a number of books open and spread over the table, but he pushed them enough to make room for his tray of food and then sat down to eat. Slabs of roast beef covered with gravy, some type of root vegetable, and fresh fruit. The mug of ale was also chilled, just as he preferred. Maybe this wasn't so bad. Even if it was only a vision, no one was asking him for anything. The weight of the world didn't rest on his shoulders. He simply had to work on an experiment and enjoy his time. He looked around the room again with new eyes and found a small but comfortable-looking bed pushed against one wall with a nightstand next to it covered in more books. There was plenty of light from magical lights placed around the ceiling even though he couldn't see outside. A bit further down that wall was an open doorway, which led into the privy. It had a bathtub and a hole for the removal of waste. Luxury level was 0, but Tim guessed it was more than some people got in Iokusente. Instantly, he knew why that was. Some alchemical compounds responded to sunlight or moonlight. It seemed odd to him, although chemistry had never been his thing, but then Tim smiled. This wasn't really chemistry. Despite the external drapings, which appeared similar, this was alchemy. On Earth, it would have been a bunch of nonsense, but here on Iokusente, it was one of the 16 classes available to sojourners. He had witnessed how alchemists were looked down on, but that didn't matter. He had been perpetually an outsider since arriving at Iokusente. Up to this point, he had always been on the go, always reacting. Even his other visions had all come with some sense of urgency. Tim paused and thought back. Maybe that wasn't entirely true. Some had more urgency than others, but the visions for both the bestial and naturalist classes had seemed more peaceful, like he was finding himself. Tim smiled. Each of these visions were meant to teach him something. Other sojourners only got one, but he was on his 10th vision now. This time, he would take advantage of the opportunity and learn more. More about this class, more about himself, and more about the gods who were his prison guards, forcing him down a path for purposes unknown. For once, time wasn't his enemy. So Tim settled in, ate his meal, and started reading the books on the table. He knew much of the information, or at least it had been implanted into his mind, but there was something therapeutic about reading it for himself. The feel of the book in his hands, the sound of a turning page. It all whispered peace to him. Day after day passed, and he could only count them by the fact that he knew he was served food twice each day. At first, it took Tim some time to settle in. He enjoyed the reading and had made it through half the books in here within the first 2 weeks. During that entire time, he didn't touch any of the experiments. He simply came to terms with being rather than doing. After about a month, he had been through all the books, but there were still sections he wanted to reread. He wasn't feeling any rush, though. He was alone, but this solitude felt more honest than what he had been living. Alone in a crowd was far lonelier than simply being by yourself. This gave him time for some introspection, mostly as he lay on his small bed. Tim realized that he was partially to blame for his own loneliness. A part of him missed Reggie and the other Eagles, chats with Simon, Cecilia and her father, but most of all, Kayla. He sifted through those feelings and realized it wasn't that he had loved Kayla. It had been too quick for that. But he felt like he might have. The big takeaway from those moments of introspection was that while he might have to save the entire world, he didn't need everyone to like him. He just needed a close group of friends, and he was going to make sure to be more of a friend when he came back. He also pondered the gods. A realization hit him. The visions he'd had about them showed that they, at least all but Caldecota, had been mortals like him at one point. They became something more over a long time, but they retained many of the foibles of mortality. A vision of what could be took root in Tim then. Saving the world from this one threat wasn't enough. The only path forward that he saw was to take a more active role. The catch became to ask if that was something he should do. Was it right to do it? Maybe the mistake of all the patrons was that they tried to deal with things on too broad of a scale. He just wanted a close cadre of friends, and perhaps to find love with a woman he not only was attracted to, but also respected. He also considered the path forward to the dungeon, and then after it into the Untamed Lands. The caravan had seemed unavoidable when he was meeting with Caesar and Charles. No one else could keep up with him, and he knew better than to believe he could do this all alone. Now, though, maybe that was different. Wouldn't it be better to have a smaller but stronger force? Only 5 people could enter the abyss, he knew that much. Then they would need a few teams to hold the outside against whatever monsters were thrown at them. So once again, the nugget of an idea took hold in him. After 2 months, Tim finally was starting to feel like he had found his center. His idea about what would happen moving forward was clearer. Then one morning, he woke up and decided that it was time to get back to his life. He had needed this time, but now he had to figure out how to conclude the vision. He had learned there were 3 primary branches of alchemy: replenishment, status, and transformative. Replenishment was for the creation of HP and mana potions. It was the most straightforward of alchemical pursuits, but also the most sought after. The vast majority of alchemists ended up with this as their primary academic branch. Status was the branch of alchemy which dealt with status conditions, both curing and causing them. A master of status alchemy could brew a potion that would poison an entire town, or another that would cure the most dire of diseases. They could confuse the mind or provide boosts to the power of a mage's spells or the speed of a warrior's blade. Finally, there was transformative alchemy. This included everything from explosive potions to those that allowed the user to change shapes. All of their effects were temporary, but could make all the difference in the right situation. There were some alchemists who had learned how to make themselves faster than an assassin, more durable than a guardian in full plate armor, and stronger than a bestial. Those potions came with a price, but alchemists like that were feared. Apparently, Tim had found himself in an even odder part of the academy. Master Churgus was in charge of alchemists who were seeking to discover new potions, elixirs, powders, pills, or ointments. It wasn't its own branch of alchemy, but rather a way of trying to push all the branches. In order for Tim to be deemed a master, he had to come up with a brand new way of using alchemy, or at least a way which exceeded what currently existed. Thus the 12 different experiments. Tim toured the lab again and took a new look at most of them. He ended up discarding most of them. He didn't want to create a more deadly poison any more than he wanted to create a new medicine. He definitely didn't want to come up with a stronger HP potion. No. Tim's unique perspective had shown him how energy flowed in the alchemical potions. It wasn't just the chemicals that mattered. In fact, they actually mattered less than the alchemist. They were simple reagents for the alchemist's will. The potions only worked if they were infused with power from the alchemist. So he narrowed it down to 3 of the experiments. There was one which was trying to distill the essence of a giant into a potion. There were potions which boosted size, strength, even toughness. But if this potion could be made to work, it would allow a sojourner to become a 30-foot giant. The second was the one which was trying to undo the petrification process which a basilisk had caused. Tim didn't care about undoing the status condition as much as what he could learn about transforming flesh.
Of all people, he had good reason to know that things could change.
The final experiment was simple. It was an attempt to create a potion that could store thermal energy. They already had exploding fire potions and low-grade hand-warming type potions, but from what Tim had read, no one had been able to create a potion which could store a significant amount of heat. If they could, then it would change housing, cooking, even transportation. The thing was that Tim had no interest in any of that. Oh, he wanted to improve the quality of life, but the thing he was more interested in was the connection between alchemy and energy. Not just heat, but more like how it could relate to order or chaos. After spending the better part of the day thinking about all three experiments, Tim decided to go all in on a potion which could store energy. If it worked the way he wanted it to, then he would be able to essentially create an XP potion. Thus began the next 3 months of Tim's life. He studied various compounds and how they store energy, as well as the rate at which he could introduce the energy. He used his ephemeral trait within the vision, which was a first for him. It seemed profound in some way, but Tim wasn't really sure. He beat his head against the wall a few times with frustration over the months and was reminded why he hadn't ever really considered a job in research back home. Eventually, he found a compound made of ground caterpillars and the resin of what was known as a white mountain ash tree. It seemed to have the best energy-storing properties. Tim was able to get it to store heat pretty easily, and at one point he had to destroy his sample because his room was becoming an unbearable sauna. After that, he used his ability to switch out spells and started storing electrical energy in it. The compound would break down once he had poured in several castings worth of electricity, but after 2 more weeks, Tim decided that was only because the compound was more of a catalyst for the storage, not the actual storage. He began to figure out how to pack energy into the compound at an atomic level and hold it together for release with mana. That felt like such a breakthrough, until he hit another limit. He simply couldn't produce enough energy, which raised a new question. He was arguably the most powerful living sojourner, and yet he couldn't produce even a fraction of the power that he needed. With that being the case, were the patrons really just that much stronger, or was there some secret he hadn't figured out? The breakthrough came when Tim remembered how much energy was left whenever he used the crucible or simply gained XP. The system took the majority of it, and he even got a warning not to try and stop the system from taking energy. At first, that led to frustration, but then he realized that if Iokusente was absorbing the majority of freed energy, then it was part of a cycle. He resisted the urge to start singing that song from a childhood movie about the circle of life, but there was truth there. He just needed to find a way to tap into that energy. Knowing what he wanted to do and figuring out a way to do it were 2 very different things. He kept plugging away at it and was almost to the point of losing track of how long he'd been working on it. If Tim had been told it was years, he wouldn't have doubted it. He felt the passage of time less and less, and he was absorbed in understanding this fundamental aspect of how Iokusente worked. Then, without warning, everything slid into place. For a brief moment, he felt a veil pulled up, and Tim could sense the immense stores of energy around him. Order and chaos were both present, even though order was the dominant one. Tim reacted without thinking and pulled on that energy. It was only when he felt that he couldn't hold the strain for a single second longer that he let go. The world went flat around him, and that sense of all the energy around him disappeared. It was as though a blind man had been given vision for a brief moment, and then lost it again. Tim ached with the loss, but yet he had lived most of his life without it. He wanted to experience it again, but he would persist as he was for now. It was time to leave this. He looked down at the potion and knew that it would pass any examination. As he woke up, he was lying on the bed in his room at the inn. He was grateful to be alone so that he could check himself out. There was a flashing notification, but he knew what it was going to say. He wanted to look in a mirror first. Tim pulled the mirror he had bought for this reason from his soul pouch and stared at his new face. He was much older. His skin was still fairly smooth, so he'd say in his late 50s, but the shock of hair on top of his head was snow white. He was wearing a lab jacket, trousers, boots, and a shirt. On his head were goggles for eye protection, something which had come in handy while mixing various solutions in the vision. He was excited, though. His creation would open new doors, new paths for a brighter future. He still had to learn how to repeat his discovery outside of the vision, but as he looked at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but say, "Roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads." Chapter 21. Battle Alchemist. Tim took a quick second to glance at the notification. It was as he had expected.
Trait, ephemeral, activated. Change is life. Consistency is a lie. Control is an illusion. Unconscious roll for new class. 10 out of 16. Result, 15. Alchemist. You now have 81 level gain stat points to assign. Alchemist portion of the Book of Names ritual completed. Transformative branch assigned. Replenishment path assigned as secondary. Acuity, +5. All potions consumed are 50% more effective. Transformative potions and magic have their duration increased by 100%. You may assign transferable skills freely for 1 hour after change. Increase in adaptability has reached a new threshold. New skills assigned. Assess chemical composition. This skill is inferior to Tim's auger, and so will not be added. Quick change. Rarity, rare. Prerequisites. Sojourner, alchemist, level 8. Mana, 25 + 5 per level of potion rarity. Description. Change a potion into any other that you know. The transformation takes 3 seconds and lasts for 60 seconds or until the potion is consumed, whichever comes first.
There were 2 more notifications, though, which brought pleasant surprises.
Adaptability has reached a new threshold. You may upgrade 1 trait which is below Tier 5.
Tim wasn't quite sure what that message about adaptability meant. Maybe it was as simple as the fact that he'd now had 10 different bodies since arriving in Iokusente. He wanted to think that it was more than that, but then again, control was an illusion. No, Tim wouldn't give in to that cynicism and pushed it down. Maybe it was because he had stopped holding back the changes. This body felt more natural to him than any of the others. He had lived in it for nearly 2 years, after all, even if it was only in a very vivid vision. It felt weak, but that was because he hadn't yet assigned his stat points, more so than because it was older than any of his bodies other than the Blood Mage form. The coincidence of a form which would allow him to study energy made him almost certain that Caldecott was using a loaded die when it came to his class changes. He had made the change to Berserker willingly, even intentionally when fighting Magnus. Tim was confident he could change from this form if he wanted to, but first, he needed to make sure he didn't miss out on something he was supposed to learn. The change to Assassin, even though it wasn't a build he wanted to keep for a long time, was one which had still served a purpose. It had heightened his awareness of what happens around him, and had likewise calmed some of the more impulsive behaviors he had been displaying. Now he felt if this body was affecting him in any way, it was prompting him to be more curious. Before the Assassin, that level of curiosity and recklessness combined might have... would have been dangerous, if not fatal to him. Now he felt like he could balance it better. He smiled at his own foolishness. He couldn't trust Caldecott, but he could at least try to pick up the breadcrumb trail he was being led down. The final notification was even more confusing, but just as welcome.
Your understanding and control of energy has progressed significantly. Further progress is necessary to pull back the veil and reach the pinnacle.
Tim could have allowed that to simply frustrate him, but instead, he chose to believe it meant he was on the right track. He might not know everything about it, but it was like playing Marco Polo. Just the confidence it gave him was worth a great deal. Now, though, he had 2 decisions to make. The decision about his trait was going to be the first. Might of the Righteous might actually be impressive in many ways, but he rejected that out of hand. First off, it had been given to him by Simona, and he still believed he could get more out of her. Second, it was limited in the occasions it could be used. Tim always preferred constant benefits rather than situational ones. That same reasoning led him to reject Dungeon Shaper, which made the decision a no-brainer. It likely had been since the beginning. As he triggered the change to Iron Body, he smiled. More hardiness would be valuable. Then again, he didn't know what the upgrade would do for him. The notification put that question to rest, though.
Iron Body 1 has become Iron Body 2. Quality metal must be first strong and durable, but then it must also be pliable to fit the tasks given to it. Your trait will now increase your flexibility by 50%. The same limits apply as before.
Happiness was an understatement. Tim knew he was becoming OP. He might have even felt a bit ashamed, but given the fact that his enemies were dark gods and archfiends, he would take every scrap of power he could manage. Now he had to assign his stat points. Undoubtedly, an alchemist would focus on acuity and sagacity. He had the sense that acuity would be the primary stat even though the skill he gained wasn't specific to one stat. Thanks to his gear, class, and trait, all 4 of Tim's stats were over 30, and all but sagacity were over 40 before any points were assigned. Tim decided that he needed to treat this time round as a caster, but still had to plan on being physical. With their current group, he could best specialize by adding range damage and being an off-tank, maybe offering some crowd control or buffs. For melee damage, he could still use his daggers, and they gave him some impressive assassin skills. He just needed to be fast enough and durable enough to make them work for him. Initially, Tim assigned 20 points to each of the stats except for sagacity. 19 put him at an even 40 there, and left him with 2 more points which could be put into flexibility and push it up to 79. 1 more point would have been ideal, but this was good enough. Next, Tim looked at his skills. The daggers were once again proving to be a godsend, literally. Even if he wasn't really prepared to think of Caldecota in the same way that his grandmother had talked about her god back on Earth. Tim pulled a spell he had dropped before for lack of room. Electrical Arc was one of his more powerful attack spells, and could be both a single target but also a great AoE. Glancing at its description, there was no way that he could not use this, especially given the boost it got from his hat. It increased his damage by 50% and simultaneously reduced the cooldown by the same amount. Not now, but looking at it, Tim decided this would be a good spell to try and upgrade.
Electrical Arc. Rarity. Rare. Prerequisites. Sojourner. Acuity 20. Level 14. Mana. Variable by mode. 10, 20, 40, 50. Description. One of the most flexible attack spells in existence. This spell can be triggered in 4 different forms. The lowest form is an attempt to stun a target with electricity. It causes a maximum of 10 damage, but usually won't kill even a level 1 non-sojourner. All electrical attacks carry an innate chance to stun the target. Form 2. Single target arc of electricity with a range of 10 per sagacity. Damage is electrical in nature and causes damage equal to 3 times 4.5 times acuity. Form 3. Overcharged Arc. By doubling the mana, it is possible to increase the damage of this spell by 50%. Form 4. Causes arcs of lightning to jump from target to target equal to a maximum of 1 enemy per acuity, as long as they are all within range. Damage is 2 times, 3 times, acuity. Cast time. 1 second. Cooldown by mode. 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds.
Beyond that, he decided to keep Chains of Light for a good single-target crowd control and debuff. His plant manipulation skill would serve to create barriers and to serve as AoE crowd control, at least as long as there was any vegetation within the dungeon. If not, he was getting very quick at changing out skills. The increased adaptability seemed to have more tangible benefits than just the trait. He also kept his preferred healing spell, Tim's Augur, Explosive Leap for the mobility it offered, and Devouring Reach. That left 1 spot open, which he had to decide on. He considered Valorous Shout. It would grant 16 more hardiness and flexibility to the rest of the team, which would be fairly significant for all of them. Ice Blast or Flame Column were also options because they could have provided alternate elements for attacking in case something was immune to electrical damage. But Tim's thinking was that he would rely upon Devouring Reach or physical damage in that case. As much as he wanted to consider buffing his teammates, he ended up keeping the pet buff he had. Mischief was now the lowest level member of their team again, and he didn't want the mouse getting squished by whatever they found in this new dungeon. Tim took one last look at his stat sheet, and then went to find the others. There was a lot to talk about.
Name: Timothy Stein. Age: 57. Height: 6 foot 0 inches. Weight: 177 pounds. Class: Alchemist. Transformative. Replenish secondary. Level: 24th. XP: 384,671 out of 499,000. Hardiness: 80, plus 20 consumption. Flexibility: 79, plus 4 belt, plus 4 cloak, plus 4 consumption, plus 8 bracer. Acuity: 61, plus 4 mask, plus 4 hat, plus 8 consumption. Sagacity: 40, plus 4 mask, plus 5 consumption, plus 8 bracer. Hit points: 874, plus 250 and 26 per minute. Mana: 812, plus 260 and 53 per minute. Offense: 34. Defense: 18. Chaos: 132 out of 132. Cold resistance: 100. Faction: Terran, plus 90. Russia/Asmar, plus 10. Ogria, minus 50. Humanity, plus 75. Terran Border Guards, plus 75. Caesar Febrius, plus 50. Sojourner's Guild, plus 45. Traits: 6. Ephemeral, 5. 7. Dungeon Shaper, 1. 8. Iron Body, 2. Doubles hardiness and increases flexibility by 50%, other than that gained by consumption. 9. Might of the Righteous, 1. Increased damage done and decreases damage received while fighting to avenge the fallen or protect those who can't protect themselves. 10. Crucible of Consumption, 5. Plus 20 hardiness, plus 4 flexibility, plus 8 acuity, plus 5 sagacity. Shadow Step 2. Chaos Bulwark 2. 50% See in Dark. Titles: 1. Humanity's Avenger 2. Plus 20% damage when avenging the death or mistreatment of humans. 2. Champion, Grinder. 3. Green Thumb of Creation. Plus 50% to skills related to plants. Equipped class skills/spells. 1. Tim's Augur. 2. Tanar's Speedy Bulwark. 3. Electrical Arc. 4. Nature's Greater Heal. 5. Devouring Reach. 6. Quick Change. 7. Explosive Leap. 8. Extreme Plant Growth and Control. 9. Chains of Celestial Light. Gear Equipped Skills. 4. Dagger Demigod. 5. Dual Wield. 6. Assassinate. Equipped Magical Gear. Mask of the Blind Patron. A. Plus 4. S. Plus 4. Perception. Plus 50%. Choker of Mana. Plus 10. Plus 8 per minute. Runed Belt of Speed. F. Plus 4. Attack Speed. Plus 40%. Ring of Monstrous Health. Plus 150 HP. Plus 15 per minute. Ring of the Battle Magus. Plus 150 mana. Plus 5 per minute. Bracers of Potency. S. Plus 8. F. Plus 8. Plus 100 HP and mana. Armor Plate Harness. Anklets of Speed. Move plus 20%. Gloves of Life Drain. 10% necrotic resistance. Life Drain 1 per day. Jack Burton's Hat of Electrical Whooping. A. Plus 4. Plus 50% electrical resistance. Plus 50% power and 50% cooldown reduction for electrical and light-based spells. Cloak of Levitation. F. Plus 4. 1 hour per day. Rugen's Defender Axe. Right hand twin blade of skill focus. Left hand twin blade of skill focus. Name: Mischief. Age: 4 months. Length: 4.2 inches. Weight: 1.3 ounces. Class: Treasure Hunter. Level: 15th. XP: 39,101 out of 48,000 to next level. Hardiness: 36. Flexibility: 48. Acuity: 20. Sagacity: 20. Hit points: 173. Mana: 68. Offense: 11. Defense: 15. Factions: Humans: 10. Equipped class skills/spells: 1. Revealing Sight. 2. Superior Climb and Cling. 3. Master Unarmed Combat. 4. Grand Touch of Weakness. 5. Nature's Lesser Heal. 6. Defender's Bane. Bejeweled Summoning Harness. +2 Defense. +3 all stats. +100 HP.
Chapter 22. Finding the Pit. When Tim realized that the rest of the team was still sleeping, he meandered downstairs. His high stats erased any pain or stiffness he might have felt being in what seemed like an old man's body to him. Ironically, after his time in the Vision, he was comfortable with it. The confidence that he could change at any point in time probably had something to do with that. The innkeeper seemed confused by his appearance, but Tim didn't bother to explain, only saying that he was another sojourner with their group. That and the color of his coin was more than enough to satisfy him, and soon a hearty breakfast was sitting on the table. Tim savored the variety, not because it was so incredible. It was simply that while in the Vision, his meals had all been the same. While he was eating, Tim felt an odd weight in the pocket of his lab coat and shoved his hand into it without thinking. He immediately felt the smooth surface of a glass vial with an odd warmth coming out of it. Then he was struck by the sense of power he felt coming from it. He couldn't believe he'd missed it before. When he pulled it out, he was shocked because it was the potion he had created in the Vision. How that was possible was beyond him. His first vision had resulted in some scars which Tim had after returning to the real world, but he had never brought an item from one of the visions out with him. He quickly activated Tim's auger to verify if it was the same. Potion of Condensed Energy. Rarity: Mythic. Effect: This potion contained the condensed energy of the Iokusente. It is made from 91.6% order energy, to use the term identified by its maker, and 8.4% chaos energy. This is consistent with the overall distribution of energy currently present in Iokusente, which is out of balance from the optimal 97:3 ratio. This potion may not be partially imbibed as the energy stolen to power it cannot be split, and attempting to do so is not recommended. A highly unstable reaction with spectacular destructive capacity is the more probable outcome. The results of imbibing the entire potion are as of yet unknown, but 96.8% likely to be positive, bordering on miraculous. This potion will fill its imbiber with the raw power of Iokusente, and change will be inevitable. Go ahead. I dare you. As Tim was staring at the vial and rereading his assessment of it, a loud laugh burst out from the bottom of the stairs. He looked up and saw Armand walking over, followed by the others. "Tim, is that you?" He shrugged in response as he slipped the potion of condensed energy back into the pocket of his lab coat. "Who else?" Armand's eyebrow arched. "What's that?" Tim locked eyes with Armand as though to challenge him. "Nothing. Just a potion I was working on." Tim was thankful when Licinia interrupted. He didn't want to discuss what this new potion meant until he thought about it a bit more. "Oh, great. Now you went from the best class to the very worst," Cassie said. "Don't be like that to him. Alchemists aren't completely useless." Tim couldn't help but hear the emphasis she put on the word, completely. "I think you'll find that I'm far from useless, but that isn't the point. You all need to eat so we can head out to this dungeon." "Yeah, he needs more XP so he can push me up to level 20, Licinia said.
Actually, I'll do that before we leave. I just don't think I can do more than one person a day. It seems to drain me too much.
Licinia was all smiles as she sat down waiting for the innkeeper to bring out coffee. Reggie, on the other hand, was frowning. I'm not so sure about this. I mean, I'm willing to go into most dungeons now that we're all going to be level 20, but I'm not sure that it's a good idea for you to come until you change again. I like HP potions as much as any tank does, but I've yet to meet an alchemist who didn't constantly get distracted. Rather than argue, Tim just shared his status sheet with the rest of the party while telling them about the upgrade to his trait. They were each jealous. Tim didn't need to be able to read their minds to know that. But they couldn't argue that he had all the necessary stats and skills to still be the most powerful member of their party no matter what his class was. They ate and discussed a plan for the day. They were going to split up into 2 groups to cover more ground. They were going to have to return to the caravan tomorrow because if they were gone for too long, there was no telling what might happen. As it was, Armand would ride with Tim and the other 3 would stick together. That way, they should be able to handle any stray monsters. When breakfast was over, they went upstairs. Tim dropped another 4,814 XP to raise Licinia the rest of the way to level 20, and then they were off. While packing up, Tim had tried to place the potion into his spatial storage but received an error message indicating that it couldn't be put there because its connection to the energy of Iokusente was too great for it to be placed into a different dimensional space. There wasn't enough time to worry about it now, so he just secured it in a potion bandolier which came with his new class. He almost felt like Rambo with it hanging across his chest now. Armand was strangely quiet for the first couple of hours that they were riding. Tim found that he missed the man's banter. Maybe it was having been alone in the vision, or just that he was finally ready to make some true friends here.
You're quiet this morning. Being around you gives me a lot to think about. Normally, I pester you with questions. No, don't give me that look. I know you get annoyed with all my questions. I'm used to it. Heck, when I first met you, you were one of the only people who asked as many questions as I do. That was only because you were in an entirely new world, though. I had plenty of struggles in the beginning, but I needed to figure out myself and what my place in this world was. I still am, but I also realize that I want friends. I may never be a full member of the Silver Eagles, but this is good enough for now. You were gonna shake things up when you show others how you can make a party of 5. Heck, everything you've done lately is going to shake things up. The line at your door of rich sojourners trying to get you to elevate them is going to be insane. Assuming I survive going into the abyss, I worry less about that and more about the guild or Caesar trying to imprison me and turn me into some type of XP machine.
Tim respected that Armand didn't try to argue no one would do that to him. They both got quiet, though, thinking about that possibility. But then responsibility beckoned as Tim felt the faint pull of chaos energy. He held up his hand. Armand slowed his horse to a stop next to Tim, but sat quietly waiting.
I can't tell if it's a monster or a dungeon. We need to get closer, but there is a source of chaos in that direction.
Tim pointed to the northwest as he spoke.
Do you want me to send up a flare to let the others know? Not yet. Let's get a bit closer so I can be sure. Lead on.
Mischief climbed up onto Tim's shoulder as they rode forward. His enhanced senses might help out now that they had a general idea of where to go. That turned out to be a great call because, almost instantly, the mouse sighted 3 flying shapes over top of a rising hill in the distance. It was maybe 5 miles away, and Tim couldn't make out details, only the way that the land fell into a valley around the hill and then rose significantly. It wasn't a mountain, but a decent hill with a rounded peak, mostly covered in scrub grass, but with a few trees and some rocky outcroppings. There might even be a cave or 2 in there. It struck Tim as the perfect place for a dungeon entrance, but those forms in the air seemed ominous. Tim explained what he saw even if Armand couldn't see it yet for himself. He said they just looked like birds or even bees circling around the top of the hill. He did set off the flare, though, as he fired column of flame off high in the sky. It was a mana-intensive flare, but got the job done. The others couldn't have missed that. After that, Tim got out of the saddle and went through the motions he had been taught to take care of his horse. Part of it was that he needed to pass the time while waiting for the others, but he also didn't want to ride a horse into battle. It took another 2 hours for Reggie's group to get to Tim. They ended up using that time for Tim to transfer the Devouring Reach spell to Armand. He could use it to gain a shield of temporary HP, which would make Tim feel better about his survivability. In fact, now that he thought about it, Tim wanted to transfer the spell to all the others. That just wasn't possible to do all in one day. Licinia went ahead to scout, which ended up taking another hour and a half. Tim shook his head. In movies, these parts always just happened off-screen. Having to live through the minutiae was very different. When the assassin returned, Reggie asked for a report. "What did you see?"
"I only got close enough to make out the monsters overhead. There were always 3 up there, but there were more because I saw them rotate in and out."
Tim nodded in agreement.
"Anyway, they are something I've never seen before. Their bodies are those of bumblebees, but larger than a horse. Then they have a humanoid's torso, head, and arms, but like they were lizard people."
Tim started mumbling to himself. If half drow, half spider is a drider, then what does that make a half lizard, half bee? Maybe a Lizbee? No one was paying any attention to him, so Tim let it go but still listened in as Reggie outlined the plan. They were going to ride the horses for another couple of miles, and then go the last part on foot. Licinia had found a good place to tie the horses off where they could graze but wouldn't be too close. After that, Reggie had them moving forward in formation. Licinia took point and was a good 500 feet in front of them. Depending on the terrain, they could still see her form. Tim realized that he knew a formula for a potion of invisibility, but didn't have enough HP and mana potions to change 5 of them, so he kept that idea to himself. He did make sure to do a rundown of the various potion recipes which had been uploaded into his head. He was taking up the rear but had Mischief to keep a lookout, so his mind was freed up for that. The sheer number of recipes he knew shocked him. It was still odd to have knowledge just uploaded into his mind. There were the staples like healing and mana potions, but also ones which could restore stamina. It wasn't a measured stat in the system, but everyone knew what getting tired felt like, and a potion that counteracted that was useful even if it couldn't be used indefinitely. He also had cures for many diseases and antidotes for all of the most common poisons and even some rare ones. There were tactical potions, buffing potions, and of course he had the incomplete recipe for the potion of condensed energy in his mind. That was the one he would need to perfect. One of the first things he needed to do once he got back to the caravan was set up a lab and brew as many base potions as possible. His quick change ability would then allow him to make whatever he needed on the fly. He shook his head. Why did alchemists have such a poor reputation? This class seemed like the most versatile he had yet encountered. Of course, maybe that wasn't fair. Most alchemists weren't level 24, nor did they have his completely cheating stats. His random thoughts came to an end when he bumped into Cassie. She glared back at him before pointing to where Reggie was signaling for the group to stop. Reggie and Licinia were talking. Normally, Tim wouldn't have been able to hear them, but Mischief could, so that meant Tim could as well. "How many are there?"
"I saw 12 of the walking ones. They were sort of like ogrians, but not as thick, maybe 4.5 feet tall. Their hair stands on end and is jet black. Each was wielding a 2-pronged fork that was the size of a small spear. And their eyes were the worst part. They were bulging and red. I was able to use Tim's auger on them, and they are all level 14. The flying ones with the bee butts were level 16 to 18. There were 3 on the ground and 3 in the air. Each of them were equipped with bows and carried a quiver of arrows attached to their underbelly."
"Okay, so 18 enemies in total. Did you get a sense of what they were doing?"
"As far as I can tell, they were guarding a hole in the ground. It looked like it had been dug intentionally, and then the edge was smoothed off. But it still seemed like it was just hard-packed dirt. The hole is about 4 feet across, give or take an inch."
Tim smiled at that part. He had learned that Licinia had a great eye for measuring things. It was one of those intangible assassin skills, and she was particularly good at it. So if she said it was 4 feet, then Tim was confident it was exactly 4 feet across. Then she added,
"I can't help but feel like that hole was the butthole of some nasty place we don't really want to go."
Reggie shrugged. That's kinda a job. You always take me to the nicest places. Reggie didn't answer, but signaled for the others to gather where he was. Chapter 23. Into the Pit. The discussion went by quickly, but in the end, the smaller creatures were called krulls, and the flying ones were lemits, although Tim still thought that Lisbees would have been better. According to Licinia, the krulls had less than 600 HP, so they should be manageable. The lemits were a bit tougher, with just over 1,000, but it was going to be their ranged attacks which would be the problem. They decided to open up with dual electric arcs cast by both Tim and Armand. Hopefully they'd both get crits and the krulls would be nearly dead before the battle began. Not that any battle ever went according to plan. After that, Armand and Tim would focus on taking out the aerial threats while Reggie was stuck tanking all of the krulls and Licinia tried to thin out the pack. Tim missed Kayla now. She had a different assassin specialization than Licinia did, but her poison bombs would have come in handy now. As it was, they went over the plan 3 times and then started moving. There was an exposed area when they crossed the small dip before the hill started to rise, but it was close enough that Armand and Tim could both fire off the spell once they were halfway across. The spell only had a 1-second cast time, but they needed to stand still and would be out in the open for that second. The solution was to use 2 of the mana potions Tim had to change them into potions of invisibility. The 2 of them would become visible as soon as they damaged any creature, but at least they could cast while hidden from sight. If it weren't for the cooldown on the spell, they might have planned on hitting the enemy with another one, and hoping that they could survive in the open after being exposed. But even with Tim's hat, the cooldown for Mode 4 of Electric Arc was 15 seconds. After downing the potions, Armand laughed. Tim understood why. He waved his hand in front of his face and couldn't see it. The potion made them invisible to everyone, including themselves. That was probably one of the reasons these potions weren't more common. Well, that, and that fact that it required a level 14 alchemist to make them. Tim crept down the decline, being careful not to make any more noise than necessary. He was no longer an assassin, but as with all of his other classes, he found that some of the aspects lingered on. He was more aware of his surroundings and knew how to walk more quietly than before. That thought stirred up his curiosity, and it was all he could do to tamp it down. Maybe alchemists were really annoying after all. What he did realize, though, was that all of the skills and abilities of the other classes should still be in him. He could use their spells and abilities in his slots, but why not their class aspects, which didn't take up a slot? Tim couldn't stop to experiment now as much as he ached to do so. There was simply no way to signal Armand without making noise. They were already going to have to cast as quietly as they could. Once in place, Tim listened carefully for when Armand started casting. As soon as he did, Tim began his own casting. Their spells didn't end up going off exactly at the same time, but close enough. They appeared as the air was scorched by blue bolts of lightning shooting off their hands. The electricity danced from one target to the next, hitting all 12 of the krulls and the 3 lemits which were on the ground. Most of them dropped to the ground. Tim saw the crit notifications, but the damage wasn't enough to reach 600 even between the 2 of them. Not that losing 80% of their life in a single instant and feeling their muscles convulse uncontrollably as the current danced through them was easy. The monsters tried to cry out, but their jaws were locked shut by spasming muscles. This didn't keep the airborne lemits from diving at them. Tim wished he could have taken the time to kill some of the almost dead monsters on the ground, but at least he smiled when he saw Reggie slam down in their midst, carried by the power of an explosive leap. He turned his focus away from them, though, as he called upon the roots in the ground with extreme plant growth and control. They answered by shooting up like an arched trellis over his head. It wasn't perfect protection, but it served to deflect the first 2 arrows which were aimed at him. Armand wasn't so fortunate. Tim watched as his friend was shot through the chest with an arrow. He had to force himself to calm down and remember that Armand was a sojourner. He couldn't be killed until all of his HP were exhausted. Then Tim fired off a devouring reach at one of the archers in the air. Thanks to his boosted acuity, the spell did over 850 damage with a crit and gave Tim over 500 temporary HP. This was when Tim really loved this spell. He fired it off a second time and killed the creature. The lack of a cooldown and his deep mana pool with rapid mana regen made this a devastating weapon. While Tim had one down, he saw the three which had been electrocuted had overcome their debuffs and were now in the air. They were all coming for Tim, which worked, because he was already worried about Armand. The Elementalist had gotten off at least one of the life tap spells, but he was starting to look like a pincushion. They were too exposed here in the open. Then a glowing white light appeared around him, and Tim knew that Cassie had entered the battle. That was just going to make her a target, though. The countdown on electrical arc was still ticking. Tim needed to buy 5 more seconds. Tim thought, "Oh, what the hell? I've got the temporary HP to handle this." Then he activated Explosive Leap and launched himself into the air with his daggers waving. He managed to land a couple of cuts against the limits before he flew past them. More to the point, he drew their attention. They lashed out at him with claws or fired arrows at him, but that meant they weren't firing on Armand or Cassie. The Elementalist didn't let the opportunity go to waste. He cast his mage shield around himself and Cassie, who had run up to him. Tim also didn't waste his chance. As his upward momentum came to an end and he began to slowly fall back to the ground, electrical arc came off of cooldown. A quick second later, he did his best Palpatine impersonation as he laughed maniacally while holding his fingers out as blue bolts shot from them and then arced from one of the airborne creatures to the next. The three which had already been shocked plummeted to the ground as their wings locked up. The impact with the ground finished off anything that was left of their HP. The other two managed to stay in the air somehow, but they were probably the higher-level ones and had more resistance. Then Tim forgot about them as he slammed back into the ground. Even a hardiness of 80 and over 1,000 temporary HP didn't make this painless. He was protected from the worst of it, but his leg bones still felt like they shoved his hips up into his lungs. As Tim recovered, a now protected Armand fired off a couple of spells. One shredded the wings of a monster, sending it falling, and the other froze the wings of the second with the same result. Aerial monsters could be a terror, but Tim allowed himself a brief smile through the pain as he realized that it also put those monsters in a vulnerable position if they lost their ability to fly. Cassie came running over.
"Are you okay? Your HP are still full, but you look like you're going to throw up."
"The temporary HP helped. I didn't even take 400 damage, but it still freaking hurts."
"Of course it does. You jumped a couple 100 feet into the air?"
The spiritualist slapped his chest as she said that.
"Oh, don't start making me think that you care about me."
She tilted her head and squinted at Tim.
"Never. But Armand likes you, and I like to keep him happy."
"Oh, great. So I get healing as long as you aren't squabbling with Armand that day."
Then Tim looked at the Elementalist.
"You better keep her happy because I don't want to miss a heal just because she's deciding if she likes me."
They both laughed, and then all three of them grinned even bigger when they looked at Reggie and Lucinia. They had managed to kill all of the Krolls, but apparently they had a bluish-green blood, because the two of them were covered in it. Lucinia said,
"Great! Laugh, while we do all the work."
"Here, let me try something."
Tim walked over and placed his hand on the gore covering Reggie's breastplate. Then he activated Crucible of Consumption but controlled it so that he only consumed the blood that was covering him. Tim felt the briefest strain, but since he had dealt significant damage to each of the creatures whose blood was involved, he was able to use the ability. It never even tried to latch onto Reggie, which was also a relief. He shook his head and said, "Wow, that felt weird." Then he ran his hand over his now clean armor. "But it worked, so thanks," the assassin said.
"Wait, why'd you clean him up first?"
Tim laughed.
"I was worried you'd cut my hand off if I stuck it on your chest like that."
Cassie said,
"If she didn't, then Reggie would have. If you can get all this goop off of me, I don't care about a quick grope."
That brought out more laughter, but Tim simply grabbed her arm and activated the ability to clean her up. Then he went around and consumed the corpses of any of the creatures he had dealt more than 50% damage to. The net gain was 12,470 XP. Now they were ready to climb down into this hole and see what was so important that 18 monsters had to guard it. Chapter 24. First Floor. There was no doubt about it. This was a dungeon. As Tim stood at the precipice of the hole, he could feel the chaos. It was muted by whatever barrier separated the dungeon from Iokusente. "And you're absolutely positive that there is no recorded dungeon in this location?" Armand replied. "For the third time, Tim, yes, I'm certain. I know the location of every mapped dungeon." "And what are the odds that this simply isn't a mapped dungeon?" "If it were within the Untamed Lands, I would say that there was a decent chance, but not within the boundaries of Terra, especially not within a couple hours' ride from a town of 5,000 people." "Just double-checking." "Triple-checking," Cassie said. "Fine, triple-checking. If this isn't a normal dungeon, then it is likely an astral branch of the Abyss. It won't be named like other dungeons. From what we learned, it isn't the same as the Abyss itself, but we need to be ready for a diamond-ranked challenge. And, more to the point, there could be fiends and all sorts of other things in here." Lucinia said, "Technically, we are diamond-ranked now." Tim frowned. He knew just how long it could take to adapt to new powers. While they were all still their same class, they had taken colossal leaps in power. Each level was worth more than the levels below it, and they all had access to 8 skills now rather than 6. It was a big jump. Fortunately, Reggie said, "The guild might have something to say about that. We've got the levels, but need more training and experience. Still, I understand this is important, so that's why we're here." Tim called upon a root and sent it down the hole. When it reached 12 feet below the surface, it struck something, and Tim lost control of it. As far as he could tell, it was like the vine simply disappeared. He explained his findings, and they agreed that likely meant there was a portal there. They discussed strategy, and again it was decided that Reggie would go first. Tim wanted to, but the big guardian took his role in the party seriously. So he went first, followed by Lucinia, Armand, Cassie, and then Tim. Once he got inside, he was just as happy that he hadn't gone first. There was an odd odor in the air. Tim couldn't quite figure out what it was. It didn't really stink so much as it was very thick air, humid even. The walls of the dungeon looked wet at first glance. When he focused a bit more, it became clear that they were more like tissue, the membranes of some organism, than stone or other material. The floor was covered in about 12 inches of thick fog, which would of course make traps harder to find, and it was just as squishy as the walls looked. They all grimaced, but then started working their way down the hall. The feeling of chaos in here was much stronger than outside. It was even stronger than it had been in the astral dungeon, which the Mimar had used as their base to attack the capital. A few feet in had Lucinia launching a pair of throwing knives at the wall. Instantly, the wall screeched in pain and started moving. Or rather, the creature which was on the side started to move. To Tim's eyes, it was almost indistinguishable from the wall even now that it was thrashing about. The assassin stepped up and finished it off with one more quick dagger strike, but not before Tim got a chance to use his auger on it. Fetid Ray, Lesser Fiend, Level 8, Status, Impaled, HP, 41 out of 170. Lucinia made the hand gestures for quiet, and then indicated that there were more of the creatures. She started pointing them out, but as quickly as she did, they became hidden all over again. There were half a dozen up and down the hallway on alternating sides. Tim was able to focus on them a bit longer by searching for the slightly denser concentration of chaos within them, but even then, his eyes almost refused to believe they were there. At Reggie's command, they split up and each went to take care of one of the creatures. None of them moved until it was too late, but the 6th one escaped down the hallway. It slithered along the wall until it fell to the floor and was lost in the fog. Tim lost it then, as that fog seemed to confuse his sense of the energy around him. It was almost like it diffused any energy it came in contact with. When Tim consumed his ray, it was simple. He got the chance to gain 3% active camouflage and chose to take it. Sure, he needed XP, but he was very impressed with the ability this thing had to hide, and since they'd already run into 7 of them after only being in the tunnels for a short time,
He had high hopes for there to be enough for him to gain a new ability.
"Hold, everyone," Tim whispered. "I just thought of something I need to try."
Then he pulled up his Dungeon Shaper trait. Dungeon Shaper 1. When you are inside of a dungeon, you can adapt your body to absorb traits from the creatures inside that dungeon. You will gain their strengths, but may limit their weaknesses. It will take time to master this trait. Adaptations may be held after leaving a dungeon for a variable mana cost per minute, depending upon the degree of adaptation. Maximum adaptations, 1 at current trait level. Then there were several options from the previous dungeons he had been in, but they were all grayed out. So far, there was only one option in this dungeon. Fetid Ray, +5 acuity, clinging touch, active camouflage, +3 mana per minute to maintain outside of the dungeon. This was a trait which Tim had meant to work on more. Like so many other things, there simply hadn't been the chance. He accepted the ability and felt like both his hand and feet became sticky. It was much like he imagined Spider-Man would be. He could touch the wall and cling to it, but it didn't stick if he didn't want to. Armand, however, gasped as he took the ability.
"I can't see you. The party interface says you're there, and if I look really hard, I can catch your form when you move. But if you stay still, it's like you aren't even there. Something is making my eyes want to shift away from you."
Tim reached out and touched the elementalist, who jumped back.
"Ah! That's freaky."
Licinia said, "Useful. Can you pass that on?"
"You can already turn invisible. But if I figure out how to grant new traits to others, then you all will be the first to know."
"Blasphemy. Only the patrons can grant traits,"
Cassie said. Everyone got quiet for a minute, and Tim chose not to argue the point. Instead, they started moving forward again, just more carefully since they had discovered the fetid rays. There was at least one more out there. The tunnel split up ahead, and Licinia went to scout both sides before saying that the left side was a dead end. That sent her down the right branch. After a few minutes, she came back and said it opened into a series of caverns, but that the fog was thicker. A brief discussion was followed by them heading down that tunnel. Just before they reached the cavern ahead, Tim felt a surge of chaos. He tried to signal stop, but his new ability made the others not notice him. He grinned at himself in frustration and called out, "Hold!" As he did, a sound from behind them came echoing down the tunnel.
"Something's coming."
At the same time, another fetid ray fell from the ceiling and flipped so it landed right on Reggie's face. Whatever he was saying, no one could understand as he was struggling to pull it off of him while thrashing around on the ground. What Tim did know was that there were a bunch of bodies crashing toward them. These were the types of fiends he had expected. Their bodies were all a hodgepodge of animal parts. One had an elephant trunk, another walrus tusks, and a third combined tiger stripes and a bear head. Despite that one, most of them had vaguely humanoid heads, several with spiral horns or fins on them. They all had long clawed fingers and slavering mouths. Tim could feel the hunger coming off of them as a tangible thing. Behind them, he caught a glimpse of black and silver robes while a high-pitched voice ordered,
"Push them in!"
Tim didn't know where they were supposed to be pushed in, but it was a pretty solid bet that he didn't want to go anywhere the enemy was pushing him. These things were too strong for electric arc, and there were at least 8 of them, not to mention whatever was commanding them. A quick assessment told him they were all level 18 to 20, so this would be quite the fight. He couldn't hold back. He had 11 potions left. It would have to be enough.
"Armand, buy me a second. Cassie, help Reggie. Licinia, I need to know what's in that chamber."
They all sprang into action. Tim could only see the elementalist as he cast Column of Fire straight down the hallway. Somehow he had reshaped the spell and cast it horizontally instead of vertically. A wash of flames rushed forward, filling the hallway. Their heat was magnified in the confined space, and the concussive impact of the explosive force sent the fiends down. They were far from out of it. The heat wasn't enough to burn them up, but it was buying Tim a second. Quick change, potion of haste. Quick change, potion of giant strength. Quick change, Potion of Beast Form. Even with the flames scorching the membrane walls and burning up the fog in that section of the hallway, the fiends were on their feet far too soon. These 3 potions would have to be enough. Tim surged forward. The potions had not only doubled his current hardiness and flexibility, but the beast form allowed him to transform. In the vision, he had learned those transformations were normally random and virtually uncontrollable, but that was for someone other than a wielder of ephemeral. His adaptability was high enough that Tim controlled the change. Gone was the wild white hair and goggles. Instead, he was in his bestial form, further boosting his physical stats and giving him an overwhelming lust for battle. Each hand held one of his twin daggers, and each motion of his arm carved deep wounds into one of the fiends. They fought back. He felt claws tear into any exposed part of him. He materialized his armor set back on himself as he moved and said another thanks for the wardrobe function of his soul pouch. The anklets of speed enhanced him further, as did his runed belt of haste. The daggers were a blur, and he fought against them all. The tight quarters didn't allow the fiends to maneuver around him, and he severed the outstretched arm of one foe. Then the next he drove a blade into with Assassinate and ended its existence. He longed to use Consumption on them, but couldn't while fighting against so many. Then the pressure ended. A white glow surrounded him, and Cassie buffed him while healing his wounds. He felt a faint presence from Simona. The patron was watching him. Perhaps her attention had been on him before it was brought by Cassie's devotion. Who knew? Tim didn't care in the moment. With his friends joining the fight, he was able to move past them. Reggie's taunt pulled 3 of the fiends toward him. Another was attacking the one with the severed arm. Licinia assassinated yet another, and Armand had the last one tied up with a barrage of magic. Ice to freeze him in place, and electricity to end him. Tim felt his power surge as Simona's trait came to life. It should have been active before, but he had forgotten that he was fighting to protect others. He had been lost in the battle. Now that his focus was restored, he grew even stronger. Licinia urged him to finish whoever was controlling these, and he dove into the shadows at the end of the hall to find the one in black robes. Chapter 25. Deeper Still. His bestial eyes were even keener. And, wait, where was Mischief? He had lost him in that frenzy, but then looked back and saw that oversized battle-form mouse fighting with the party. That was good. They'd need his help against 3 greater fiends. Tim needed to hurry this along too, but he had a sense this was what he would have called a floor boss. The shadows seemed unnatural, and even his enhanced night vision didn't allow him to see clearly. But he could hear. There was no heartbeat, but there was the scraping sound of claws along the floor. Even better, Tim could smell now. The shift in air let him sense the rotten corpse of the dead. He smiled. It was that crazy bestial grin. Tim would have felt cheated if he got summoned to a magical world and there weren't any undead. At least, that was what he would have felt while in his bestial fury. But Tim was more than just a bestial. Chains of light sprang from his hand to the location where he sensed the enemy. The bands of light formed around the creature who shrieked as whatever shadow magic it was using was shattered. Then Tim got a good look at his foe. This wasn't some masterful skeleton lich. No, it was a putrid, rotting corpse stuffed into a robe. The body was oversized and misshapen, but strong. Tim spared just a second to know who he was fighting.
Zavinth, Flesh Lord, level 21st. Status, elevated. HP, 1,814 out of 1,900.
Hello, Zavinth. The creature screamed as it tried to break the chains of light. They seemed to be holding, and their celestial light was burning away at his putrid flesh to the tune of damage equal to Tim's sagacity each minute, and then boosted by his hat. Still, that would have taken a long time, and Tim needed to end this. He raised his hand and cast Electrical Arc. He watched the creature and was sure from the way the energy within it was corrupted that a life tap spell was not the way to go. Sadly, the spell didn't crit,
but it still knocked off almost 300 HP. The creature continued to struggle, but it wasn't able to break free. Rather than play it safe, Tim burned a point of chaos and shadow-stepped behind the creature. He shoved both his daggers into its body, but even that damage still left it over 3/4 life. It seemed to be regenerating. Then he remembered and cast Nature's Greater Heal on it. That caused it to wither fully. Tim shook his head. This thing wasn't going to be hard, and here he had been looking forward to a challenge. Of course, in his bestial confidence, he had only seen this thing as a slab of rotting meat and forgot about its magic. It had used shadows before, and this time it turned those shadows into spears to be used against him. He was slammed back into the wall behind him. His armor and hardiness saved him, but even with that, he was bleeding in 6 spots where the shadow spears had pierced his body. The cooldown fell away, and Tim cast Electric Arc. He was about to charge it again since it was nearing half-life. Assassinate should be just about ready. But it began to laugh.
Oh, you didn't think that spell was meant to hurt you, did you?
Tim arched an eyebrow.
I love it when they think they're in control. All those fiends thought they were too. Yet they answered my call. All flesh does. The Master thinks you're worthy, but I'll show him that you aren't. With you gone, perhaps he will finally raise me to be his herald.
Tim tried to respond. He wanted to tell the creature to shut up. He was tired of hearing about this herald crap. He simply wanted to stop the threats and find some peace. Well, and enjoy a good fight along the way. But he couldn't make his mouth move. In fact, his entire body seemed frozen. Axes of shadow appeared and began chopping away at the spell-binding Zavinth until the chains of light were broken. Still, Tim wasn't able to move, but his mind was racing. He felt the way the shadow had infected him and was spreading through his body. It was almost like a fungal spore which only grew in darkness. It somehow gave Zavinth control over his body. Well, his title had been Flesh Lord.
You don't seem scared. Perhaps you are one of those who thinks they aren't afraid of death. But it won't be so easy for you. You are my servant now. Let's see how you like ripping your friends apart. Will you still feel so brave when I make you rip mouthfuls of flesh from their still living forms?
Then it clicked into place. Tim knew it was there. He had been too caught up in the fight. The bestial form was powerful, but it came with downsides. He needed to master that. He wanted to take the power of each form and make them his rather than having to fight inbred habits. Now, though, his focus was on controlling his body. He would have smiled if his jaw wasn't locked. Control was an illusion. It was time for Zavinth to learn that. Tim activated Ephemeral. His body shifted just enough. It wasn't a full change, but just enough to allow the shadow spores to fall out of him. He smiled now. That had been a much better shift than he had expected. Maybe he was getting the hang of this. Zavinth realized an instant too late what had happened. He raised his hand and swirling shadows gathered on his palm. Tim didn't care to find out what spell that was. His potion-boosted speed was beyond anything the Flesh Lord could match, and in a fraction of a second, Tim was on him. He scissored the daggers across the creature's neck so hard that he severed the head. It fell backward into the robes while the shadow spell burst into Tim. Damn, it was still alive, or undead, whatever it was called. That was the power of magical beings in Iokusente. Even removing the head wasn't enough. But that suited Tim just fine. He felt the maelstrom of shadow rip into his chest. It was a swirling vortex of dark energy which quickly drained the last of his temporary HP. But Tim still had enough time to lay his hand on the creature. Then he activated an ability he hated, but needed all the same.
You have activated the Crucible of Consumption. Your victim is still alive. This provides a new potential benefit to the ability. You are consuming an elevated monster. You are consuming a monster which is not bound by the rule of 4s. Your victim is fighting back.
Tim felt the struggle, but it was weak and aimless. Zavanth was fading. Its head was no longer connected to its body, and its will was losing control over the body. This would be easy, but he still had to act decisively to crush it. The shadow spell it had cast ran its course, but Tim had not only lost all his temporary HP, but also a third of his regular health. He saw the creature's energy for what it was. Chaos ran in its veins, but it was twisted in a way that ran contrary to normal. That must have been what kept a corpse alive, or in a limbo between life and death. He recognized that it was still just energy, and in order to consume it, that was what he had to consume. Tim pulled, and after just a few seconds, the last of the resistance was gone.
You are victorious in a contested battle. You have the choice of gains that can be made. You may gain your choice of enhanced dark vision. You may see as well in either normal darkness or magical darkness as in bright sunlight. Trait, Shadow Spore. Mind control is impossible on Iokusente, but this trait granted by Asmarin to a faithful servant long ago will enable you to control your enemies' bodies. Warning, you must be undead to use this trait. Acuity, +5, 20% of victim's XP.
Tim didn't want to become undead, so no matter how useful that trait sounded, that option was off the table. Dark vision would be great, and so would the acuity, but truthfully, he needed more XP. And this guy was level 21, so he was going to have a lot. Tim accepted the reward and gained 47,883 XP. It still didn't get him to level 25, then again, who knew if the goalposts would change for that anyway? He needed this XP to elevate more Sojourners and empower their team. His team. Tim raced back down the hallway to help them. It took him a second, though, because he had to first kill the fiend which had won its battle against its wounded comrade. The two of them had ripped each other apart, but in the end, the bare-headed one had won. Tim cut him down, though, as he was in the middle of consuming the other one. Then he continued on to help his friends. He was proud to see that Reggie was holding them at bay, but two of the fiends were still up. Armand was panting like he was out of mana, and Licinia had a nasty scratch along her arm. That golden aura around Reggie was truly useful. Tim had seen it perform wonders, and it had only grown stronger after the Guardian was elevated. The monsters didn't know Tim was behind them, though, so he sped in and activated Assassinate to take out the most wounded of the two. Then, feeling like a shark on a feeding frenzy, he grabbed the last fiend with his bare hands. As he did, he cast Devouring Reach, which ripped out another chunk of its health. Reggie slammed his shield into it, causing it to be stunned, and that was all Tim needed. Weakened and stunned but alive, it was a fiend, and Tim didn't even feel guilty about consuming it. He activated the ability all over again, and because it was alive, he gained double the XP he might have otherwise, and added another 16,874 to his tally. With the battle over, Tim helped Cassie with healing any wounds, and then asked Licinia what was in the chamber. She stared at him for a minute before asking, "Did you change back into a bestial?" He grinned. "No, this is just alchemy." Reggie coughed. I've seen alchemists fight before. I've seen them transform themselves into monsters. It doesn't work like that. Besides, you look exactly like you did before when you were a bestial. What can I say? I guess I'm lucky. Are we back to keeping secrets? Armand asked. No, you're right. Sorry. This form makes me feel more aggressive. Mischief squeaked.
I like it. This is a good form for killing rats.
Tim looked down to where Mischief was standing next to him. He was still in battle form, but was almost a full 3 feet long now. "You're big enough to kill your own rats now." Mischief just laughed in his mouse way.
That's why I got a familiar, though, so that he could help me kill rats.
"Are you going to talk to your mouse or explain this?" Armand asked. Lucinia said, "Hey, be nice to Mischief." Reggie arched an eyebrow at that, and the rogue laughed but shrugged. "What? He's a good cuddler." Mischief squeaked that he preferred cuddling with Cecilia or even Kayla because they had better pillows than Lucinia. Tim wisely decided not to pass that message on. "Okay, so as I've leveled up my trait, I've gained more control of my form. That enabled me to guide the form I took with the potion, which I might add is wearing off now." Just like that, Tim was back to being a scrawny alchemist. "So, could you change classes now?"
Yeah, I think so. But unless it's in the heat of battle, I will have to undergo a class vision likely, and so I prefer to avoid that. I think we did pretty good."
Reggie said, "We did good, but it was far closer than I'd like. Not all of them are as resilient as you are. If I had my way, I'd duplicate myself so each of them had a personal guardian to protect them." They talked about the battle a little more and discussed what they could have done differently, but eventually Tim asked again about the chamber at the end of the hall.
"The fog is really thick in there, and it makes me feel all itchy, but it was just a circular staircase carved into the wall. The floor there is stone, unlike the other parts."
"So were they just trying to shove us down the stairs? Did you check how deep they went?"
The assassin shrugged.
"I had fighting and came back. They do go down for a ways, but more likely they just wanted to take us down to the second floor. The general rule for dungeons is the lower you go, the worse it gets."
Reggie said,
"That's it. We should head out of here."
Tim smiled.
"But what if you could duplicate yourself?"
Chapter 26. Deals and Changes. "Say what?" Reggie asked. Confusion was written across his face.
"No, I can't make copies of you. But what if the party had 2 guardians?"
Reggie seemed to think about it for a minute before replying, "I get the feeling that what class you are doesn't matter that much to you, but I really do think there are benefits to having a second class designed to defend. Your magic is impressive, but we have Armand for that. As you saw with those fiends, sometimes the most important thing is keeping them at bay long enough for the others to do their work."
"Okay, well, everyone sit down. I think I know how to force a change, but I'm not completely certain."
Tim watched as Mischief crawled into Lucinia's lap to cuddle. It made him miss Kayla again, but he pushed that out of his mind. Now he was going to try and intentionally change. He calmed himself with the meditation techniques he had learned since arriving here. Deep breaths were soothing as he looked inward and activated Ephemeral. The world swirled around him, and Tim became oblivious to anything outside of himself. Then a voice came to him. He had expected that. Caldecota had a way of showing up at times like this, but it wasn't his patron. Nor was it the other who he had expected. As Marin had been quiet despite the fact that he was using consumption rather frequently. He had been surprised that the Dark God hadn't talked to him about power or further tried to sway him. Instead, it was a softer voice.
"You've grown a great deal."
"Hello, Simona."
"Don't sound so unhappy to hear me. Do you have any idea how many spiritualists could die happy if they got to speak to me half as many times as you have?"
Tim laughed inside his mind, if such a thing was possible.
"I'm a bit less impressed by the patrons than many others."
"So I've seen. I've considered how best to deal with you. There are things I wish I could tell you, but even gods have limits. Have you given any consideration to my offer?"
"You want me to accept you as my patron?"
"Yes, although hopefully you would also become my herald. The gambler isn't a good fit for you. I'm not denying that the cursed trait he saddled you with has made you strong, but you want to defend those around you. That makes you more compatible with me."
Everyone keeps throwing out this idea of being a herald as though I have the slightest idea what it means.
He felt a certain eagerness from the goddess speaking in his mind at his words. Perhaps she took them to mean he was opening up to the idea. Either way, he figured it was a plus for her to be in a good mood.
Simple enough. As a patron, you bear our name in the world, but are one of many. We give you a trait, and for most, that is the end of it. Sometimes, with first gens, we interact more. But if you were to become my herald, you would be able to speak to me any time, not just when I call upon you. You would receive numerous gifts from me, and I would help you become stronger. Although I admit you're now stronger than any sojourner has been in 2,000 years. In exchange, you would travel the world fulfilling my purposes and being my direct emissary.
So I become your errand boy for a bat phone and a power-up.
She didn't reply, and for a second Tim thought he had upset her, so he figured he might as well push it further.
Does it bother you that I know you aren't really a goddess?
That got her to laugh.
Goddess is just a word. The universe is infinite. There are no simple limits to it, and even ascended beings such as me have only seen a tiny part of it. But don't mistake my kindness for weakness. To the ant, the boot is a god.
You don't deny that you were once a human, just like I am?
Oh, I was never like you. I was driven with passion for life. You hid away in your tiny job, tiny apartment, tiny life. Actually, you should thank the gambler for bringing you here. Your life has had much greater purpose than it ever had before. But no, I don't deny that I was once mortal. We all hated that Cal Dakota insisted on attaching that vision to the book. But, well, suffice it to say that we hated it.
Tim wanted to ask her if that was an admission Cal Dakota was beyond her, but seeing how his patron had treated that issue in the past, he let it go.
And Asmarin was a patron once.
She sighed.
Yes. The fact you have used his gift is almost enough for me to reject you. But you are mortal. You haven't seen the destruction which chaos brings on every world it is permitted to gain a threshold. I suppose that you've been manipulated into believing you had no option. Just know that neither Baldrock nor Ismarin have your best interests at heart.
And you do? No, don't answer that. All of you want something from me. You can say it's good that I was brought here, but I didn't ask for this. What role do the fiends play in this?
They are from a different dimension and brought chaos to this world. I can't go into more details, and it honestly wouldn't matter. Even I would have to make some guesses. But what do you think about my offer?
As always, you're short on details. I still have 2 more questions.
Tim didn't wait for her to object, but simply continued.
First, you said that ephemeral is a curse trait. What did you mean by that?
I spoke out of turn.
Then no is my answer. If you want me to represent your interests, then you have to be straight with me.
Fine. But don't think that you can speak to me like this all the time. Suffice it to say that all life is on the path forward. Most stagnate and exit their mortal lives before they make any progress. A precious few find a way to extend their lives and thus grow beyond the limits of mortality. Your trait is cursed because while it allows you to grow much faster, which seems like a good thing, the truth is that mortals were not meant to change so quickly. Change is good, but only in small, controlled measures. And before you do it, don't quote to me what the gambler says about such things.
Tim found himself lost in thought about what she had to say.
I have reached my limit, I believe. You like to grow quickly? Well, then here is a choice for you. Either accept my offer now, or reject me, and I will not come back to you another time.
Tim wasn't sure, but he thought she was bluffing. There was simply no way to say. She was, after all, only a voice inside his head. "I'll accept you as a patron. As for becoming your herald, I'm not ready for a full-time commitment like that. But I have a condition."
The gambler has corrupted you too much.
"Well, you already gave me a trait, so it isn't like I'd be getting that. Instead, I want some good guardian skills for after I change, and then I want you to add your own touch to my daggers. They already have power from Caldecota, but if you were to be my patron as well, then they should have something from you. Then just one other little thing."
The first two parts are easy enough. Do I dare ask what the other thing is?
"You are a goddess, so it really shouldn't be anything too big. I preserved Kayla's body, severed as it was, in my soul pouch. I want you to resurrect her." Tim felt genuine sorrow sweep through his mind.
Death is a part of life. Her soul persists on in a new state. But that isn't for you to worry about.
"Bah! I don't know anything about souls, but I do know what I've learned. We're all just a bunch of energy. It shouldn't be that difficult to transform energy from one state to another if she does, in fact, still exist as a discrete being."
Perhaps if you would cast resurrection magic on her right after Magnor was defeated, but the window for using such magic is very short. I'm sorry. There is nothing I can do for you in that regard. Even if I could help you, though, I won't. We are prohibited from directly affecting mortal souls. It is part of our compact.
"You just as much as admitted that magic can reunite the soul and the body."
True, but only for a very short time before the soul moves on.
"Well, if you can't do it, just give me a more powerful spell. Certainly there is a way."
Almost anything can be done if you can pay the price, but you don't have enough power within your body to do what you're asking. Nonetheless, so that you'll know the folly of what you're asking, I'll grant you an ascendant rank resurrection spell.
Before Tim could even ask what that meant, he felt his mind burning. He'd had knowledge shoved into him more than once, but this time it was overwhelming him. He felt like he was going to explode. But then it was over. He glanced at the notifications.
You have accepted Simona as your patron. You will now represent her just as much as you do Caldecota. The chains upon you grow heavier. New skills added to your exchangeable skills list. Simona's Aura of Judgment. Rarity, Mythic. Prerequisites. Guardian, Simona as a patron, level 21. Mana, 60 mana plus 10 per minute. Description, creates an aura around the Guardian with 3 levels of influence. Far, all allies within 25 feet per sagacity will receive the following boosts, plus 10% of caster's stats, plus 20% damage against the enemies of humanity. Near, all enemies within 4 inches per sagacity will receive a random debuff once per minute which will last for 10 minutes. The debuffs may stack until all have been applied. Debuffs include confused, blinded, slowed, fatigued, sickened, rooted, weakened. Self. All attacks from the Guardian have a taunt factor added. Damage against the Guardian is reduced by 20%. Smite evil, bless good. Rarity, rare. Prerequisites, Guardian, sagacity 20, hardiness 30. Mana, 250 mana. Description. A rush of power blasts out from the targeted spot and strikes all enemies within range. Damage is equal to 12 times sagacity. All enemies are taunted. All allies are healed for 6 times sagacity and cleansed of any negative status conditions. Range is 1 foot times hardiness. Cooldown, 1 hour.
Tim smiled. Both those spells were powerful, and while Smite was both costly and came with a ridiculous cooldown, he could still see how it would be useful in the right situations. His upgraded daggers were nice. They got additional damage and new passives, but it was the flexibility for the set bonus which was the best.
Right-hand twin blade of skill focus. Weight, 1.0. Offense, 8 to 14. Rarity, epic. Soulbound. Requirement, Sojourner, level 19. Passive effect 1, plus 7 damage and plus 10% critical strike chance. Passive effect 2. Grants owner access to any melee mastery skill they possess without having to use a skill slot. Passive effect 3. Fire resistance plus 100. Left-hand twin blade of skill focus. Weight 1.0. Offense 8 to 14. Rarity epic, soulbound. Requirement Sojourner level 19. Passive effect 1, plus 7 damage and damage penetration 50. Passive effect 2. Grants owner access to the skill Dual Wield Mastery without having to use a skill slot. Passive effect 3. HP regeneration plus 30 per minute. Set bonus. When wielding both weapons, the owner gains access to the rare skill Assassinate and the rare skill Smite Evil, Bless Good without having to use a skill slot.
The final spell was ridiculous, though. It infuriated Tim, as he felt like he was being taunted, while at the same time it at least gave him a path forward. He would undo his failure, and now at least he had a lead to work on. He just had to figure out how to meet the necessary mana requirements.
True Soul Recall. Rarity, Ascendant. Prerequisites. If you have to ask, you don't qualify. Mana, 7,000. Description. Will call the willing soul of any dead mortal back to their mortal body. The soul must be willing, and the body must be viable.
Then a thought hit him, and before Simona left, he wanted to ask her. He pulled out the potion of condensed energy.
Would this power that spell?
Suddenly, Tim felt like he was pulled deeper into his mind. A woman in blue and gold robes stood before him. Her face was beautiful beyond mortal appeal. Her eyes blazed with fearsome power.
Where did you get that?
I made it?
That was in a vision. You shouldn't have that here.
So you were keeping tabs on me?
Of course. Don't get smart with me, or I'll have to remind you that not only am I the goddess of love, but also of hate.
Tim threw his hands up.
I found it in my pocket when I woke up after the vision.
She started speaking to herself and pacing.
What does it mean? Could he have... No, he wouldn't. Is this balancing the scales? Or will it throw everything out of whack? Oh, he should have asked.
Then, without looking at Tim, she was gone. The blast of power that was released when he was shoved from wherever she had pulled him to triggered Ephemeral, and all he had to do was guide it. The vision was thankfully short, but drove home the purpose of the class. He was meant to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. It granted him a more protective nature as well as plus 10 to sagacity and plus 5 to hardiness. That was fine by him. He'd been doing that all along. The more interesting thing was that as he was selecting which verdict he would follow as a guardian, he saw that the aspects from his other classes were hanging out there in a mist just out of reach. He smiled. That meant he could apply the aspects from one class while in another. Yet he couldn't grasp them now. It was just another area he would have to learn to master. As he was shoved back into his body, he quickly assigned his stat points and then sat up. The party was all staring at him. Lucinia shook her head.
Even seeing that, it's still hard to believe.
No one else said anything, so he knew it must have been freaky to watch him undergo a transformation. That was one thing he'd never seen, what it looked like from the outside. He shared his status sheet with the party, including that of Mischief, who had reached level 16, so that they would all be up to speed, and then stood up.
Ready to finish the rest of this dungeon off?
Reggie nodded, but then added, A guardian with daggers. That has to be a first. Tim pulled the daggers from where they rested on his hips and took a long look at them.
Let's see if we can do something about that.
Tim activated Ephemeral again. This time he focused it outward. Energy flowed from him in the form of mana, and he felt the form of the daggers. Dagger was an idea. It was a concept which defined an object. The magic of the blades was what mattered. The blades became fluid, and he poured more mana into them, which was transformed into more metal as the blades elongated and became twin longswords rather than daggers. He held them out for Reggie to inspect.
Better?
Name: Timothy Stein. Age: 29. Height: 6 feet 6 inches. Weight: 248 pounds. Class: Guardian, Protector, Vengeance Secondary. Level: 24th. XP: 444,614 out of 499,000. Hardiness: 100, plus 20 consumption. Flexibility: 60, plus 4 belt, plus 4 cloak, plus 4 consumption, plus 8 bracer. Acuity: 44, plus 4 mask, plus 4 hat, plus 8 consumption. Sagacity: 64, plus 4 mask, plus 5 consumption, plus 8 bracer. Hit points: 1,138, plus 250 and 56 per minute. Mana: 668, plus 260 and 77 per minute. Offense: 28. Defense: 32. Chaos: 130 out of 132. Cold resistance: 100. Faction: Terran, plus 90. Rasha/Asmar, plus 10. Ogria, minus 50. Humanity, plus 75. Terran Border Guards, plus 75. Caesar Febrius, plus 50. Sojourner's Guild, plus 45. Traits: 1. Ephemeral 5. 2. Dungeon Shaper 1. 3. Iron Body 2. Doubles hardiness and increases flexibility by 50%, other than that gained by consumption. 4. Might of the Righteous 1. Increased damage done and decreases damage received while fighting to avenge the fallen or protect those who can't protect themselves. 5. Crucible of Consumption 5. Plus 20 hardiness, plus 4 flexibility, plus 8 acuity, plus 5 sagacity. Shadow Step 2. Chaos Bulwark 2. 50% See in Dark. Titles: 1. Humanity's Avenger 2. Plus 20% damage when avenging the death or mistreatment of humans. 2. Champion, Grinder. 3. Green Thumb of Creation, plus 50% to skills related to plants. Equipped class skills/spells. 1. Tim's Augur. 2. Tanar's Speedy Bulwark. 3. Simona's Aura of Judgment. 4. Nature's Greater Heal. 5. Devouring Reach. 6. Quick Change. 7. Explosive Leap. 8. Extreme Plant Growth and Control. 9. Chains of Celestial Light. Gear Equipped Skills. 10. Sword Grandmaster. 11. Dual Wield. 12. Assassinate. 13. Smite Evil, Bless Good. Equipped Magical Gear. Mask of the Blind Patron. A, plus 4. S, plus 4. Perception, plus 50%. Choker of Mana, plus 10, plus 8 per minute. Runed Belt of Speed. F, plus 4. Attack Speed, plus 40%. Ring of Monstrous Health, plus 150 HP, plus 15 per minute. Ring of the Battle Magus, plus 150 mana, plus 5 per minute. Bracers of Potency. S, plus 8. F, plus 8, plus 100 HP and mana. Armor Plate Harness. Anklets of Speed. Move, plus 20%. Gloves of Life Drain. 10% necrotic resistance. Life Drain, 1 per day. Jack Burton's Hat of Electrical Whooping. A, plus 4, plus 50% electrical resistance, plus 50% power and 50% cooldown reduction for electrical and light-based spells. Cloak of Levitation. F, plus 4, 1 hour per day. Rugen's Defender Axe. Right hand twin blade of Skill Focus. Left hand twin blade of Skill Focus. Name: Mischief. Age: 4 months. Length: 4.2 inches. Weight: 1.3 ounces. Class: Treasure Hunter. Level: 16th. XP: 39,101 out of 48,000 to next level. Hardiness: 37. Flexibility: 48. Acuity: 20. Sagacity: 20. Hit points: 204. Mana: 68. Offense, 11. Defense, 15. Faction, humans, 10. Equipped class skills/spells. 1. Revealing sight. 2. Superior climb and cling. 3. Master unarmed combat. 4. Grand touch of weakness. 5. Nature's lesser heal. 6. Defender's bane. Bejeweled summoning harness. +2 defense, +3 all stats, +100 HP.
Chapter 27. Rock Bottom. The mist or fog in the back chamber was head-high rather than knee-high, and definitely thicker. Tim found himself depending more upon Mischief's sense of hearing and even his sense of smell. It was always a bit difficult to adapt to how pungent he smelled to the mouse, but he could also pick up enemies that way. They found the entrance to the lower level, and Tim took the lead. In his guardian form, he was able to talk Reggie into that. It made sense. He was more durable and had a better offense. This relegated Reggie to the role of backup tank and protector of the more squishy team members, but the man actually seemed pleased with that. Tim supposed that he was a one-man party, and the others with him helped him, but wouldn't have been strong enough to fight a dungeon like this on their own. That, of course, raised a number of issues. How was anyone going to defeat the Abyss if 4 level 20s couldn't handle this? Greater fiends were nothing to laugh at, but there had to be a way. Tim was racking his mind trying to figure out what that would be. Since he couldn't do everything, he was going to need to rely on others. Now he could feel the level of chaos getting thicker as he went lower. While still on the stairs, he whispered, "Stop." He couldn't use signals even if he had dropped the active camouflage dungeon shape. The fog was simply too thick. He wished he could gain perks from a fiend form, but they were not listed as dungeon monsters, which told him that they were invaders. I wasn't certain before, but with how much the level of chaos has risen, I know what this is. It's another Hellgate. Somehow Baldrock or Asmarin has found a way to open a portal into this realm. Maybe the astral wing of the dungeon is easier for them, but whatever the reason, I think most of the monsters which would have been in this dungeon will have been killed. The Flesh Lord was probably the dungeon boss before the fiends showed up. Armand said, "Right, so he took control of a few of them and then tried to hold the top floor. Makes sense?" I'm just saying you need to expect more fiends. Remember that not only will they kill you,